This is the Scuff Team of the Year, the ultimate super team built with the top 4 performers across the 2023 season. Starting us off is Cellium of Atlanta FaZe. Cellium's inclusion in the Team of the Year should come as no surprise, as he has consistently been one of the best players this season with some stellar stats to back it up. With an impressive 1.21 KD, Cellium has earned the bragging rights of having the highest KD in the league for a second straight season, proving once again that there are 3 constants in life: death, taxes, and Cellium having a cracked KD. Next up is HyDra of the New York Subliners. The Subliners ended the season as the only team to have won multiple majors, and HyDra played a huge role in the team's success. Throughout the season, HyDra was absolutely frying, dropping a league-leading 3,576 kills with his standout performance coming in Major 5, where he had one of the greatest individual performances in CDL history, finishing the event with a ridiculous 1.3 overall KD as the Subliners made an insane lower bracket run to win their second title of the season. No matter what happens in the future, HyDra's 2023 season has been absolutely insane and will always be remembered as one of the best individual seasons by a player in the history of the CDL. The third player making the team is Scrapz of Toronto Ultra. Despite an up and down season for Toronto Ultra, Scrapz was a constant highlight for the team. With all the hype surrounding him as he entered his rookie season, Scrapz has been able to exceed all expectations as one of the top AR players in the league. Along the way, Scrapz was dropping some insane numbers, especially on Control, where he had a 1.23 KD for the season. With such a spectacular rookie season, the expectations for Scrapz were will only get higher and higher, with the Rookies of the Season award all but locked up. Just how far away is the MVP award? Finishing things up, we have aBeZy of Atlanta FaZe. Throughout the season, aBeZy has been praised for his spectacular performances time and time again, and it's easy to see why it's so well deserved. At every major, aBeZy has been consistently a top performer for FaZe and has played a large role in the team's dominance this season. His best performances often came on Search and Destroy, where he led the league with 489 kills on the mode and had an incredible 1.25 KD. After a season full of clutch performances, aBeZy has continued to look better and better with each major and is quickly reminding everyone that he is one of the best SMG players in the entire league. That is your 2023 Scuff Team of the Year.
Here we go. A little bit of noise. Simp, toe-to-toe with KiSMET. And that is simply unbelievable. He's got one right next to him. He's able to hit the shot. You think the trade might come in, but Skyz, dear God in heaven above. What a shot there from Skyz. If he pops on,
he
right
stretched it.
after,
He stretched it.
And that stretch ends up maybe.
No!
No! One right outside, nice little drop shot. Two in the round for Simp. Simp looking for number 4, easy peasy.
Able to respond onto aBeZy. Going for the next gunfight though, ready for it, up to 5-0. Try to find these players watching the rotation into a 2-on-3 as Simp still 7-0. I mean, he's got Deddy, and instead of going to B alley, he just goes to the A alley. Now he's got a 1-on-1, he's able to take him down.
Holy hell. 9-0 now. Can Ultra make it a contest fest again? It looks like it. KiSMET for 3. Get some assistance. He wants everybody. Give it to the Bulldog as we are only a few seconds away. And there it is. KiSMET yet to get the bomb down. They might not need to.
He's being hunted as well. That's HyDra looking for him, and what a battle that is, but Simp keeps it alive. He's going to know one player's on the bomb side as soon as he gets planted, and it's Skyz looking over. Simp, he can hear this.
If he takes the fight, he might be able to isolate these players. Here comes the reinforcements. Subliners are shoulder to shoulder on the inside of the site now, trying to get this done. Tags the first 30 seconds. Simp can do this.
And this is so much time. He can play it patient.
Here we go. A little bit of noise. Simp, toe-to-toe with KiSMET. And that is simply unbelievable.
Oh, what's it tonight? Je hoort het tonight. That's how we. Oui, yes, I see.
Oh, Jake.
Oh, here
Not
he is.
this little. Yeah, you're not in our good books right now, Jake. Well, you don't want to say it, bro. Nah, we shouldn't. All good, we move on.
Oh, yummy nippy water, no?
I hate water bottles like that.
Why? Like to push it with like your mouth?
Yeah, I hate having to like push it close my mouth.
Yeah.
I always sometimes like, have you ever got like your lips stuck in the like the seal?
Oh yeah, like if you fucking like,
Bro.
it's like airtight or whatever?
Yeah, and it like your
You're like,
lip
dang.
gets stuck and it starts fucking pinching your lip.
Yeah, you're like, dang. Let me out.
Talk.
Yo, it's your boy OpTic Scumper Dumper. He didn't watch right, he got shot in the side off the rip, and then he goes after, he's like, bro, don't tell me to watch the right off the rip. When you tell me, it makes me forget.
What?
But he tell me,
Nah, bro.
you tell me to watch the right, it makes me forget.
That don't happen to me, bro.
What?
Ooh.
Dylan wears many hats.
Ooh.
It's not the only thing he does for us.
Sounds good. Yeah, it's good amount. Maybe half it. Keep going.
That's good.
Yeah, trust you. Thank you.
This is a good amount.
Go.
What if I don't want to join? What if I don't feel like it?
What if I really don't feel like it?
Yo, that was fucking bright.
Flashbanged.
Would you have ended it?
Mm-hmm.
Like regular? Or like, oh shit.
Just default.
Default. Damn, bro, you got the best shit, bro.
We're
about to fucking slam these idiots. We're about to slam these idiots.
Bring it down.
Baby, are you down?
This series, we're gonna go to -7. It's a good number for me. Lucky number 7. So that's -6.9. No ways. 7 is banned.
You wanna touch me, Jerry? Oh, stop it, cutie pie.
Nice! Let's go!
I got it.
Oh my god! Let's fucking go, boy!
The beloved pastime of electronic sports. Competitors from all around the world come to play Call of Duty. And there's no better place to find an all-star champ than in our Call of Duty League Championship event in Las Vegas, Nevada. And while you're at it, put on your Call of Duty Sunday best in-game with the stupendous King skin.
I'm here to win.
Let's tickety-boo with us.
I don't know if you guys saw the first map, but I was feeling great.
We noticed, Octane, and we think it's just swell.
We love you guys. Even if you're an OpTic fan, we love you.
We love you too, Scrapz. You too can watch these electronic sports athletes play in person. Holy cow.
My whole team know that it's do or die. On top, I see newer highs. It's going way.
What do you think about that? A spark of a champion. What spunk these kids have. You know what they say? A controller in hand is worth 2 on the heady. Don't settle for anything less than a good old-fashioned Call of Duty League Championship. We'll see you there for a jolly old time.
Blink, and you'll miss it.
What have we just seen? Wanna reach the top, you gotta dig in.
All the scrims, matches, and majors all come down
This is it.
to just one shot.
Destined for greatness, that's what I choose.
It's Champs Weekend for the Call of Duty League.
Confidence is key.
A split second
All it takes
can make the difference
matter of seconds
between victory
What of the best?
or catastrophe.
They need a new playbook.
In Las Vegas,
We finally arrived, baby.
you have to play the odds.
One more time.
But what happens when the numbers are stacked against you?
It's done.
The house always wins.
There you have it.
Unless it doesn't.
Surprise, baby.
Las Vegas is where dreams come true. But only if you feel lucky enough to go for it all.
This might get scary.
Life comes at you fast in the CDL.
What?
If you're faster,
Play.
you got a shot.
Take the prize, baby.
And this weekend, you could be more than just a winner. You could be a champion.
Good morning, you gorgeous gamers, and welcome back. It is day 2 live from Las Vegas. Welcome in to the Call of Duty League Championship Weekend 2023. All the action going down at UNLV at the Thomas and Mack Center, where fans were lined up starting at 4:30 a.m. Everyone piling in to see their 8 favorite teams fighting for a spot in the grand finals come Sunday. Welcome into the venue as fans are gearing up and getting ready. The merch booths are selling out. This has been an epic weekend already, and it's only day 2 of 4. We got to introduce everyone who is here on the desk with me. It's Chris Puckett, joined by Nameless. We've got Alley Cat, and of course, the 3-time is in the building all weekend long. Give it up, crowd, if you like the guy sitting next to me. He goes by the name of Clayster. Clay, they haven't even seen your face and they're already cheering for you. How you feeling on day 2?
Hey, I love to get the cheers, but first we got to address the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
You are dripped out,
It's unfair,
Puckett. You
bro.
are looking so nice over there. I did not get the memo. I'm just in a tee over here. I'm feeling a little inadequate right
Shout
now.
out to Anthony, my New York City stylist. I appreciate you, buddy. Let's talk a little bit about today's matches, though, Allie, because you are also dripped out, and so are the teams. They're swagged out, ready to play. What are you looking forward to on day 2?
I'm looking forward to sending people home. It's elimination
Dang.
day.
Oh, jeez.
Listen. I think it's always fun.
crushed.
I feel like it's the last tournament. It's the championship, so things are going to get heated.
Even if you lose today, you're walking home with $40,000. Congratulations on the season, but that's not what they want. It's not about the money when you're playing at Champs Nameless.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about the legacy, right? That's the most important thing. And today we have winners bracket semifinals, which is massive. That's where you cement yourself in this tournament to be a front runner to win it. We have those matches. It's going to get wild.
Let's take a look at our bracket here, Clayster. Any surprises on day number 1? I got to give a shout out to our League Ops crew because the top 4 are in the winners bracket. The bottom 4 seeds are now playing in the elimination bracket.
If we went by seeds, there was no real surprises, but it was a surprise to me that Thieves dropped to Toronto. I really thought Thieves was going to have a better showing and put up a better fight, especially in that game 5. I think the moment got to him a little bit, but I expect to bounce back here in the losers bracket.
What have you seen so far, Nameless? Who's shocking you? Who's standing out?
Yeah, you know, I think the FaZe win versus Surge was pretty convincing. You know, we talk about this Atlanta FaZe team and what they've been working on throughout the season and their average placement at COD Champs. It looks like they are at the peak of their game, and they have a date with Ultra, which has been an interesting series in CDL history.
Get your bracket predictions in right now because it's going to get spicy today, especially in the second half of the afternoon when we go to that winners bracket at 3 o'clock. Atlanta FaZe takes on Toronto Ultra. This is number 1 versus number 4. And I want to start here with the Toronto boys because they're showing up. They get the Game 5 victory over LA Thieves and have all kinds of confidence that we've seen here in the venue.
It looks like they've kind of got back to that form that they were in when they won that major. It looks like they're playing with confidence. Their hardpoint game looked really good yesterday, and they're coming to play. I honestly believe that this team, especially Insight and CleanX, who I don't think we gave enough love to yesterday, they showed up. I mean, look right there. Insight with the 1.22 day 1 hardpoint KD. It's not too bad.
I think those hard points really are what solidified it for me for Toronto Ultra. Going up against an LA Thieves team and at one point was an unbeatable respawn team. So I think for Toronto, like you said, it's great for confidence moving forward, and also the fact that they lost that control and were able to solidify the Game 5. Toronto has been historically an extremely strong control team. So to lose that 3-1 to LA Thieves and still be able to win the series, they're definitely looking great heading into today.
Nameless, who is the best player on Toronto on day 1?
Man, it's tough to say. Honestly, I'm going to give it to Hicksy. 22 and 40 for the win is incredible. But, I mean, if we're being honest, it's got to be Scrapz. The guy was making some big plays throughout the series. They're balling out. The ARs went crazy.
This, of course, is a rematch. We saw it just a major ago, and it's going down once again in the same round of the bracket. Last time, it was a 3-1 in FaZe's favor. What happened there?
Honestly, what surprises me with this old series layout is Toronto taking the S&D 6-5 against FaZe. We know that FaZe lost 3 search and destroys in the grand finals last tournament, so hopefully this isn't starting to creep up as something to worry about for FaZe.
That matchup, 3 o'clock, is going to feature the Tiny Terrors once again, and they were out in full force yesterday. Walk me through this Atlanta FaZe squad that is coming in for the 4th year in a row with the number 1 seed, Allie.
I mean, they're insane. You know, they got the job done as expected. I think for me, it was the fact that Cellium walked out on stage and looked like The Undertaker. I don't think I've ever seen that out of him. Usually, he comes out with a smile on his face, very light vibes, but it was all business yesterday. And they took it to toe with Seattle Surge. You know, this has been a matchup that sometimes has leaned the other way. Atlanta FaZe, I mean, really was that dominant search and destroy. Best S&D team in the building. And that's what's looking to possibly push them to that grand final as well, as they've been locking up those game 2s.
Yeah.
Is there any vulnerability on that number 1 seed right now?
Yeah, there is. It's the control at times. Like we saw it yesterday that Asil, they got 3-0. Really didn't have a chance throughout that. And it's a weird matchup because now Toronto sees that. They might try to play them on that Asil. They lost Expo last time. If you're FaZe, you don't want to play Hotel. So there is some vulnerability in that game 3 versus some of our top teams.
Clay, taking a look at the numbers for Atlanta FaZe, they are dropping bombs, and it's in both categories, the SMG and the AR players.
It says aBeZy versus Cellium, but these guys on the same team dropping numbers like this, it's unbelievable.
Who's the best right there?
You genuinely cannot get better in hardpoint. How are you going to drop better than 1.32 and 1.25?
You literally cannot do better.
You can't do better.
Atlanta FaZe, the number 1 seed, and only 25% of the fans voted them to be champions at the end of the weekend. Keep that in mind as this tournament plays out. The fans who voted for the number 1 team, though, thought it was going to be OpTic Texas. Let's start there with the green wall because OpTic Texas had a terrible Toronto. They have bounced back, and today they take on your Toronto champions in the New York Subliners.
Yeah, I got to say, I know it was versus Boston, not one of our highest seeds, but I was very impressed by OpTic yesterday. I think, you know, they've improved a lot in the prioritization of the money hills in both of those hardpoints. Kitchen, they had it both times on Hotel, which we know that's a 60 bomb hill. And then we get to that Fortress, P3, both times they had it live locked down. So clearly they've put some extra focus there. And the SMGs, that was a storyline headed into it. They are the backbone of this team. When they don't play well, there is a huge drop-off, probably bigger than the rest of the squads we have in the league in terms of performance. They showed up, and when those guys show up, they're making that run. 5-0 both qualifiers, Ali. Like, this is the team that we expected to see.
Yes, this is a team that we expect to see from the qualifiers. I think as well, the biggest difference maker in this matchup was easily the fundamentals on OpTic Texas, which is funny because that's not something I think I would have been saying about them the past year or so.
Yep.
But during this season, they've really taken a better, more well-rounded look at the game. I think one thing they can really take away from the series yesterday is that search and destroy. They did lose it 6-4. Mainly, though, it was because of beans in the snipe sites. I'm hoping to see a couple of sniper rifles being pulled out of OpTic Texas because they're going to need it moving forward in the bracket. But like we were touching on before we even started champs, the SMGs needed to show up, and they absolutely did. For both of them to have a 1.4 in the control, you have to hope that this continues throughout the weekend.
They get their first win, looking for number 2 against a squad that has won the first and last major of the year. Let's take a look at what went down, though, at major number 4. This, of course, was in Columbus. You're playing on land, and Dan Ghosty had a hell of a series.
Yeah, honestly, I picked Subliners in this upcoming matchup, but after seeing this match rewind, it's not looking too pretty for the Subliners. Honestly, if you look at the stats, what happened here, Dan Ghosty with an absolute bomb of a performance, and if we look at the Subliners, Caesar with the .48 in hardpoint, KiSMET with the .63, and Priestahh with the .64, you're not going to beat a team like OpTic Texas dropping numbers like that.
I don't think you're going to get Skyz to drop a .48 ever again, especially here at champs. Let's talk about the Subliner lineup because they came in and they were able to take care of business on day number 1. You had the perfect season. You start strong, you end strong, coming into the biggest event of the year.
Yeah, I want to say with New York Subliners, when we kind of look at their layout of all the majors this year, it was an outskirt sandwich, right? The middle is kind of where they had a couple of struggles around where that Columbus major came to fruition. So I want to say this is definitely a completely different New York Subliners that we are getting here at the tail end of the season. And I expect a player like Skyz, who has a 1.17 in hardpoint right now, to continue that consistency. Him and Priestahh have been doing the thing. I don't expect those numbers to happen again. I also picked New York City play, so I think we're in a good position for the New York Subliners simply because of how much better they look on the tail end.
Subliners are matching up against OpTic, though, today. Is HyDra going to be able to continue putting up numbers like this? It's a totally different beast.
Listen, one thing that I always say is HyDra's going to get his. He's good for 30. He's going to make plays. In the search and destroy, he's going to be a problem. In this series, Chris, it's the playmakers on both sides of things, man. Like, I talk about it all the time. In these types of games, your superstar players just simply have to show up, but it's the X factor for me. KiSMET will be the difference. We saw the Skyz stat in the last series that they matched up. That guy will be the difference for the New York Subliners. They're going to be going up against a strong OpTic team that likes to play a lot of the maps that New York is strong at. We saw that hotel score. It was by 100+ points that OpTic whooped them, so they have to be stronger on their strong maps against OpTic.
And remember who was the MVP to kick off the entire season? He goes by the name of KiSMET, the Bulldog, looking to lead his squad in this showdown. All those matches are happening today. It is day 2, and the awards also continue here on day 2. Yesterday, we did our Scuff Team of the Year, our All-Star team. Today, it's all about the rookies, and I want to start with our nominees. Let's start here with a guy who jumped in from Challengers. He goes from College COD to Challengers to a starting lineup on the most popular team on the planet, and he's put into an IGL role.
And you got to talk about it, like the situation this guy was put in. He was put in one of the main AR positions for an OpTic Texas that was struggling and just dealt with one of their main players hitting retirement. So the precarious situation for Dan Ghosty to not have the strongest start, but then slowly grow with this OpTic Texas team. He's brought the kills, he's brought the hill time, he's brought the comps, a very well-rounded player that has completely overturned this OpTic Texas camp. I feel like they are a very, very new and blossoming team. And so I love Dan Ghosty kind of being one of our candidates here. He was obviously put in a little bit later in the season compared to our other ones, but he certainly made a name for himself.
He led his team to back-to-back grand finals appearances, but is yet to lift a trophy in 2023. Ghosty, our first of 3 nominees. Let's look at number 2, though. He may be the front runner right now, and that is because he has been making noise since day 1 of the 2023 season. Scrapz is not afraid to take on anyone in this league.
I played against him in Challengers last year, and he was the same guy, still talking that same trash, and I brought it up a lot, and I absolutely love it. The consistency with which Scrapz plays and shoots his gun, it's insane. It allows his subs to roam free. It allows him to pick up easy free kills while his teammates just do the heavy lifting, and you know he's guaranteed 1, probably 2, and sometimes 3.
Yeah, and the expectation was wild, right? you come out of challenges, you have that type of expectation, and to live up to it and exceed that is extremely typical. So Scrap, absolute monster.
Just like Dan Ghosty, Hicksy, Scrap's teammate, also earning a nomination for his rookie season. Hicksy coming in.
Yo.
He doesn't have the stats, but he has the overall success that this team has been looking for.
He doesn't have the stats, but he has the ring. To be fair, he has the chip.
No
chip.
Listen, Hicksy just happy to be here. I'm gonna keep it a stack. But you know, he's a great role player for the squad. It's just tough competition that he's going up against.
Honorable mention.
Yeah, honorable HM.
Let us know, chat, who do you want to see as your 2023 Rookie of the Year? We got to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, that award is going out live here from Las Vegas. Don't go anywhere. This is COD Champs.
This is the best day of work for a long time. Dude, this is what I want after the major. Like, I don't want to sit in a dark room alone. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, we're here to touch some grass.
like them whoopers.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
What's up, Las Vegas? Y'all ready for day number 2 of the Call of Duty World League? But before we do that, we gotta honor a special player here on the stage, because every single year, Call of Duty players all around the world have one dream, and that's to make it to the Call of Duty League and be a star. Have the hearts of the fans out there and make a difference. But now it is time to honor that player. Help me give a warm welcome to your Rookie of the Year. It's Scrapz! Give it up one more time for Scrapz, everybody. Man, Scrapz, the Rookie of the Year. Is this a surprise to you?
Nah, not at all. Like, come on, are we serious? Let's come on now.
All season long, you have been playing fantastic here with the tour, getting things done. What does this award mean to you, and how did you get here to become the Rookie of the Year?
Yeah, you know, a lot of hard work. And some days, you know, maybe before I was pro, you know, all my friends want to go out after school. You know, I'm in my room, not talking to anyone, playing all day. You know, it means all right. You know, it's definitely an award that I want. But you know, this ring will mean so much more. You know, a world championship means everything. But yeah, it's a good one to win.
It is a good one to win. I love that mindset, looking for that championship. And you guys have a fantastic opportunity now to do that. When it comes down to all the other inspiring Call of Duty players out there who want to get this trophy right here, who want to get a ring, what advice do you got for them?
You know, sacrifice. It's all sacrifice. You know, honestly, any sport sacrifice. some days you don't want to play, some days you don't want to scrim, but you know, you got to get up every day and do it, and you know, you'll get the results eventually.
All right, any last second shout outs you want to give to the fans out there, and I'm gonna let you go get ready for your matchup, man.
Yeah, shout out all the Ultra fans, shout out all the fans here, supporting everyone, I appreciate it. My family, my girls over here. Shout out my grandfather, he never comes to events, but you know, he's watching back home, and I appreciate it.
All right, y'all, one more time, give it up for your Rookie of the Year, Scrapz!
What is greatness? A question that echoes through the ages. This year, the answer was unveiled before our very eyes. We have been witness to the rise of a new power that captured, no, demanded the attention of fans and players alike. Forging a path to greatness with raw talent and unwavering confidence. His name is Scrapz, showcasing skills that leaves veterans in awe and competitors shaking in their boots. Scrapz has earned the honor to be called your Rookie of the Year. But greatness isn't achieved overnight. Scrapz earned his spot on the Toronto Ultra roster after proving his worth with an impressive run, leading the Ultra Academy NA team in the 2022 season. The 2023 season kicked off with Scrapz and his teammates getting a top 4 placement at Major 1. Not good enough. The journey to Boston seemed promising, but as fate would have it, Toronto Ultra stumbled again, placing 6th at the season's 2nd major. At Major 3, it clicked. Scrapz silenced the doubters, leading and pushing his teammates to the grand finals in a hostile environment.
They don't contest in time, and Ultra takes it!
They claimed victory over the Texas home team at Major 3.
Toronto, they clutch up in the control.
That performance cemented Scrapz as the Major 3 MVP.
Come on!
Returning home to Toronto for Major 5, he electrified the arena, the crowd feeding off his undeniable energy. And now, Scrapz finds himself here, on the biggest stage, ready to take on whatever comes his way. From an unknown contender to a force to be reckoned with.
It's over. Scrappy puts them to bed!
Scrapz has risen to the top ranks of CDL stardom, a torchbearer for the modern era of Call of Duty, illuminating the path for others to follow in his footsteps on a journey to CDL immortality.
It's Ultra with the dub!
Proof that dreams can become a reality. Congratulations to your CDL 2023 Rookie of the Year, Scrapz!
Trash talkers around the world rejoicing as Scrapz takes home the Rookie of the Year honors. And what I love most about this guy is he has never changed. Talking to his mom, she said, he's a kind boy. He's really quiet normally outside a game, but he's always been chirping like this. And you saw his Twitter video, 11 years old. He starts coming to Call of Duty events, and he's never afraid of the competition. It's that confidence that helps shine through in his gameplay that we've seen all season long.
Honestly, what's most impressive to me about his Rookie of the Year win is that there's been a lot of great rookies that have come up, right? Attach, Simp, Shotzzy, we can name a bunch. But what makes this one so special is he's an AR player winning Rookie of the Year. That doesn't happen to be able to come in your first year in the CDL, up in the pros, and be able to compete that good with an AR. It's honestly incredibly impressive. Hats off to Scrapz.
And to break that down a little bit further, we have seen so many SMGs taking home Rookie of the Year honors. What is the difference in taking on an AR role? What does Scrapz bring to the game?
Yeah, I think, you know, he's naturally a little bit more of an in-game leader on the squad as well. An AR player, obviously, at times you're not going to be able to pop off. You have to play your role. There's a lot of situations in this game where if a player has dead silence, he's completely free on the map. He's going to be running a trophy. He's not able to make certain plays. Players in your base, you have to navigate that well and help your teammates get into the power position. So it's a lot to learn as a rookie, right? It's a big difference from the pace of play in challengers when you get to the pro level, and he fit in perfectly. And also, lastly, like, he made a culture change to this team. This was a successful organization in Toronto Ultra, taking a risk on this kid. He comes in, brings in his teammate, and gets them a championship this year. Very impressive.
And I love that you brought up the pace, because we look at all the top 10 KD leaderboard stuff, and it's riddled with SMGs. We talked about the top 10 engagement leaderboards riddled with SMGs. Scrapz was always there. He was always in that conversation. He was always in that top 5 because of the pace that he plays as an AR, and that's why he was able to push himself into the Rookie of Year conversation as an AR, because he is very, very aggressive, and he is successfully aggressive. So I think that's what sets him apart from other ARs in the league as well as rookies in past years.
There are the final numbers for Scrapz as he enters COD Champs as one of the fan favorites and now officially the Rookie of the Year. You get the chance to see him in Toronto Ultra in action against Atlanta FaZe. That battle is coming up at 3 p.m. if you're here on the West Coast. If you're watching on the East Coast, set your alarm for 6 p.m. And of course, stay locked in all day long. We're closing it out with the second winners bracket matchup of Texas versus New York. Nameless, if you're watching today, you should be earning as well, right?
Facts. You can watch and earn, man. Go check out the game and grab these skins. You know, you see that down there? That's Doug Spencer Martin's favorite transportation device.
The throne, baby. Don't go anywhere. COD Champs matches kick off with LA Thieves taking on Seattle Surge. First of 4 coming your way after this. What's up, everybody? It's Puckett, and today we are talking with the second-year legend. The Rookie of the Year from 2022 is joining us for Pred's Memory Lane. And Pred, today we're taking a look at your best moments throughout your career and talking a little bit about the matches coming up this week. How we feeling, though, right now? You excited?
Oh, man, I'm excited, man. I haven't really had a chance to sit back and reflect on my time in the league, so I'm excited, man.
Your initial year competing in Challengers, 18 straight cups over in ANZ, one of the best players to ever come out of that region. Then you come to America, and in the CDL, you earn Rookie of the Year honors in 2022. You have had a ridiculous blast to the top here. What has this ride been like for you early on?
It's been a roller coaster, man. You know, there's been lots of ups and downs. My team's success has been, we won a tournament, we've come last, we've, had some sicknesses at tournaments, we've had some, some crazy events happen.
We know your first round matchup coming into Champs, and you'll be taking on Atlanta FaZe, a team that you have quite a bit of history against, and we saw it not just this year, this goes all the way back to last year, 2022, Minnesota. You had to play the team, Game 5, Round 11. Talk to me about that first loss. What was it like matching up against the Tiny Terrors on the main stage?
My first matchup was actually at the kickoff when we beat them. That was my second ever pro LAN match was against FaZe. We beat them at the kickoff. Our first ever major tournament matchup was Major 2. We lost that round 11. That actual series, Mack got really sick where we had to end the map. He was very sick, very unfortunate. So that series was crazy, and the fact that it went to round 11, we were up 5-4 and we lost, I mean, it was just a heartbreaker.
And that series continued when we saw you guys face off again in Toronto. This time, it was the W for the grand final. What was it like winning your first tournament in the CDL?
That was probably one of the greatest moments of my life, honestly.
They've done it! For the first time in CDL history, Seattle Surge are your champions.
Just getting to hold that trophy up with my team. We've worked so hard, we've been through so much, and getting to actually be that last team standing on that stage and holding that trophy and just knowing that you won the tournament was one of the best feelings in the world.
When it came to COD Champs, you ended up finishing 3rd as FaZe went into the grand finals. Tell me about those matchups.
Honestly, what went wrong was just our S&D. I mean, we were 9-1 in hardpoint at Champs. We were just dominating in hardpoint. And then S&D was really letting us down. If we just win that one round, who knows, we could be in the grand final. So it's just how COD is, man.
Pred, we got to talk about what went down in Texas. Major 3, main stage. Pred going up against some Deddy. Round 11 in a Game 5. Walk me through it.
That just sums up the Seattle versus FaZe matchup. It's a round 11. It's map 5. There's 20 seconds left. We have to plant the bomb. My teammate dives towards the bomb. Simp ends up getting him. And as he's running back through bottom orange, I'm running to go get the trade on him, and the dead silence hip fight, man. I mean, he just shotgunned me away, and even in the moment when he got that kill on me, I just had nothing to say. I was mind blown, and I remember seeing him backstage, and I told him that I hated him. I told him that what he'd done to me was something that I'll never forget, and he just apologized. He knew what he'd done was wrong, and yeah, I mean, hopefully nothing like that ever happens again.
You guys were coming into that Major 5 qualifier. Everyone thought you were a shoo-in for champs. Now we're coming into the tournament. You're starting in the elimination bracket, and somehow Las Vegas has made a miraculous run and still has a shot of stealing 8th seed from you.
You know, we just had a rough start. You know, we just played very sloppy. We weren't making it easy on each other. We just came out, you know, just making a lot of mistakes, making it very hard for each other.
And now they have to sit back and watch and hope that someone can stop this Legion team. Up next will be New York.
You know, thankfully that my brother HyDra came in clutch, so he stepped up and, you know, he took down the Vegas Legion.
Well, Pred, thank you so much for taking time to chat with me today. It's been awesome revisiting the highlights of your career and talking about what you got coming up next.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you guys for having me.
That is Pred, and Seattle Surge are here at Champs. Enjoy the show.
Bro, again, Ken? My bad, bro. Is it time to go yet? We have a problem. See for yourself.
It's me, Shane. Dylan turned me into a dog, mate.
No way. What the f***? No way.
Whoa.
So what do we do? How do we fix it?
I don't know.
We gotta win champs. Okay then, let's go.
Yeah, I need a thrill. I gotta feel all for the game I'm living in. What in a milli, make it a billy. I can be tame, not giving in. Knock you back on your feet. When I bring the heat, I conquer them all. Then rinse and repeat. Opponents get reckless. I am the best. I'm about to get reckless. I am a legend. Yeah, I am a legend.
I've got that dog in me.
This is how legends are made.
It's your Major 1 runner-up taking on your Major 4 champion, Seattle Surge, LA Thieves, here in the elimination bracket. Only one can move on, and it's time to find out who. Welcome back in Chris Bucket Clayster, the 3-time world champ, alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. And Clay, we've got 5 maps to determine which team is going to be moving in to our top 6. Let's start here with the maps and modes. I need to get your thoughts. Who do you think has the edge coming into game or day number 2 here?
Who do I think has the edge? I'm going to go with my day 1 pick. I'm still thinking Thieves. I think that they have it in them to make a crazy losers bracket 1, and it starts with 1. It starts with losers round 1, win this match, start your run.
We've seen them do it before, right? So for LA Thieves, this is a situation that they have been in beforehand, so they don't really feel the heat, I feel, of this matchup. And I think the maps are great for them right now. They have El Estilo back-to-back for Search and Destroy and Control that they won yesterday versus Toronto very, very quickly. It was a 6-1 and a 3-1, so they're feeling incredibly confident in the first half of this series.
It's been a downward spiral for the Surge. They are definitely the underdog, so let's make it official as we get the predictions here on the desk. We've got 4 for 4, 4 for 4, 3 for 4, 4 for 4. About to make it 5 for 5 as I pick the LA Thieves to take this one 3-1.
You know, everybody knows what my pick is. Got to go with Thieves, baby. Got to go with Thieves.
Clay's going Thieves as well. Allie, where are we landing?
I'm going LA Thieves.
I'm going with Thieves. Seattle are compromised. It's over.
Seattle Surge, are they compromised or just starting? It's time to find out as we send to the stage. Las Vegas, make some noise for Guy Blaze.
All right, Vegas and Call of Duty fans all around the world. Time for an elimination matchup. Only one team can continue and we're gonna have our first team go home. Coming to the stage, looking to rock it one more time. Give it up for the Seattle Surge. Get loud for Sid, Accuracy, Mack, and Kremp. The Seattle Surge.
The backs are completely against the wall. Will this be the last time we see this roster take the stage in this form? Potentially, or do they mount one of the craziest season comebacks that we've ever seen? There's only 8 teams in this tournament. You can knock one of them out right now if you're Seattle. We need some big performances from the ARs. Now let's bring out LAT.
Yeah, we're gonna need some big performances out of Seattle to double up on that cash, but their opponent is no one to mess around with. Las Vegas, I give to you your reigning world champions, ready to run it back again, the LA Thieves. Here comes Envoy, Kenny, Drazah, and Octane, the world champions, LA Thieves.
It was a hard battle for the LA Thieves yesterday up against Toronto, and now once again, they find themselves in elimination round 1. We've seen them almost complete the run before, and there's no better time than to complete it here at Championship Weekend to be the defending world champs. I'm thinking Thieves, but you never know when it comes to the Seattle Surge. I'm ready to get the first match of day 2 started.
I'm ready as well, Allie. Las Vegas, are you ready? One more time, Las Vegas, are you ready? Miles, Chance, let's get live.
Well, I just got really loud. That one didn't come through the house. Ready to rock and roll to start Friday off, Chance, and sadly we have to send somebody home. Who's it going to be? We'll find out. And this is a tough one because 2 teams, 2 champions, dead last for one of them.
I mean, it is like crazy, like the back-to-back years that these guys have had. Obviously for LA Thieves, world champs last year, now might get knocked out immediately getting 2-0 in the series count. And then for Seattle, like it was the story of the rookies. It was their first year. These guys are winning chips. They were looking incredible. And if they fall out here, they have dropped the ball. It is one last ride for these teams for whoever loses. You cannot go out top 8. Everything is on the line.
It's a strong series and a very nervy one indeed. The tension is palpable as we get ready to rock and roll into this one. Dead last here at Champs, the 2023 season, not the way you want it to end for either of these squads, but we will find out. Maps and modes, exciting as we saw. It's a very spicy series. We get things going on a map that's got way too much history in the year already. It's Embassy.
And it is interesting hard points as well. On that side of Embassy, the record's kind of comparable between the 2 teams, but for LA Thieves, they haven't played this on LAN since Major 2. It has been months since they've played on this environment, and look, I know it's an extra 2 weeks of practice time. You know what you're coming into when you're going into these events, and it's gonna be fun to see if they have something cooked up, but I know Surge are happy to see Embassy for map 1.
Well, here we go. Into the first hard point of our series. First to 250 seconds in the hill, and so far the Thieves first to get it.
And Brad gonna be the first guy looking for it too. I know ordinarily one of the best players on Embassy in the game. Prez a 1.21 on this map, and he wants to be the guy to fry, but it's actually accuracy off the rip. Hey, you go in the top paper room, you got a 3-0 start. You keep these guys out of the hill. Seattle at least attempting to do their jobs.
Yeah, smack bang in the middle of the map, the first hard point. Number 2, though, is on the low right-hand side. Eyes on that. That's where Surge are. They want to stay there. Keep this time going in their favor. Try to get the boys of Thieves out. Great work out of accuracy there. Gets a few kills, stops the clock. 15 to go, Chance. We're looking anew.
Hey, good wins from accuracy. You'd love to see him get off to a hot start, but at the same time, for a P1 hill, that is not a bad amount of time that LA Thieves are able to get, and they go and hunt accuracy down off the back truck. So that is a lot of time spent roaming, not a lot of time getting those kills on rotation. LA Thieves in prime position on P2.
No one in there just yet. Octane cuts out 1 on the back line. Preds now next up, trying to stay down and stay alive, but I don't think he's going to be alive for much longer.
Envoy in the hill takes care of business. Now you've got an open field to play with. If you are Seattle Surge, can you get the time though?
I mean, hey, that's his first kill. It is a big one, but yeah, the time collection going to be a bit of an issue. You got Octane on the back truck, and right now, Pred just completely surrounded and not a single trophy to be found. So you look at the kills column right now, players like Accuracy are frying. That is another 3-3 for him, but for Seattle, struggling to collect the time, finally able to stabilize and start to run the score up.
This is playing the objective now. Seattle desperately trying to keep the balance. Into the hard point we now go. Pred, the young Australian. Last year's Rookie of the Year. This year, it's been up and down indeed. Final 10's going to come to a close. We go to New.
And that's such a big win right there from Sib on the rotation. You got Envoy trying to spot him out, but as for the intel, that is not an easy gunfight to win. Sib drops them both, and Sib guarantees you the rotation.
Power position here. He's got a lot of angles to cover. That long line of sight with this AR, prime spot to be in. Here comes Octane upstairs. Will he spot him out? Tags are in. Octane's made an open field. The pinch is on. Accuracy keeps the back line safe. Now to the front. Here come the Thieves. Nades are there. Mack doing what he can from down low, but this is a solid chunk of time, and here comes the lead change.
Hey, you are holding it off right now, just making sure you collect. So great job by Seattle, and a nice chow from Mack as well. That means the comms are flowing in on point from Surge, and this has been the best hill for these guys by a mile. Gotta watch the ladder. Kenny's taking the route, and Kenny at least gets traded out. Surge, nice and stable on top AC.
20 seconds to go. Good stuff here from Seattle Surge, the lead in their hands. Now we go to the embassy, this big building in Drazah, clearing the halls, making sure it's all safe and sound. Oh, Pred takes care of business. Kenny upstairs though, still keeping his power position alive and kicking for the LA Thieves.
These are good wins as well. LA Thieves trying to keep things a little bit stable, but right now it's only going to be Octane sort of on the back line. Kenny goes to help, but Seattle, they've actually just been able to swarm the hill. Weird timing up top. Kenny might get the win. Now you got to check every single corner in time.
Back door, trying to reach it. One from Drazah. Kenny on the other side. Toe-to-toe with Simp. Softens him up. No kill just yet, though. Drazah does get the time. Thieves are in the hard point for now. Here comes a bit of a contest and a team kill.
Oh, that team kill is going to go such a long way as well. The players were playing in the sterile, but they get dropped, and that is a nice break from LA. Very patient as well, leaving the players up top, but stabilizing the hill, trying to get back in this game. It is neck and neck so far.
Great hold so far from the LA Thieves. Looking to change the lead. Slowly but surely, crawling their way back into this one. Envoy up front here in the alleyway. Dead silence pot, looking to Pred, can't catch him out from the bathroom. Now over towards the next hard point we go. Back and forth chance, quite a slow and steady game from both teams.
And this is Octane's second kill on the rotation as well. He's gonna be looking for more, but he is just trying to soften up the push. And look at that, I mean, he has his entire team rotating through this back alley to come and help him out. This is a moment for LA Thieves. If you can break through on this hill, it's a 20-point game for the moment. They can set themselves apart.
From the bushes now into the fight. Octane can't get any more out of it. Does manage to get the one kill in the back. Here comes Kenny. Whoa, Accuracy finds another one. Lamar frying today. He had a tough day yesterday. Today's looking good.
Yeah, former teammates right there too. Accuracy and Kenny, no strangers of each other when it comes to champs time, but this has been a perfect hold so far from Seattle. Everything is covered. Accuracy is locking it down.
17 and 11. From the elder statesman here in the Call of Duty League. The first player to sign a contract, and he's keeping his boys alive and kicking here in Embassy. Still holding the back line down. Thieves finally punched through, but Seattle Surge, that lead is growing.
I mean, LA Thieves, they just straight up cannot touch this hill for a contest. They haven't even thought about it. It has been an impenetrable setup, and now Sid, the last man standing, 1 HP, all he needs. That was a perfect 60. That is Seattle taking the league, and again, right now, it is Accuracy, the man that is frying.
Surge holding it down. Kitchen complete. Now we go back to the middle of the map. We do the hard points one more time. The Thunder from down under now, 11 and 8. Starting to get things going. The Seattle Surge chance, all they need to do is believe.
I mean, that's a good win, though, by Envoy, though. You don't want Pred to get a little bit too mixy in and around bottom bathrooms. And, well, now the gunfight up top. Everyone on Seattle starting to fall, and Mack is falling in line as well. Clean four-man wipe right there from LA. And, I mean, funnily enough for LA, P1 has been their best hill.
Great time already. 30 seconds remaining on this one. We do it all over again, friends. So where Sib is now, that low right-hand side of the minimap, Drazah playing for him with his life. Protracted gunfight here. No one's winning it just yet. Octane in mid-map finding the kills, but still not a huge amount of time. Thieves, this is map control going their way. All those arrows towards New.
Yeah, this is about that spawn recognition as well. This is where Thieves are so on point, ready for the pressure to be coming in through the PD side of the map, and it'll be Mack in the back line, a couple players in the hallways, and Octane doesn't know what direction to look. It is everywhere Seattle are swarming from. Seattle are so clean on the roto. P2 is going to be theirs.
Oh, Kenny, no more out of that live. Over to Envoy. Accuracy again. Accuracy again. Octane trying to hold him back, but something is different about him today. 19 and 14, a 2-spree, and he's soaking the time.
I mean, look, it was the ARs for Seattle yesterday that were struggling. It is the ARs that have risen to the occasion so far on this map. A 50-point lead and then some. Seattle still in position, not just to collect ult, but they might be able to rotate as well. Simp's going to be thinking about the rotation while they are still getting so much time on P2.
Pred tags in all over the place. Final 20 seconds here on P2, and Pred flying forward. Can he get any more out of this one? Drazah tagged up. That's good coverage. New hard point though. Chance in the hands of Seattle Surge. Let's go for a listen in.
Getting on time. I'm getting time.
Yes, okay. I have a gas, man.
I have stair block.
P1 anyone? I'm closing the doors.
I'm holding ladder, bro.
Watch. Okay.
I'm holding ladder only. You have my orange?
Yes. I'm playing for the right. Come on, I got one more in my gas stairs. Gas stairs, Envoy. Okay, pretty good.
I have ladder.
I put him orange too. He's still gas, Gas, one shot.
Orange dead.
Nice. Bro, I'm one shot. Gas dead.
Orange again.
Orange last.
Let's go orange Drazah. Let's go orange Drazah. Aim.
I'm playing my spawners. He's just in the stairs.
Stair block.
There's plenty from PD.
Have a ladder.
He's orange, one shot. Nice.
Nice. One stop office, guys. Hey, Jim, I'm not peeking.
Carry your ladder.
One's flanking gas.
Yeah, I'm playing for
I
this
have
gas
gas down there.
Yeah, they're gonna be gas.
I have gas down there. Still have.
I have your ladder.
Bottom orange, dead. Nice. One more P1. Dead. Nice.
Let's go gas.
You have the class, CG? I'm pushing at your hold.
I made a time. I got time.
In new. Backdoor new. He's wrapping blocks.
Dead.
Nice. I spawn on.
Spawning hallways, guys.
Yes. I have
Play time.
Yeah, I'm getting in the cubby.
Someone get top.
I will.
Knockdown. Still in P2. They're going to the back.
Hold on.
They're going to the back.
Do you guys mind?
I'm on the H1.
Nice, guys.
Back, Kenny. Left side, back.
I'm P1 right now.
One shot. Absolute backdoor, Mack.
Left side,
Fighting it backdoor.
Let's go.
Someone look center.
Look back, guys.
I think H2, Mack.
Two center.
Hold my back.
Let's get all.
It is so easy to play when you have comms as clean and calm as that. Seattle Surge, they can think when they play everything is going right. They are dominating LA.
Insane level of composure. 30 seconds remaining. You could see the win here. Thieves got to get in. Accuracy holding the back line down. The kill still going their way. It's a break. The Los Angeles Thieves have the hard point. They're staying alive for now.
I mean, look, it's a 115-point game right now. LA Thieves have to go such a long way. And Mack, honestly, you got options. You could play for the extra kills. You can fight for the scrap and be annoying. And if you're fine like that, you might not get stopped.
Mack is smacking him. Over to the kitchen we go, and it's going to be 10 seconds for the win now. Seattle Surge somehow have turned it all around. Sib brought down in the kitchen. Mack on a spree still, going forward. Thieves with control. This hold has to be immaculate.
I mean, look, if Seattle could hold it for a full 60, maybe you're going to have LA say we can do it too. But honestly, it is 6 seconds away, and Seattle are taking map number 1, getting everybody in position. Pred's hitting you from up top.
Looking for the breach and clear. All angles covered. In comes Pred. Can he find one? No. Octane gets his first. Accuracy trying to get the trade. Here he comes. There it is. Accuracy's in. The break is on. Drazah finds 2. Envoy keeps it alive. Over to Pred. Right back off spawn. In he goes. But no one in position to get the time yet. Seattle are playing this as safe as they can.
I think maybe Pred could have gone for the time, but he's trusting his teammates to get the kills. And there's Mack on the objective, locking it down. And Seattle Surge in dominant fashion take map number 1.
Well. That has certainly changed the state of affairs here in this lower bracket matchup. Seattle Surge coming out hot in map 1. aBeZy, they claim it. They put their stamp on it in D-Chance, and with that level of composure, the pressure has never been higher for this roster this year.
That is a wonderful sign of things to come.
That listening was genuinely impressive. I mean, there was not a single moment where everybody didn't know what was going on, no franticness in the comms. You had one good scream of dead when Sid popped the two-piece, but outside of that, the directions were on point, very clear and concise, and that is just Seattle in the flow state, as clean as it gets. That is accuracy, the main slayer in the lobby, and to see stats like that from accuracy and Sib after the performance they had yesterday, that is a wonderful sign for the Surge.
Those boys definitely had a good night of sleep last night, that's for sure. But that listening, I want to keep going back to it, man. I mean, what do we hear them saying? We're hearing them calling out where they were, what they needed to be covering. If somebody had a missing position on the map, those angles were filled in. Seattle Surge with Swiss precision, outstanding start to the series here with that aBeZy. A look at the highlights, the LA Thieves chance one step behind every single hard point.
Well, I mean, actually, at the start of the game, LA Thieves were in a decent spot. Like, keeping away from time, they were being outslayed. They had a decent little lead, and as soon as you in Seattle take over that rotation top AC, and that's where Sib initially started popping up, they just never looked back. In complete control of the game from start to finish, every single player was providing it. Even Mack, you see in the moment, 14 and 20, maybe a little bit less than. He was picking it up towards the end as well. That is a perfectly played aBeZy. And again, I know the hard points, very weird in this series. That was the first time we've seen LA Thieves play this on LAN since Major 2.
A long time ago in a tournament far, far away, the LA Thieves sorely need the bounce back in the upcoming Search and Destroy. Max, though, great series start out of him again with Sib. We saw them yesterday against the Atlanta FaZe. Was not a pretty sight whatsoever. However, those frowns slowly getting turned upside down. The Seattle Surge, lovely attendance here in Las Vegas. We'll see how they fare in the Search and Destroy. Passion certainly flowing.
And this is a super interesting dynamic as well, because I know certainly my expectations coming into the series, I have to imagine LA Thieves have the edge. Literal world champions on that side of the stage, but these are the only two teams that have stuck together through thick and thin from last year all the way to the end of this one. And Seattle right now rising to the occasion. The KDs look fantastic. The turnaround was there. I mean, that's just an incredibly played map number one. Have to imagine going to carry that through.
Sib's family in attendance here, cheering them on. Nerves certainly there. And when you think about these two roster chances, you're right, neither of them made a change. They believed in these squads from start to finish. Scary prospect again for the coaching staff, because if the LA Thieves don't win this entire tournament, Shane remains a dog.
Okay, so that is definitely the worst case scenario. You don't want that for Shane in the slightest, but also for either of these teams, whoever loses, we know how often roster changes occur. The ripple effects that could come through, absurd.
We'll get to that. But the Monster Energy pregame so far for Seattle Surge, ARs have got to have more impact today.
Cover that one.
Check. Win the square up on LSCLO control. We'll deal with that for map number 3, but the record's there, chance. Solid for Seattle, solid for LA Thieves. Both teams won it yesterday. Going to be a very, very important map coming up. That's map number 3. First, though, Search and Destroy.
And, of course, we have to cover LA Thieves as well. Obviously, it's going to be a bounce back after map number 1 that they're going to be looking for. aBeZy, not their preferred map, but their Monster Energy pregame that they're looking to do. Close out your situations. When they were playing on aBeZy yesterday, they were time and time again against Toronto in good spots, unable to clutch. Some tough 1v1s going through with the Kenny versus Insight. Struggled just a little bit, but some beautiful news for LA. Envoy looked to be completely informed, making plays the entire time, the ultimate route man in the league. And if he was frying like yesterday, he can bring that into today. Going to be in a good spot, but obviously it's a bounce back that's necessary.
And the man on the screen there, Dylan Hannon, with family in attendance as well. Can he have the same impact he had yesterday? We'll find out. Now it's time to get into that Search and Destroy. The fist bumps are done. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to play. We go to LSCLO.
And we talked about some of the weirdness, I'd say, on the side of LA for map number 1. LSCLO S&D has been a very interesting map for these guys all year long. Statistically, if you ignore their map count on it for offensive defensive rates for First Bloods, LA have been on point. Everything has been clean, but the record isn't that great at 9-11 because of round 11s. It was almost like portion of the year that these guys were cursed on the map. Lately, though, 5-1 in their last 6. They have loved them some LSCLO. Just got to make sure you shake off those curses.
Here we go. First to 6 here in Search and Destroy. Attacking first, the LA Thieves. 1 bomb, 2 bomb sites. Good luck.
Kenny as well, YYing himself to victory. Always going to be slow in these initial rounds. No trophies, no dead silence, but funnily enough, Fred crept up the map, and just like that, gets your first blood.
Right back at it though, Kenny. levels it up. 3v3 here in the round, just over a minute to play. We're going to rattle a couple of shots across the map here, waiting to see where that bomb's going. A seems to be the target. Mack, he's the watchman for now.
And you can see Mack is still sitting on a frag grenade as well. So they have the intel. No one's actually made it into the A site. But once they know the pressure's coming through, they have the utility, but they don't have a kill. Envoy finds the next one. Man advantage Thieves.
Still keeps it going. Man advantage Thieves now. Kenny now laying prone. Big tags out at Sib, not enough to get the kill. Last man alive, accuracy. He was a demon in the first map, but the Thieves, slow and steady, one kill at a time, take the round.
And I was expecting the setup to be the tack usage, right? We saw accuracy sitting on the nades towards the end. Mack had a frag grenade as well. Didn't use it, ended up getting picked apart, and LA Thieves happy for it. That is a very clean round number one.
Not often do you see pro players die with anything in their pockets. Typically the tacticals, the stun grenades, whereas a Semtex or a frag grenade, they get thrown early on, but saved. Not enough though. Kenny, 3 on the round. Great stuff from him.
Honestly, very simple. I mean, even for Pred to get the first blood, you're thinking that's great for Seattle. Gets traded out within 2 seconds. So Thieves, the teamwork always on point. And Kenny, obviously, very nice start at 3-0.
Round 2, Seattle Surge, their turn to now attack the bomb site. So there we go. Lethal usage.
Great when you
1-2 throw. It was Sib and Pred there. The assist lands. That's the kill. Great way to start the round.
Yeah, you have Kenny and Octane, though, very quick on the rotation all the way back to B. And, I mean, they're in prime position. You get 2 players up top. They're getting the stuns out as well. So they're ready for the push. And Sib gets caught just like that 3v3. That B site is going to be shut down. And A, Envoy has on lock.
That is brilliant from Envoy there. 2 so far. Kenny spree still going. Seattle Surge, all down to accuracy and Pred. Pred has dead silence, so he's moving around the inside of the map now, silently on the hunt. Can he find himself a Kenny? Checks the wrong corner, might be able to find something in a moment, but for now, an awkward turn of events. 40 seconds to go. They don't have the bomb either. Oh, wow. I think Octane got both there at the end.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about the communication being on point. Kenny saw Pred down low, told Octane exactly where to look. So that's 2 rounds in a row where Pred just made quick work of, and that's not wall hacks. That is good teamwork.
That's fantastic teamwork. He's not cheating. Shut up. It's a world champion, boys and girls. All right, shh, everyone, round 3. Shh,
level below pro. In my
He's a level below pro. Round 3. You're great, Vegas. Here we go. LA Thieves attacking again. Sprees across the board. 2 for Envoy, 3 for Kenny, 3 for Octane. Can they get to 6? That's where the cruise missile comes into play.
Keep in mind, it's also been 2 for 2 on first bloods for Seattle, completely unable to convert. So you have to imagine if these were able to get it, they're going to be in a fantastic spot. Envoy might get back down for a moment, but everything is under control. You know, there's pressure on the A bomb site. How are Thieves going to approach?
Whoa. Crossfire there. Kenny Pred trades it down. Whoa, it's a flurry of activity. Mack gets involved. 3v2. LA Thieves down a man.
And this is the first time you've had like a distinct advantage, and Drazah gets caught as well. That's the big kill, should be the difference maker. And if you're Octane, you full send, he absolutely does. Seattle finally stabilized. They have been perfect on the first blood front. This time though, the teammates are there, ready for the trades.
The trades. So important there for Seattle Surge. Your teammate gets killed, you kill the player that kills him, and so on and so forth. The domino effect, Seattle Surge come out on top, they get the round.
And now, in all honesty, you have Thieves that are going to need to get a different look. If you're getting picked apart in the first blood category, a little bit of luck on your side to get those first 2 rounds. Don't want things to spiral out of control, because Surge certainly still on point.
Good news for Seattle Surge, you ended all the sprees on the other side of the Thieves, so the dream of the cruise missile is now a distant one. Let's find out what happens now, though. Surge on attack again. Mack manages to dodge all of the utility thrown his way. Frag out. Not going to find anything. Will he check this bomb site? Envoy's down low as well.
No waste of time either. Mack straight in. Looks like he's going for the plant. So, yep, Seattle read the situation perfectly. Trying to back Drazah down. Pred get it down for him, and he gets another first blood.
That's a big one. Over to Dylan Hannon now trying to get the trade. Pred there in the stairwell. Here comes Envoy. Wins the fight. 3v3. With the bomb planted now, you're looking to try to get the defuse. Envoy once again gets himself number 2. Can he find number 3 as he is on a tear across El Asilo?
Yeah, he is moving too. Has the dead silence reset, has his teammates for the pinch. So you just want the trade. Oh. Can you get it? Yes, Octane now for the 2v1. And Mack, well, he evens up. 17 seconds left. Mack can get this win.
1v1, 15 seconds. It takes 7.5 to defuse the bomb. Mack gets it done. Defends the bomb site. The fake out on the kill cam, you name it. We saw it all.
Great round out of Surge.
And Mack, for the past 2 years, has been one of the best bomb planters in the league. He gets it down instantly in that round, gets it down for free, and he's left alive to make the big play and clutch the 1v2 after the fact. The Surge are just playing the situations as they are dealt to them. That bomb is open. They are not going to waste any time, and in spite of the Fnatic plays from Envoy, absolutely nothing. Nice little tie.
4 spree for Mack. 2 great rounds in a row. We're all tied up at 2, first to 6. The momentum shift is a brutal one. Mack now making his way across the map, runs into trouble. Kenny and Envoy bring him down, first blood.
Might be a little bit of a overheat there. Mack feeling himself and tries to hit the full send. Unfortunate for the double chow, but now Pred has cleared out so much of the map, is completely behind enemy lines, and now an interesting situation at this point. You have to know LA Thieves, they're just all over the bottom side of the map.
They could be anywhere though. They close the doors, they leave you guessing, and now Pred, dead silence finished, has to move quietly. Here's trouble. Suppressing fire from Kenny is going to make him rethink the play. Still down a man. This round's far from over.
And for a 3v4, I was going to say, you actually have Seattle in prime position. Good news though for LA, Envoy gets the trade. You maintain the man advantage. 35 seconds on the clock, though, starting to run out of time.
3v3, Seattle, with accuracy and Pred, have pumped the brakes, waiting for the Thieves to commit to the bomb site. Lots of noise as they wait for anything. Pred finds himself a corner, accuracy by Kegs. Here we go, bomb down. Here's the breach and clear. Check the door. They've got pockets, though, still to throw at them. Oh, my word. It's a team kill from Octane. It's still a 2v1, 35 seconds to go.
Plenty of time. Just have to find that one free kill and try to get out of dodge.
Here we go. There's the nade. Beautiful
So
shots. Close. Expecting the reach out there. Massive damage. In comes Octane for the kill. And that's the round. Crisis averted, LA Thieves.
And I tell you, that is the difference that a bullet makes. If Pred gets that kill on Drazah up top, that is a clutchable situation. But Octane delivers. Might have gotten a team kill, but clutches up towards the end, and he is 5-2, so his gunning has been hot so far on Elasilo. LA Thieves stop the bleeding, because again, first blood front, Seattle still have been picking them apart.
Very tough indeed. Sib's bounce back was fantastic in that round. Again, you see how lethal the teamwork is from both of these squads. You're fighting 2 players at any given time. Drazah still on the donut, no kills on the round yet. Let's see if he can find something here on the push towards A. Trophy's going to slow that one down. Here's Mack as he's moving well. Envoy on the flank. Envoy gets 2! Damage dealt in a Sib. That is surely the dagger on the round. LA Thieves, there's no way they lose this one.
Oh, they are hunting him down, and look at that play call. Absolutely run it then. Drazah and Envoy hunting him down. No time wasted. And that is a confidence play in that moment. Drazah dragging so much attention, so much focus on him, and a free 2-piece from Envoy. Exactly how you write it down.
That's a huge win from Envoy as well. Not only does he do all of that without using dead silence, it's under the noise of his teammates' explosives being thrown at the Surge players. Great stuff, LA Thieves. They take a solid lead here in the Surge.
And that's, again, world champ play call, right? You're 0-4 on the donut cam, and you're making a play call like that. Drazah not scared of many things at all, and now it might be a B hit as well off the rim. Seattle very quick to reposition. Question is, can Simp stay alive? There's no trophy over there. He's getting back down, and there you go. Drazah gets the first blood.
Damage in. Envoy staying alive. Here comes Pred. Checks it. Great trades once again. LA Thieves with the teamwork. 2v3. Slight advantage towards the Thieves.
You are forced to go towards B just because the bomb is down. Accuracy gets spotted on the flank, and, well, it's going to be him and Mack trying to work together. Mack may be getting sent in to try to find the kill, but right now you have LA Thieves all guns up, ready for the fight. Get the clearance, the bomb is going to go down.
The bomb will be planted at B for the first time on the map so far. A very different bomb site.
That's a nice spot.
They've got to cross over that open field. Octane has the corner covered perfectly.
What a nice spot.
There's no way they get past him. There you go. That's another round. Accuracy now on the 1v3. It is nigh on impossible. Thieves, map point.
I mean, they were struggling on the first blood front early on in this game. They've made the adjustments and now looking dominant on a map they love to play. Going deep into the playbook as well for Champs again. Great angles, no mistakes right now being made. The play calls for LA, they have been on point.
One more round's all they need. Easier said than done though, at this level of play. Tension starting to set in. You did a great job, Surge, in that hard point.
Can they find the bounce back? They need to pull off 4 straight rounds to win the map.
If you're Seattle, you have to be concerned about so many things. The round before, they just straight up ran at you, so maybe forced to be a little bit passive, trying to play out the round, but Octane is flying at you. LA again, no fear in their heart.
It's confidence in the sails. What a shot at range. Sam LaRue finds the first blood.
And you have Drazah pushed up in position. LA are just trying to shove it down your throat, and they might be able to get it as well. Pred in a corner, and he gets hunted down. 3 versus 1, all up to Mack.
Good luck. The Thieves bounce back with a vengeance there on LSCLO. Still though, no real celebration chance. This series is far from over.
And that really felt like a statement map as well. Struggled to get the guns warm on aBeZy, but then just ran it down on LSCLO. I mean, that is a confidence map right there for map number 2. But that being said, for the tied-up series, we saw sort of those keys earlier on of like what the expectation is going to be. Control likely to be the difference maker in this series.
Yeah, map 3 on its way, but for now, great looks there out of the LA Thieves in Search and Destroy. We will play Search and Destroy again in game number 5, but we have to go that far. But looking across at the stats, Octane, great work from him. Envoy as well. The flanks, the damage dealt in the moments you needed him the most. That's what was there in the Monster pregame, and he delivered.
I mean, really everybody, even like Drazah starts out 0-4, instant bounce back once he starts making those play calls. The first blood front, Fred did a fantastic job early on. Couldn't convert it into anything. I mean, the game quite literally did open up with a couple different 3v4s for the LA Thieves. So on cruise control on LSCLO, it is their happy place.
He won the first 2, that was it. Well, LSCLO done. That is map number 2 here in our series complete. Potentially 3 more maps to go for these teams here in the entire 2023 season. LSCLO, Control coming up next. This is going to be a very important one. The absolute linchpin of the series. We'll find out what happens. But until then, quick commercial break on the other side of this. LSCLO, Control. Don't go too far, ladies and gentlemen. This is the CDL.
On the main stage, it's 1-1, and it's time to take care of y'all because you came out, you showed up to champs. So I'm gonna make sure y'all have one of the best experience out there. It is time for a giveaway, and once again, it's our Monster Energy Lucky Row, okay? So one lucky row in this venue is gonna walk away with this swag bag right here, okay? And we got some nice gifts in here. Who wants to be the lucky row? Wow! That's what I'm talking about. Oh man, I like the energy over here. But I'm gonna take care of y'all. I'm looking at you guys up here at the top. I gotta walk back here. Oh, that's a nice one right there. I gotta come back here. I'm gonna show y'all some love as well. The Monster Energy Lucky Row. Let's see. Oh, can I go up there? Let's go up here. Who wants it? Who wants it? Who wants it? You know what? I like this row right here. This is my lucky row. I got y'all. Let's pass these bags down all the way to the end right here. Give it up for one more time, everybody. I got a bunch of stuff in the back, all right? Everybody's gonna be winners if I can make it happen. Keep passing them down. Keep passing them down. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL, and the GMC Hummer EV pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the SCUP, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Tied up 1-1 here in our first elimination bracket matchup live from Las Vegas at the Thomas & Mack Center, and things are getting hot in here. I'm not even kidding. It's getting smoking. LA Thieves taking on Seattle Surge. We're all tied up. We go into control, even Steven's chance, and this is an incredibly important map in the series.
I mean, again, the ripple effects that this series has will literally like impact the CDL for years to come, because roster mania, always crazy. A top 8 placing, you have to imagine, is gonna have dire consequences. And tied up for the moment, the expectation is control is going to be the difference maker in this series. These guys are gonna be fiending for this win.
We touched upon it a little bit at the start of the matchup, but potentially this series, you know, this team is going to be dead last. Who loses this one could change everything for roster mania. Who knows going into next year. Before we get to that, though, let's take a look at the match metrics. Overall, this season in control chance, both teams perfectly solid.
Well, absolutely an edge, though, for LA Thieves, right? Better on defense, better on offense, better KD, and a much better record. That being said, as far as El Asilo goes, it is a map that Seattle Surge are very happy to see in this series, but it is going to be a slugfest, and I think we might have answered our question in map number 1. If accuracy, and Sib are not shooting, they're going to get floored. This is a map where you need your ARs to perform. They were absolutely there on Embassy. They have to be ready on Asilo as well. You know, a guy like Octane is going to have a field day.
Control a very different game mode, but we stay on El Asilo. So don't forget those assault rifle players, long lines of sight. We need to see them find the kills at range. Allow the submachine guns to get in close and do the dirty work. Here we go. In map number 3, El Asilo Control. This one is to take the lead.
And again, fantastic record for both of these teams, even a slight edge to Seattle. They need it here, they need it now. It is weeks of preparation for this very moment. You have to be able to perform at the biggest stage in the biggest moment. Right now for these two teams, this is it.
LA Thieves will be attacking first. They will be capturing these zones or trying to work through the 30 lives of Surge on defense. Here we go, Kenny flying forward. Mack with a bit of covering fire, dealt with. There's the trade.
And really, the question is where does LA Thieves want to approach? They have 2 players still effectively turtle up in spawn, and Kenny trying to hunt these players down, but that's only for the trade. He's in position, but pick up an AR, might not need it, does get dropped. And LA Thieves almost still hunting for Ghost. Very little pressure right now towards this B zone, and accuracy wipes you away.
Yeah, Octane is trying to
help out there as Drazah moving towards the power position, that big hill towards the top left-hand side of the mini-map. Over by A, though, Octane and Envoy doing a great job capturing A. They've got the first segment complete. The second one's on its way out. Here comes Simp. He's being suppressed, held down, taken care of. That's going to be a 3-man stack potentially by A, and that point is gone.
Yeah, ready for the flank as well. Accuracy shoots his gun just a little bit, and everybody turns around. So A zone under control completely, and Kenny, very nice start, by the way. 5 kills to his name. We'd love to see it for an SMG.
Yeah, great stuff. Well, the A zone's captured, 1 minute on the game clock added, 1:45 to go. Envoy now moving and grooving, finding the kills. Kenny and Drazah in the feed. That's on the B. We now go. 2-man stack. Accuracy's been dealt with. Massive advantage for the Thieves.
Yeah, team shots on point. Everybody right now coming off spawn. Pred going to be forced to try to make the big play. Able to get the first. Hasn't gotten traded out, but there it comes through. And just like that, LA Thieves, that is a cakewalk of a round number 1.
Wow. What a strong opening. Surge stunned on defense, and it's all smiles for the Thieves. They take the first.
I mean, they barely shot back. That was as easy as it gets. I mean, for how the game started, like, you think Seattle maybe a little bit of fight, but had nothing to offer them. One of the faster rounds I think we've seen on offense on this map all year long. That's as clean as it gets.
Nearly full sort of pacifist mode there from the Thieves. They captured both zones so quickly. I think 17 lives remaining for Surge. We have a tiebreaker scenario when it comes to that final round, but we might not have to worry about that the way things are going. Seattle Surge, now, they will be attacking. Let's see if they can't get on the board.
Hey, you're at Envoy with his feet up, man. Went 0-1 and won the round without breaking a sweat at all. So Seattle, you have your work cut out for you. That is a struggle bus of a round number 1, and now you're sending Mack in for the kill for the next one. Gets one on Envoy. You got a little bit of pressure on Matt. Certainly, you're leaning towards that.
Oh, good teamwork already out of Surge. Great comms. Kenny, though, poops the party. There we have it. Kills keep going. Surge now get themselves on A. We stop the clock while they're capturing. Here's the contest. Envoy manages to save the point. Pred, though, still on a bit of a run. This could cause problems for the Thieves.
Yeah, playing for the kills, and right now trying to collect, waiting for his teammates to get near the zone, and so far everybody in prime position. But on the actual point, I was going to say the flanks are still available for LA, so lanes are being left open, and Envoy is doing drive-bys to kill you.
Gets them both. Kenny now with the cleanups. Time ticking away. 45 seconds, and the LA Thieves go up 2-0.
And you saw Pred, like, I mean, he's been pushed up deep in position, but he's playing for sort of these, like, cleanup kills. And right now, Seattle are just leaving lanes open. Now they're starting to collect, and the play is over towards B. They have an opportunity maybe to get 3 bodies on point, but for the moment, it is accuracy by himself on the objective, and it does not last for long.
Kenny assassinates him at great range there. The clock is now ticking again. 30 seconds remaining. Onto the point, Mack goes. Will they stack this one? Kenny is still behind enemy lines, still causing problems. He's spotted accuracy. Can't get any more kills. 3-man stack on B. This could be a good look for Surge. Got to survive one more string of kills, and the zone's there.
Yeah, Matt's living large on the hill. Goes on a 3 spree while working the objective as well. The B zone captures go through, and finally, some life out of Seattle. Got a 4 spree right now for Pred as well. The capture A, it is so much more difficult to defend this one.
All right, it's a bit of a mosh pit. Envoy and Drazah finding kills. Mack on a 5, gets one more kill, gets a cruise missile. Just over a minute to play. And he's going to be dancing around what we call the gym down here. 20 lives for Surge on attack.
And right now, as long as these guys are at least having one player on the objective and stopping the clock, they're in a great position because LA are starting to run out of lives. So 2 ways that Seattle could win this round.
1 minute over, the clock to go. Drazah holding it down. Kenny on the other side of the map finds his kills as well. Look at the mini-map. The halfway mark crossed over. Thieves in full control. Pred, though, from this position, could cause some damage.
And you have every single player on LA now starting to go on a spree. That's a 5 for Envoy. They were down 19-13 in the life count. Now you're tied up on that front. There's 2 men down. This is the opportunity for Surge to start making moves.
Still got time. They've got to get Drazah out of this spawn. They do. Now, the field is wide open. You might be able to make the run forward if you're Surge. 1 kill at a time. They've got to get things going. Envoy over towards the point. Takes care of Sib. Good hold now as again, the clock still ticks. 30 to go.
And Surge are just struggling to get pressure on this objective. They had a lot of time to work with, but now you can see the pressure's on. Only 25 to go. And I mean, players all over surrounding the A zone. For Surge, still not stopping the clock. Finally, they get a player on it, but they're not getting the kills.
20 seconds, paused. Can accuracy save it? He does. The back line safe towards the front. Drazah on the contest. Pred and accuracy kills. Pred again. The thunder from down under strikes from above.
10 lives left for Surge. They have to hold on. Halfway through the point. Second segment done. Kenny got to go big. That should be the round. It is. It is not over. Until it is over, Surge equalize.
And this has just been a weirdly paced Asilo, but Surge clutch up in the end. I mean, you had everybody just surrounding the zone, and there's a look at the 2 kills that got the job done. Pred, the beamer on point to win that gunfight up top tower. Efficient work towards the end. It took a couple tries. Surge got it done.
It's the good thing about control. You know, if you can be economical with the lives, you can throw bodies at the point. You can stay alive for a long time. That was a dicey one, though. If your life count gets expended, you lose the round as well. So, Surge now turn to defend again. LA Thieves so strong the first time round chance. Surely Lightning doesn't strike twice.
Yeah, you also had Envoy round 1, didn't get a single kill. They won it with ease. The next round, he gets 10, and he couldn't get it done. But hey, that's a nice start. Those are clean shots, and that is 2 kills already in the feed. And similar to round 1, LA Thieves are trying to work the B zone first. Not easy to do, but they have all the pressure trying to do the hard zone first.
Great work there from Drazah. The nade from downtown indirectly helps out. A starting, or B getting captured. A wide open. You've got options, though, if you are the LA Thieves.
Big wins.
Spinning plates right now. Envoy gets himself number 2. Kenny backs up onto the point again. The more players on point, the faster it captures. Thieves looking happy, and Drazah now atop the mountain. Kills all going his way. That should be B done.
I mean, this B's just so easy. I mean, they're leaving one guy on the point just so they can try to look for extra kills and get in position. Envoy, by the way, is frying. Until Drazah falls, you're going to be stuck in this spawn trap. This is horrific news right now for Seattle.
Yeah, Drazah keeping this flow of reinforcements at bay. Mack finds 2, though. That's good news. And they've managed to run past it. Drazah, though, still here in the deep recess of the map.
Well, funnily enough, he actually didn't spawn those players out. They spawned behind him cliff, so accuracy is being left by Seattle just to deal with Drazah, who's honestly just worried about the flank. But everybody else on Surge was able to move up the map, and Drazah, unfortunate for him, life ended up being useless to make any progress over towards A. So far, the defense for Surge holding strong, at least on the other zone.
Eyes on that mini-map. You're seeing Surge push these players out as far as they can. Mack from inside the office. Can't quite get everything done. Drazah stays alive. Pred now looking to find the trade. No one's going to be there. Big work out of Drazah. Still making his way on towards A. Looks to get Mack again in the same life. Life count, no chance, not so bad. 17 for Surge on defense.
And you know, long term, you got to get this player out of the tower as well. Kenny going to be doing a dance for his life, but he doesn't have too much help. You get the tower guy, but Sid, last man standing. You got to get this trade, and then you can get this A zone.
Still slow capture now. Here comes Drazah to back up. 2 players for the Thieves on A. Things are starting to get dicey. Damage dealt. Trades are done, no problem. Accuracy, the door slowly shut in his face. He has to push. Can't get it done. There's the stick. Accuracy somehow gets the kill. Trades are done, though. Second segment gone. You have to fly. Surge have got to get on this.
There's nothing you can do. LA again on offense. Impeccable work. The B zone, absolutely slight work. The opening break on point. Envoy gets to the zone, goes on a 5 spree, everything like clockwork. There was a moment where you get pushed back in your spawn. LA Thieves, nice swarm. You get the teamwork for the guy in the tower. I think they were team shotting almost every single kill that came through on that A zone. That is as clean as it gets on offense. Funnily enough, it has been an offensive shootout so far we have had on this map at Surge. They have had to work a lot harder to get that round win.
Map point, LA Thieves. They win this defending round. They're all good. We move on to the next one. However, Surge, can they find the special source on attack once again? Let's find out. Envoy still trying to defend the B zone. That seems to be where Surge are leading.
And it's also going to be Drazah working the flank. So Seattle playing this incredibly slow. They're getting these initial kills, but not easy to convert when the swarm is coming. And they might be reading the flank. I don't know if accuracy actually spots him. I think he did. So your intel right now is actually on point. Accuracy just in the perfect spot to make these reads, and Seattle Surge, now the pressure's on B.
Oh, they try to stabilize. Kenny, though, is still moving and grooving. Mack keeps them safe. Nice 2-piece. That's going to be a massive moment now for Seattle Surge to capture B. Second segment done. We saved that progress. Can they close it out?
I mean, this is just going to be clean. Both of these teams off the opening breaks, their strats have been on point to work this B zone. That is another instant success. And offense right now is just looking crazy.
That's B gone. That is over 2 minutes to play with an accuracy. Oh, can't stay alive. Good trades. Mack once again, a force spree. Keeping the boys alive. Over towards the A point. 2 players on it. They've got the reinforcements in lock. Simp, this might be the round. We could be going to the final.
I mean, this is just unreal. I mean, this is going to be another offensive round. And Mack, by the way, I mean, he's not going to find any extra kills towards the end, but he'll be thinking about a cruise. I mean, these rounds have been clinically absurd. I don't know who's drawing defense for this final round, but I'm like 4 stacking B at this point. Because both teams have just been walking through you.
It comes down to kills. Both teams have won their offensive rounds, so all segments captured. Quick maths. The team with the most kills will get defense.
And Sid right now is getting outslayed. Yeah, Sid has been getting outslayed like crazy, so I think Surge, there's going to be a guaranteed offense for the final round. 200 IQ.
Was this all part of the plan?
It was absolutely not part of the plan. But you'll take it.
That guy will take it. Big Surge fan right there. Let's go. Final round.
But you just need to see an adjustment on defense. Like, you have to be so much more concerned about this B zone. So Octane's just going to go and live on the top AC tower and try to just get the intel to stave off all this pressure. But him and Envoy, it's not easy work. Those are great shots coming through, and no surprise here, Surge are again working B.
Under the watchful eye of accuracy, the young guns flight forward. Kenny, though, finds at least one. Envoy right into the jaws of the fight. And Civ can't make it a 5th.
There you go.
Great work there from the LA Thieves. Defensively hold, eyes on A.
Yeah, much cleaner on defense this time. The opening break more on point. You get the extra kills to come your way, and now you can play it like the normal round of a CeeLo. So the first time in a long time, the team on defense might actually have the edge.
Less than a minute on the game clock. Trades are there. Seattle Surge being pushed deeper and deeper towards the right-hand side of the map. Pred fighting with everything he's got to try to get out of here. Dead silence. Here's the run forward. Thieves still trying to hold it together.
Yeah, he has found his home as well. Up the top tower, there's the first kill, and now his job is to get the intel and do all the damage he can. Leaving his boys on the point, but Mack is by himself, so he's gonna get traded. Seattle have struggled just a little bit getting the complete swarm on A.
Kenny, great work. On the point, Kenny finds 2. That's huge. Big trades though again. Now we go, the final few moments, 30 seconds remain. Civ with a submachine gun in hand, cutting his way through El Asilo. 25 to go.
And they're still leaning towards A. I mean, Octane has been a rock on that top AC unit, so you're working the A zone. Gotta make sure you get some trades, but it's Envoy that delivers. It is Mack again by himself on the hill. Doesn't have too much help and just gets gunned down. LA Thieves on point on defense.
Thieves might have enough pressure to keep him off the point. 15 seconds to go. Time's ticking. Can Pred get in there? Finds the first. Second, gets it. Enough space to get on it. It's over now to Simp. Octane heavily damaged. There's 10 seconds remaining on the round. You get the kill, you may as well have won it.
Oh, accuracy made it to the tower, so this is good news, but there's the bad. Drazah from the top rope there to shut you down. Surge have nowhere to go. They lose the gunfight towards B, and outside of desperation from Mack, they're gonna lose this game.
Mack's in. Kenny got a kill him. Gets it. Point 4. Still alive. It ain't over yet. Accuracy's there. Gunny up from Octane. Tags are in. The kill there. Envoy from up high. Has to find it though. Surge, stay alive. And that, the A zone captured. 1 minute to play.
Hit the reset, you gotta regain. Both of these teams need to stay calm. Either one of them could lose on lives as well. 50 seconds to go. You have the setup right now on defense from everyone on LA in prime position.
Breathe the fire out of your lungs and try to remember the defensive setup you've got. Thieves set up here for the good. 8 lives for Seattle Surge to throw at this last-ditch attempt on El Asilo. Accuracy with a big win. Drazah on the flank. Drazah on the flank. Drazah gets 2. Mack stays alive. Over to Envoy. The Surge are in.
It's Pred and Mack. It is Pred and Mack working together. Octane, it's only for the damage. Pred still alive, and you get the trade.
Seattle Surge are on the point. The capture now. Mack starting to light things up. It's a 5. All 3 are on the point. That should be it. Can Kenny get it going? Here comes the pressure. Last hit from the Thieves. They've got to go. They have to fly. Envoy gets 1. Mack holds him down. Surge, get it done. We knew El Asilo was going to be an important map in the series. We had no idea it was going to end like that.
Welcome to Call of Duty Champs. How do you do? Surge with all the momentum. Point 4 was all they needed to work the A zone in potential devastation on the other side of the stage.
The most important map in the series, Seattle Surge have now put themselves on match point. LA Thieves need to win 2 to stay alive in the tournament.
And let's be very clear about why Control is going to be the swing mode when these two teams are playing each other. The next map that we have, as Toronto fans rejoice in Canada for the cheers taking place, you just have that swing mode. It is such a massive advantage. We can dig into it later. Right now, we got some replays. They're going to be lit.
The final few moments here. 0.4 on the game clock. The buzzer beater there. Accuracy gets in. Envoy, unfortunately, unable to get this kill. Octane with 2 in the feed. The reinforcements as Mack, Mackenzie Melts, does it again. What a tough year he's had, Chance. He's turning it all around right here and now.
And honestly, I think even just looking at the objective kills, I know Envoy was lighting it up, but Mack started to deliver on the point. But after the heroics towards the A zone, it turned into gunny over towards B as well, because LA Thieves were getting the initial kills. You had Drazah on the flank, and even after he picks up 2, it is Pred and Mack that were left by themselves in an impossible situation, and then they just flipped the switch on the gunny. I mean, this is an absurd situation that they were in, but they're shooting like that. They absolutely got it done.
Unbelievable. And this moment from Octane. Here comes Mack again. That last play, just to help seal it. Somehow takes care of Drazah too. At top view, you can see it. 3 players on the point, all 4. Seattle knew what they were doing. That's the composure we heard in that listening. The comms are so fantastic. They've managed to pull it out there and somehow won that map.
I mean, that is an absolutely godlike performance on Control. That is a vibe killer, a momentum swinger, an electric for a reason. But we're going to take a look at the scoreboard, and it is the objective kills that I'm going to be focused on, because even in that final round alone, I think Mack was able to get you 5, maybe 6 while he was on the point. Mack had 21 kills on offense, 10 of which were on the objective. That is electric work out of the objective mastermind. And for all the criticism he has gotten, 28 kills as well. That is a ridiculous performance. Welcome to COD Champs.
How about that for a Mack moment? 28 and 21 overall. Now back towards the series we go to Mercado for hardpoint once again. Seattle Surge, match point.
And for the Embassy hardpoint for LA Thieves on land, they haven't played it since Major 2. For Mercado hardpoint for Seattle Surge, nearly their auto veto all year long. They've only played it 5 times, and they haven't played this map in 4 months. Online or on land, it has been such a long look. Funnily enough, though, one of the wins Seattle have on this map was against the LA Thieves.
Well, the plot thickens here in Las Vegas. Never tell them the odds. He's the Iceman on screen. He and the boys keep their composure. They somehow pull that one away. Now, Chance, we do go to a game 5. Fortress, search and destroy, the showdown.
Flip a coin.
Well, we're in the right city for that. A moment now to compose themselves once again. For the LA Thieves, listening to Coach Cap, world champion on that side of the stage. For Seattle Surge, just try to get the nerves back down, the adrenaline pumping. After that one, confidence though. This team has come so close to success throughout the year. 1 or 2 moments go against them, and you never know, they could be champions. Here in the MW2 season, is this the turnaround for them? Last chance for the LA Thieves.
And I mean, this is the type of series that just tests your resolve. We know LA Thieves incredibly capable of rising to the occasion, of bouncing back. You know how difficult they are to put down, but Seattle Surge, they have set themselves up. 1 map away, they continue their journey. LA Thieves, desperate. They need this Mercado.
Last chance for the Thieves. Strong record for them. For Seattle Surge, they don't get a lot of reps on this one in match play. Doesn't mean they're not well versed in it from practice. But none of that may matter, Chance. There's something about champs. There's something about the magic in the air here in Vegas. 1 more map for Seattle, and they move on to the tournament.
Oh, Seattle starting on the good side as well. Advantage on the rotation, but that's a long-term battle. In the short term, looking for maybe a little bit of that P1 time, and Mack is there to strike again. Gets the first 2 kills, is right now Surge trying to hunt these players down, but look at what's happened. Kenny's actually slipped the net, gotten through, and just like that, LA Thieves have at least flipped the spawn, so they didn't get any of the kills, but now in position long term, and they're even getting that P1 time.
So that bottom side of the minimap, that's what we're battling for now. Thieves back at it. Pred. Woof. What a win that was. 5 seconds go to the LA Thieves off the opening fight. There's 20 remaining on this hard point. It's going to move to the bottom side of the map towards the cantina. Kenneth Williams gets 2.
And this is what we saw on the Embassy, where off the break, Surge actually did a much better job in the slaying category, dropped the ball in the objective. You just had a nearly perfect opening break in terms of kills for Seattle. They've now lost the spawns. They do not have the lead in a very difficult situation. LA Thieves, one of the best teams in the game, and holding down P2, but it's only 2 players nearby for the moment.
Octane finding kills on the outside of the hardpoint fight here, just trying to make sure Seattle don't get close. Here comes the hit. Simp, throw up high. Drazah pinned, but not taken care of just yet. LA Thieves, once again, superb hold. Here comes Surge.
Yeah, they've opened up the back alley. Now they're getting ready for the hit. A couple kills go their way. They get at least one of the trades, but it's accuracy and Civ. Last one standing. They get the close spawns, but a long way to go.
Civ up close and personal. Here comes Kenny. Great hold once again. The Thieves, it is nearly watertight downstairs of the cantina. 20 seconds to go here, and they're looking to get it all. Comms from Kenny. He knows he's upstairs, reads the bottom play. Final 15 on the point. Thieves are getting it all.
Yeah, it answers the question about the bounce back and the resolve for the LA Thieves. Literally perfection on the first 2 hills. Now you got Drazah in prime position to try to break this down. He is by himself, but there's an opportunity to make a big play.
Here we go, Drazah, big trouble. Cleaned up. Envoy now on the flank trying to get forward. Seattle Surge, they were starving for points. Now they've finally got themselves into 10. Can they hold on?
And they've also read this as well. Pred is completely out of this play. He is nowhere to be found, and you just walk straight into the hill. Pred irrelevant in this moment. An instant break for the Thieves.
Magnificent coercion. Oh, we're in. Envoy, can you stay alive? Information passed over. Seattle now trying to bounce back and get in this one. Envoy versus accuracy. Accuracy flies in, nearly gets 2. Mack with the immediate trades. Drazah though, last man standing. And once again, the Thieves with the time.
I'll be playing them like a fiddle. This is not even close. This is a smoke show. That is a perfect 3 hills. You had Surge with the full setup on this P3, and they managed to get 7 seconds off of it. This is destructive. Talk about a way to get some momentum back.
I mean, this is where the stats certainly come into play. LA Thieves a lot more proficient on this map. You weren't hoping for this one, Seattle. We might be looking at that map 5 sooner rather than later. Let's see what Surge can do. Keep it going. Octane, big wins once again. Into the barbershop now. The smallest hardpoint, maybe in COD history. Let's see how the ARs fare.
I mean, you need to get this hold as well. And right now, it is just going to be straight through the front. You had 1 gun forward, and you have Thieves walking straight to the hill, but you get the trades. Accuracy stays alive. You get the nice little wipe, and Surge finally collecting a good chunk of time.
Some machine gun players rejoice in this tiny space. Accuracy, though, far forward. Can he keep the members of the Thieves at bay? Here comes Kenny. Big win. Accuracy keeps that part of the map safe and sound. Towards the front we now go. Pred, guns up, ready for 3. Gets 1. Here comes the second. Tags are there. The teamwork on. Oh, Octane manages to take care of nearly everyone as Drazah there with a quick team kill. Over to the roof. Gets in as Lamar gone. Hard point break. Surge are in.
Yeah, now you have Mack again. Opportunity to make the big play. He's up top. There's number 1, and now his teammates are nearby. Again, near the objective. Mack, this is where he is completely on point. You need his teammates to get the trades, though. Pred for the first, has the comms for the second, and the third is a team kill. Surge, they are working on this comeback.
Another team kill, but it's not over yet. Here come Kenny and Octane towards the point. Over to Civ. Last man in for Surge. Reinforcements coming on through. No one in the time yet. A Seattle Surge, they're starting to feel the pressure here, Chance. LA Thieves have come out swinging on Mikado.
Oh, that's a nice 2-piece for Mack as well. Setting yourselves up for the trades. There they roll through. Now you step foot on time, and you got accuracy reading the spawns. Octane, interesting timing. Doesn't make a difference. He's going to fall, and Surge right now channeled 2 back-to-back hills. They are working on this game.
Slowly but surely, all these grains of sand will build up to a mountain. Drazah with 2 in the feed. 20 seconds on the point remaining. Pred staying alive. What a win that was. Final 15 here on the courtyard of Tin. We go back to the bottom side of the map. We go to the cantina, but this time we're upstairs.
And this is an important moment for LA Thieves to stop the bleeding, because this is a nearly tied up game after all is said and done. Just want that dub. And right now, Surge, they're working the pinch. Couple players through the tunnel. Trades coming through. Pred cannot find the timing. LA Thieves look like they might be singing sweet for a moment. It's accuracy now leading the charge.
That's the Thieves compound once again. Hold it down, accuracy on the back line. Looking for the nades. Upstairs though, all safe and sound. Here comes Drazah. Can't get any more out of that one as Octane taken care of. Spawns up close. No one too close though into the point. Finally, accuracy's in. Trophy system sadly blows up in his face. That might hurt in the long run.
I mean, he's making plays though. It's the break for the moment. It's the 50-50 fight after the fact, but LA Thieves rip your heart out, take it over. And they're gonna get those final 30 seconds free and clear. Meanwhile, Kenny trying to be the cutoff man. Attempting to set yourselves up on a rotation, and he's slowing down these players enough. Now he's got help on new by Drazah. So you have Thieves stopping the bleeding. Nice little lead on point on the rotation as well. Accuracy, though, shuts it down. Surge back in hand.
Thieves are in full control towards this next hard point, but so far so good on Mikado. Let's have a quick listen in and see how they break the hill.
I'm here with you. We're tripling right. You guys go. You guys challenge. Zig. I'm playing to right. Close.
Nice, good job. Missing one.
Closet. Really weak. Closet. One can be P2.
One shot.
I'm coming left to you. Nice job. There'll be on yours left. All you left.
Good job. Get the time.
Cars and Zig.
Hey, we're double shooting right.
Cars and Zig.
Hey, I need him back left. We're double shooting right.
Spawn mid. I'm gonna play mid.
That's open. One shot. I'm absolute.
Enter.
I'm one shot, bro. He's on RB. Top RB, I think.
RB. He's looking for you. Challenge you. Close up.
I am Zig truck.
That's fine.
I spawned to PT, bro. Let me.
Hey, I'm playing two back left then.
Another gate. I got one. Or only one gate. Another one gate. Gate weak.
I don't see him left.
I'm playing the mid with that. I do.
Dead. They're both old. Listen, Zig to P2. Other guys old. Zig to P2.
I got it.
Do we go Zig?
PT.
One RB, bro. I'm one shot. L?
Dark corner.
One shot, yellow van.
There's two yellow van. Just live zone.
That's fine.
They could go head share.
I spawned out. Player code. One time. Hold on. Give me a second.
RB.
Hold on. One shot. Look at the RB spawn.
Mildly frantic, the LA Thieves playing for their lives here at Champs. So far, a chance. The gunfight's going the way of Surge, but Thieves still with the time.
And these are the most important gunfights as well. This is a rotation that could decide the game. LA Thieves in firm control. A force free from Drazah, and they are frying right now. Last time P2 was perfect for LA. If they do it again, they win the game.
This could be it. The bottom side of the cantina one more time here on Mikado, looking to fight their way into the game 5. Thieves need it. Surge with the break and the time would help out. Octane with the back alleyway covered. Towards the front we now go. Kenny can't get any more. Mack punches a hole. Accuracy helps out. Pred's got the back alley. Can't do it. Last man Envoy. Here comes Surge. That's the break and they're in.
They stayed alive in this game. A difficult break, but they made it happen. Now you have to hold LA Thieves, the best team in the game at breaking down P2. Now it's their turn.
The back alley, they're going to fly. Kenny, Drazah, Envoy, shoulder to shoulder, brothers in arms. Over towards the point we now go. Accuracy up close and personal with a sub. Can he get any out of it? Finds one from the hip. Hard point taken care of. Upstairs is Drazah. He's got to try to get in there. 20 seconds would be great here, Chance. Top side of the map, we go after this. And that is where Surge are already set up.
Look, that's big for the final 15 seconds, but LA Thieves were making sure they got it. We again go to this Tin Hill. LA Thieves, it was a cakewalk the first time around to break this one down. Now Seattle getting the cutoff kills. It is another situation. They get the full setup. This is what they want.
250 is the finish line here in Hardpoint. Thieves need it. Hardpoint's up. Surge are in. All angles covered. Kenny and Drazah on the back. Father-son duo, in they go. Accuracy and Sib find the kills. Sib's upstairs. You're still soaking this time. Seattle Surge.
Mercado, that map of swings. Surge locking it down. Another 2 in a row. Still a long way to go, but perfect on Tin so far. LA Thieves setting up for maybe one more attack. It's only 2 players nearby.
Next hit. Sib reads them. Pret guns them. Sib finds another. It's 3 in the spree.
All right, it is going to be a near tied up game going into new. LA Thieves are turtled up around Barbershop, and they are getting picked apart. Pred working through the back alley. Thieves, you put them in a corner.
To the Barbershop we now go. The final few seconds of Tin clock by.
our reigning world champions, the LA Thieves. Can they hold on to this one? 250, here it comes.
They have trapped him in a corner, and now it's about to break them down. Work through the back alley, but Octane and Envoy deliver. They have held off the first push.
First push done. Drazah from the front line. Can he get any more out of it? No, accuracy now, bringing the fight closer. But you've got to get going. Envoy soaking. Soaking bullets more like Kenny on the flank. Nails it. Final 10. Thieves may have done it. They have forced the final map. And for one of these teams, the final map of the season. Here we go into Fortress. Search and destroy. Game 5.
Friday a chance. Would you have it any other way? If there wasn't enough pressure at the start of this series for these two teams, it is now at an all-time high. Loser of Outbacker Fortress S&D, top 8 winner continues to play. A back-and-forth battle we have had in this series. The resolve of both of these teams has absolutely been tested. So far, both of them have risen.
Last map for one of these teams here in the year, and it is going to be a banger. What a Mikado that was though. Surge, credit to them. The comeback was there, inch by inch. They fought their way back into it. But in the end, just a little too much. The barbershop, a close call indeed. It was the tightest shave you could have asked for there. The LA Thieves, they buy it. Back and forth we have gone, 6-2, LSC low chance, but Fortress is such a different beast. Why is this map such a coin toss?
I mean, look, it's also been, I feel like, a long time since these two guys have like properly grinded it out. So, I mean, it is just close quarters combat. And honestly, one of the slower S&D maps typically that we have in spite of its size. Perfect square up map for map 5.
It's going to be an absolute treat, ladies and gentlemen. The final map of this series, the final map for one of these teams is coming up after this commercial break. Don't go too far. Game 5, Seattle Surge, the LA Thieves. This is CDL.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The CDL is brought to you by your favorite Orange Bandicoot. Pre-order Crash Team Rumble today. Available June 20th.
Game 5 to start the day off here at the Thomas & Mack Center live from Las Vegas as the first of our elimination matchups has gone the distance. One of our teams goes home after this. We play one game of Search and Destroy. Dreams are crushed and the other team advances onwards. But what a den of demons we have here at Champs. Championship Weekend 2023. The Friday has been a delight so far, mate. And it's only the first game of the day. Can't wait to get through the rest of this one. But for now, Seattle Surge, LA Thieves, last hopes.
It is as spicy as it gets in the fact that it is aBeZy Fortress that we have for the map 5. It is as interesting as a map between these two teams that you are going to see. Neither of them have been hyper successful on this map. I know initially on the side of Seattle, their only game plan was set Pred in, pray he gets the first blood and try to convert. I know on the side of LA Thieves, they have struggled with converting their rounds even when they're finding those first bloods. Both of these teams will be tested. How much work have you put in the meantime? How prepared are you for this map 5?
Your entire year comes down to this map 5. For the LA Thieves, our reigning world champs, keeps the dreams alive of going back to back. No team has done it before. For Seattle Surge, it's been a year of tragedy and drama and difficulty. For them to keep it alive here, what a way to do it. Here we go.
And I think Pred and Envoy are going to be those two players to watch, the playmakers on the map. I know Mack will be getting Hicksy as well. Successful if you get this bomb down over towards A. That's where LA Thieves are going to be leaning, but already the hit down low. It is Pred and Mack again working together, trying to apply that pressure, but it's Envoy for the first blood.
First blood. Envoy, second. Explosive opener for the round for him. Is that bomb still with the hands of his teammates as Drazah finds another one, all down to Sib here in round 1.
Yeah, Seattle try to get aggressive without the trophies, but it is Envoy picking you apart. That is what he is there for. The Dark's Prince with a perfect round 1.
Three there for Dylan Hannon. All it's going to take is 6 rounds. And that will feel a lot longer for these players. Here we go into the second. We swap sides. Can the Thieves keep it going as they did on El Asilo?
I was going to say, keep in mind on that Asilo, their play calls were on point. Once they started to be aggressive, they were just running at Seattle. Cheeky nade spot as well. Not going to find anything. You see Pred has put himself in a nice little corner. He's waiting for the jump up spots. And Envoy's popping dead silence. He's going to make a play.
Silently moving across the map right now, but he has been red. Pred is in position for it.
Interesting.
And that dead silence is going to amount to not a whole lot. Pred there, watching that jumper. Envoy can't make a move happen.
You got Drazah watching the cross towards the A site, so they know right now for LA Thieves that there's no action, no one moving on the map, no flanks coming through. Seattle are going to be forced to make a play towards A, but you see right now the stack coming through on close, but Drazah's going to get picked. So first blood already for Seattle. Now you made your move towards the bomb.
Mack's now trying to take control of the bomb site. He has the bomb in hand. Can he get the plant? Sib stays alive on the top side of the fortress. Kenny wins a big fight. That's the bomb carrier down. It is all down to Kenny though. Kenny, can he find any more kills here? Pressure! And the re-challenge from Sib.
Perfectly played, no mistakes made. You read the flank of Envoy. Again, he will be the playmaker. If you don't identify where he's going to be, he will pick you apart. Sib there to shut him down and gets the final kill on the round. 2 for 2 on offense. Back and forth.
Round 3, here we go. Final few moments to decide the play call. Both teams very adept at that mid-round adjustment. Trophies and dead silence at play here. Here comes the opening throw. The salvos will amount to nothing. Nearly empty pockets across the board.
Well, here's the move. Going up top, Drazah, the question is, what kind of timing can he get if Pred makes the first move? And they know where Kenny is. He closes the door. By the way, the bomb has already been planted. LA Thieves quick to get that down.
Yep, retake now from Seattle Surge. 35 seconds, that bomb goes boom, and the LA Thieves are up in the rounds. Here's the nades, Drazah, holding them back.
He's going to be in a position to try to jump on this one. Seattle Surge, man on the bomb. Not enough to get the defuse. Kenny finds one, Drazah the second. All down to Simp. Back at it we go. Thieves with the round.
They get the bomb down for free. They get in prime position in another offensive round. No one able to break the mold, but for LA Thieves, that just felt too easy. No pressure on the site. Didn't hear a lot of nades rolling through. Clean and efficient work. The Chow's right now on point.
And you saw that final feed. All 4 members of the LA Thieves involved in the fight. Perfect post-plant position. They get the bomb down. They dictated the play. Surge, no hope in that round.
Now the question is, who can mix it up on defense first? LA Thieves maybe a bit more of an aggressive stack. Just ready to defend that A zone. Not going to be your bomb carrier. Patient before he tries to get it down. Clearing out open. There you go. Jumping on it. Trophy down. Pred in position. Seattle setting up for the kill.
Yep, that's a bomb plant. No questions asked. Unless anything crazy happens. There's the nades over the top, but that's all good. The backline, no, this is where the fight's taking place. Simp gets his first. Over to accuracy. Jump check. Spots him out. Drazah, though, a little too hot on the trigger. Finds the kill, 35 to go.
And now Seattle a turtle, so Pred, when he knows you're going to have the turtle, plays aggressive and makes the play. You got the man advantage, at least one flank coming through.
30 seconds. Drazah's made it on towards the side. Will he be able to make something happen here? Has to clear out every possible angle. Pred, what a win! Octane's there to back him up. Making something happen on the back line, it's Simp. Trying to defend it, damage dealt. Seattle with the immediate rebuttal.
And another offensive round. At that time, LA Thieves trying to put the pressure on the flank, but the teamwork was there. Simp and accuracy working together on the backside, making sure to get the trades. And then the big kill in my mind was Pred. When you know at least one guy's going on the flank, he hits the go button, kills Kenny, and you can clear out the front. So much easier to breathe when you know what direction to look.
Dead silence there. Ready and willing for accuracy. The other side, the trophies at play now. Trades opening the round with a bang. Octane holding that cross towards the middle of the map. The stun check tells him players are there.
And he is so aggressive. Pred's going to spot him, though. So if Octane's pushed up this far, Seattle, I mean, they've been forced back over towards this B zone. And Octane right now has everything covered. It is rare you see a setup like this in S&D.
He'll say, I have both open and closed from here. That position on the awning is massive. Accuracy knows. Don't let him through. The A bomb site is wide open, though. And that's a problem. As is Pred, though. Huge damage dealt. Here comes the rest of Surge, looking to finish what he started.
They haven't killed him yet, though. And he makes the read, but accuracy wins the gunfight. The bomb is planted. Kenny evens up the odds, got a 2v2.
2v2. Here comes Pred. Pred takes control of the site. Can Envoy be the hero for the LA Thieves in this round? Well, Pred gets 2. Seattle Surge with the clean retake in the 2v2. They've got some time. Uh-oh. Here he goes. Oh, come on, Pred! He was trying to, you know. All right. Either way, Seattle get the round.
Hey, boy, shoots real straight, though. Don't need to muscle up with a gunny like that. And again, the reads were on point. I mean, that is LA Thieves. That is a custom-built like setup that you have for that 3v3. Pred does a perfect job of not getting caught by Octane, getting the intel, sending in his teammates for the kill, and they deliver after the fact. Make no mistake, that is a massive round. The first on defense we've seen.
Fast one from Octane, snipes up. The timing on that is unbelievable. The timing on this is fantastic! Mack gets smacked out of the round.
Pred, same angle though. Pred has played it before, he has done the homework, and the spot pays off. Might be the last time he can use that one, but he got the use out of it that he needed. 3 versus 3, and again, not a lot of pressure. They're gonna get this ball down for free, but again, Octane picking players apart. Accuracy for the 1v3.
What an adaptation from the Thieves! 2 massive snipes from Octane. The first blood and the second, a small victory lap now for the LA Thieves. Let Kenny get that trophy back. The crowd is shouting and calling for pull-ups here in Vegas.
Kenny, he's going to defuse the bomb. This is far from over, guys. It is 3-3.
It's one of those moments I want to hear the player comms afterwards and see what they're talking about, see if they know what's going on. But at his back-to-back rounds on defense, you have Seattle, they make the call. You have LA Thieves responding in kind. Beautiful shots coming out of Octane there in the search and destroy. First one on point sets you up. You take down Mack, the bomb carrier, you're feeling great. The second one, absolutely singing sweet. Tied up game. Now Thieves back with a bomb on hand. Accuracy just crossed out quick. You have Surge jumping out, trying to be aggressive, and you get gunned down.
Envoy, what an opener that was. Simple magic from the LA Thieves, and now Drazah at range with the AR. He's got watchful eyes over the A bomb site. Sib and Pred, what do they do from here?
Oh, they're making the call. Are they going to wrap this over towards B or just look for the kills? Drazah's job right now is just do not die. His teammates are going to be the ones making the play. Cross has been covered. Look for the kill. Sib trying to cross, and Envoy might get traded. It's a 3 versus 1, and Sib, the door's been open, and that round has been shut. Seattle trying to get aggressive, and they instantly got punished.
What an opening break. That was sensational. Envoy got 3 kills in the round. Kenny with the final one there. A brilliant turn from the LA Thieves. Momentum shift. Surge has to change something.
Yeah, Envoy snapping as well to get those first 2 kills. He's had a couple solid rounds here in this game number 5. The end of the year for one of these teams. Advantage LA.
2 more rounds, LA. Seattle with a bomb towards A. Drazah v Pred. We'll find out who wins this one in a moment. It is Nerves of Steel. And right now, solid aim.
Oh, that's instant reposition. Both these players, timing on the chow, they were ready for everything. The bomb, though, again, going to be planted. And Mack not able to stay alive, but he did his job. He got the bomb down.
Massive work from accuracy on the bang through the door there. The bullet penetration enough to finish the job. Kenny with an aim. Oh my! Surge right back alive. There was the change. Ruthless aggression.
I mean, that is quite literally the Seattle Surge special. Mack gets sent into death. He gets the bomb down. You had 3 different players that were going for the chow. He might get dropped, but every single one of his teammates had his back. Accuracy finds a kill. Sib finds a kill. Pred finds a kill in instant order. That is the basic strat from Seattle, executed to perfection. Tied up game.
4-4 here in game 5. Opening hit from the LA Thieves. Once again, over towards the A bomb site we go. What looks do we see here?
Oh, there's gonna be a stack. This is Seattle. They're gonna jump on this. They do not want this bomb to get planted. First kill gone, second kill gone. 4 versus 2. How about that timing?
Here comes the emergency tourniquet here from Kenny. Can he stop the bleeding? No, he can't. Pred gets another. Simp now flying in. Drazah finds 1. Damage dealt. Everyone's taking tags. Drazah finds 2. 2v1. But from behind, Seattle stay alive. Match point.
One more round for Seattle, and they devastate the world champions. Looking to kill the roster and take the top dogs down.
I don't know about you, baby, this is great. Nades up. COD gods be praised if they land. Nothing so far. Pred, 1 more kill, gets a cruise missile. Kenny eyes on the door. Will he punch through and find something? Gets out with his life. Simp, first blood.
This is it. You got the man advantage. You got the bomb plan as well. This is it.
Through, flying forward. Trades are there. Octane trying to hold it down. Accuracy eyes on the bomb site. 2v3. Worried about the flank. Simp has done it. It is all down to LaRue. He is gone. I don't believe it. Seattle have shocked the league. The LA Thieves are in shackles. Our first team to leave the 2023 season
last year's world champions. How about our analyst desk? An incredibly shocking turn of events here in Las Vegas. Seattle will march forward through the tournament. We say a fond farewell to the LA Thieves in the 2023 season.
And talk about how good that series was. 0.4 seconds left on the clock in that round of control. Surge pull off the miracle and converted. A massive win in that control. It is the swing mode. They got to the game 5 and they buried them.
Final look at the stats, and Simp with a pop-off in the final round, especially 11-5 overall there. 6-4, what an unbelievable series to start the day. LA Thieves down and out. But for Seattle Surge, their journey through to champs has really just begun. There's a look at your series.
I mean, what an unreal start to the day. Right from the jump, you could see Surge. They came to play. It was accuracy and Civ. You were looking to turn the performances around. They delivered in the map 1, and they delivered in the map 5. Outstanding work. And it's only Friday.
It's only Friday indeed. Well, what a great start to the day. Very exciting one. Commiserations to the LA Thieves. They will end their tournament here. We are ready to rock and roll though on stage. We've got our monster spotlight. It is accuracy on stage with Blaze. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Las Vegas, if this series taught you anything, it's never give up. Give it up for the Seattle Surge as they come out on top and progress on through champs. Lamar, that was a tough series, man. And if there's anything that we also learned as well is that it only takes less than a second for things to turn around. Let's hop right into that control where things was looking grim for you guys. What was going on in your head as you captured that B point, going into the last one and stayed in this series right there?
I mean, it wouldn't be a Seattle Surge control if it wasn't an absolute buzzer beater win. You know, we probably have some of the craziest control wins in CDL history. So I think when that time starts winding down, we just be getting some extra auto aim, and I'm happy for it, you know?
Yeah, y'all definitely locked it in right there and got to that map 4. And even in the map 4, you guys lost it. Still fall hard. Only lost by 25 points right there. But then you go into the search and destroy, and we know that your search and destroys on land hasn't been there. How did y'all clutch it up right there? Was it the champs vibe, the crowd? How did y'all beat them in that S&D?
You know, we just played with no fear. We wanted to go out swinging, make plays, play with confidence. You know, as champs, you got to live up to the moment and, you know, just be in the moment and live up to it, you know?
You definitely lived up to it, and y'all struck thunder on this stage once again. Anything you want to say to the fans you guys won over in this crowd? Because this venue was jumping.
We appreciate you guys. We feel that energy. It gives us a boost, so keep going hard all weekend.
Keep going hard all weekend. That's going to do it for me and accuracy here on the stage. Puckett, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and congratulations to all of the Surge fans around the world. Pred and crew get the job done in a Game 5 and send the 2022 World Champions packing as the first team to leave champs. Clay, none of us picked Surge in this matchup, but accuracy said, you know what? We didn't even show up yesterday. We're starting fresh. They got the job done.
They came out swinging, and like accuracy said, in that control, winning with, what, 0.4 seconds on the clock. Huge plays out of Mackenzie Mack. Honestly, seeing him play the way he's played this weekend, all right, maybe he's got something to show everybody here on Champ Sunday.
Al,
Champ
you've been
Friday.
a fan of Mack since day number 1. Oh, we got a long weekend, Clay.
Long weekend, sorry.
Al, let's
day
lock
2.
in with Mack, though. What did you see from the young man? Because it felt like he was setting the tone early for a roster that normally isn't used to that.
Yeah, what's great about Mack is like he's capable of having those moments, right? When it came to that control, I mean, it was Mackenzie melts once again, getting some of those big plays. And it's one of those players where if he can consistently keep that up all weekend, that's when we see Seattle Surge contending for championships, contending to make it to that grand final on Sunday. So if he continues with what he showed us today, Seattle Surge could be looking to make a little bit of a run here.
Nameless, we start day 2 with a Game 5, and it goes the distance. Surge versus Thieves, back and forth every single round. What did you see from these two teams? What was the difference maker in this Game 5?
Yeah, in this Game 5, well, one, the retaking ability on Seattle Surge was absolutely fantastic. You know, they lose the first one, and then after that, they figured it out, something that plagued them all season. But really, I mean, you talk about this team and on their offenses, getting that bomb down, the way that Thieves were playing it, they were giving Seattle enough time to set up and get that first blood and played their lives. So many rounds, Thieves just played it far too slow. Just an error in their strat going up against Seattle Surge, maybe thinking they were going to close it out early, but they did not look prepared for this Fortress S&D. Also, very impressed by these guys in their communication. There were a couple of rounds where you needed to be close for that quick trade after Pred got that first blood, and they were there almost every single time. So Seattle Surge looking very strong, especially in that search and destroy.
Can we just talk about it? Seattle Surge won a search and destroy on
Fortress.
land.
It's unbelievable.
On Fortress of all maps in a game number 5. We have not seen Seattle Surge win a search and destroy on land in literal months. They are bottom 2 in the entire league when it comes to land search and destroy. So the fact that they were able to ice up when they needed to, that is a testament to Seattle Surge and hopefully what we will see the rest of the week.
What I love is Seattle doesn't play around the numbers. Accuracy didn't need to pop off in search. You didn't need Mack to get the kills. You play around Sib and Pred with Mack planting those bombs. They played their game plan to perfection. And Sib, one of the best series we've seen, he's doing it at a great time here at Champs Play.
Hey, Sib dropped an absolute bomb on Thieves' forehead. And what really surprised me about this match was how underprepared Thieves looked for that Fortress Search and Destroy.
Yes.
They were letting them get bombed down for free, not making any moves around the map. Fortress S&D is a specific map where when you see them cross to that A bomb, you have to make a play. You can't just sit there, let them play it. At one point, there was a 4v4 with bomb down, and it's like, Thieves, what are you doing? Like, this is COD Champs. Are you nervous?
And I think the only round that they ended up winning in that situation was when Pred threw his life away in open, right? So Seattle looking on point. And also, I don't know if you guys, but that control was ridiculous.
Let's take a look at that control. It's our scuff play of the game. The final moments, Nameless. Walk us through this bad boy.
So in this situation, Thieves had the massive advantage. They were slaying them out. We thought they were going to be able to just get the time to run out. Mack's able to get on the point at the very end here. They find a couple of kills. Once again, Mack making a huge play. They get that A point. And then at this point, Kenny's behind them in their spawn. They're not able to stabilize, though. You see number 8, that's Octane. He's pushed all the way out towards that 18. He gets caught, and quite frankly, he gets absolutely pooped on, man. Like, you cannot get destroyed in that position. Right here, I think this is the game-winning play by Mack, finessing his life. And they end up capturing the point. When you die here, when you spawn that far out without getting a kill, it's basically game over.
Mack pulling out the tack and sealing the deal. That game 3 kept Seattle Surge in it and helped them on their way to a game 5 victory as the AC takes down number 5. LA Thieves are out. Surge powers into our top 6. And as we celebrate Seattle Surge, I want to give a big shout out to all of the fans who have had the Surges back. But also, let's be better, right? I heard an FU Drazah at the end of that series. This is COD Champs. Drazah had a ridiculously strong game number 5, and the kid deserves some respect here. So congrats to our returning champs, LA Thieves. You made it to another champs. It's sad to see you going home on day number 2, but let's be better moving forward.
Yeah, just to add on that a little bit, as a player, guys, we're here, we're competing not only for ourselves, but to give you guys a good product. We're putting our heart on the line for each one of these matches, and the feeling of your season being over, it is soul-crushing. It's heartbreaking. So come on, just be a little better, guys. Let's have some class, let's have some tact, and let's enjoy some good Call of Duty this weekend.
Back to the great vibes. Let's take a look at the bracket because it gets better from here on out, Allie. We still have 3 more matches to go on day number 2. What do we got coming up next?
Better. It's day number 2, and we still have to get through another elimination round between Boston Breach and Minnesota Røkkr. And following that up, we have 2 incredible winners matches still to go today, guys. That was just the first match on the day.
Let's take a look. We've got more matches coming your way, and of course, it's time to start your digital collection if you haven't already with the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards by Upper Deck. Nameless, you and I, we've been talking about our scum card all year. I want a Clayster card.
Well,
I've been hunting for it. I don't have it yet.
I had one. I threw it in the trash at the first event.
What the
My
heck?
God, Clay, I personally wouldn't take that.
Yeah, that's
It was a mid
Shout
card,
out
bro.
to everyone here in the venue. When we come back, it's time for battle number 2 of the elimination. Who's going home? Stay tuned to find out. Boston takes on Minnesota next.
Now I'm with Attach from Minnesota Røkkr ahead of their first game of day number 2. Attach, first of all, obviously yesterday wasn't the result you guys wanted, but you came out frying. A 2-0 against New York was pretty convincing. Obviously the reverse sweep happened. How are you guys bouncing back today?
It's honestly about having short-term memory. Of course, we came out really hot. Everything was going well, but we weren't able to close out the series, and that's always tough. But we know what we could do. We just won a couple maps. We were playing pretty well versus one of the best teams in the game, so show up today, hopefully close some series out, come out hot, and just believe in the boys because it's a long weekend. Forget about yesterday and just take one match at a time.
I love that. I think the short-term memory is key there.
Yeah.
Just rinse, repeat, just get rid of it. But obviously going in against Boston, how are you guys feeling? They got a new kid on town. You know, Snoopy's looking pretty good. Debut yesterday, he was kind of frying low-key. You know, how are you feeling about going up against these guys?
Yeah, I mean, he's a really talented player, and I think their team is just like both subs, just like the sprint, get crazy map control. The 2 ARs just kind of like post up, look over, and play kind of islands. So I think if our teamwork is on point throughout all the modes, we'll be able to just have better cohesion and be able to hold the hard points, get the control points, and then break setups when we need to. So just teamwork is going to make the dream work.
Love to hear it. A bunch of experience on your team, so best of luck. Thank you so much, Attach.
Welcome back to Las Vegas. COD Champs continues right now, day 2, as we face off in our second elimination battle of the day. One of these teams powers into the top 6, the other goes home. Minnesota Røkkr versus Boston Breach, another best of 5. Welcome back. It's Puckett alongside Clayster. We've got Alleycat and Nameless, and this is going to be an interesting showdown because we don't have this matchup. We don't have stats on this battle in the past because Snoopy wasn't on the lineup. He joined the squad. We saw him for the first time yesterday. Clay, early takeaways from Boston. Are they looking stronger or about the same with Snoopy now in the mix?
You know, Snoopy brings to the team kind of what Vivid and Nero and even Kremp to an extent brings to the team. Just that high pace, high engagements. And I had a chance to talk to Snoopy and Doug yesterday. And I walked up to Snoopy and I said, hey, man, I'm Clayster. What's your name? He said, Snoopy. I was like, no, your real name, man. let me talk to you. So he's still a little new to all this, but he seems like a great kid. I honestly want to see him do well after speaking to him yesterday.
Yeah, let's take a look at this Boston squad. If you haven't watched them all season, they've gone through a number of roster changes, but that young man, 18 years old, he's rocking braces and he's playing for a trophy. He's alongside Owakening, though, who has had his ascent throughout the CDL, playing with Kremp, another Challengers player to ascend this year, and of course, Beans, who got put into the starting lineup about halfway through.
I think all these players are great individually. I think they're very, very talented in that each in their own, they bring something to the table. But again, like I said yesterday, I just think they lack a good head on their shoulders. I think they lack somebody to really make those decisions in the middle of the game. So when it becomes a Monster Energy pregame, Hardpoint has been in shambles. I mean, once again, we're talking about a Boston Breach team that at the beginning of this season, they were known as a respawn team, and now they've slowly kind of become a search and destroy team with Beans on the sniper rifle, which sure, you can lock up that game 2, but you have to be able to push the game 5 at some point for Boston.
We'll see what Beans is able to do in this one. He had a pretty quiet day number 1. On the other side, we've got the Minnesota Røkkr squad that has looked very impressive, and we've got our maps and modes ready to go. So let's dive into it right now as we have Fortress, Mercado, El Estilo, Hotel, and Hotel. If you're looking at the bans, well, we didn't want to play HyDra or Hotel if you were the Minnesota Røkkr. On the other side, Mercado and Embassy are out.
Yeah, honestly, Attach always gets his piece of the pie, right? He's got a little bit right now with just a last place finish at chance, but he's trying to get a little bit bigger of a piece, and he's trying to start it off on Fortress Hardpoint.
It's time for one-word prediction, starting with me. I'm going Røkkr on this one. How about you, Clay?
I'm going Røkkr.
Røkkr Chip.
I'm going Røkkr.
I think Boston are not prepared. I'm going Røkkr.
We're all hanging. Are we wrong twice on day 2? It's time to find out as we send it to the stage to get this party started.
All right, Las Vegas, it's time for another elimination matchup between 2 amazing teams, but only one can continue. The first team coming to the stage is ready to ice up. Get ready, because here comes Minnesota. Give it up, Attach! FaZe! Cammy! And Bance! The Minnesota Røkkr!
These guys weren't able to get it done in 5 yesterday, but the last time they played Boston, they got it done. And guess who it was? It was the new guy, Fame, absolutely popping off and frying them throughout that series, especially in the Search and Destroys. Will he leave a lasting impact on this season? He can start right now by taking down the Boston Breach once again. Let's bring out the Boston Breach.
It's time. Without further ado, Las Vegas, help me give a warm welcome to your Boston Breach. Show some love to Owakening, Beans, Snoopy, and Kremp. It's the Boston Breach.
A talented, stacked roster for the Boston Breach now find them in the situation of getting knocked out of champs after making a last-minute roster change. Historically, they have the edge in this matchup. Specifically in that game number 3, they have never lost to control, and Snoopy yesterday took over in game number 3 with a 1.28 on the season. Can Boston Breach do it here once again against the Minnesota Røkkr? Let's get match 2 started, Blaze.
I'm ready to see if the rookie can get it done once again as well, Allie. It's going to be a great matchup on the stage. Las Vegas, you ready to get it going? All right, it's time for your casters. It's Merc and Maven.
Thank you so much, Blaze. All right, let's get it rocking. Okay, for this particular match, I mean, after the last one, whatever.
Tough to follow up.
Yes, it is, but anything can go. This is one of those matches where you go in. I know as much as I think you and I had picked Røkkr in this particular one, we went through and did our predictions. Who the hell knows? This Boston team can catch fire. They have the ability to make some noise. This should go 4 or 5 maps.
I mean, they slay well. It's just sort of turning that into objective time, especially in hardpoint, right? Their Search and Destroy has been great. Beans has been magnificent on the sniper, but the hardpoint, it's like you're getting all of these kills, but not turning into time when you need to. We're starting off with that Fortress hardpoint. They haven't won this in a long time, but they have choked a bunch of these maps.
Well, I think it's something like, you know, they've lost like 9 in a row or whatever it is, but they've put up like 220 points, on average 210 points, somewhere in that ballpark. So it's like, yeah, you're getting very close games. You're just not able to close it out. And, you know, after we talked to Skyz after a major and talked to the FaZe guys, and you talked to a bunch of teams that are really focusing on hardpoint, really trying to fix it, fix the fundamentals, get the right people in the right spots. Some teams have really improved there. Like those 2 are a good example. This team's been trying to work on it. The improvements just haven't really come.
Yeah, and it's hard to work on your fundamentals when you have a different roster every couple of weeks, right? Especially young roster. I mean, these guys are trying to figure it out and do what they can. But you can see right there, Minnesota Røkkr, the clear advantage on this map. But we'll see what the Boston Breach can do here.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, to map 1. You see the 4-map win streak here on Fortress for Røkkr. Can they keep it going? And experience, definitely something we are going to talk about. So much youth, so little experience when you talk about champs. You got 3 players that have no champs experience on Breach. On the other end of it, Attach has won a champs. Cammy's got a second. Bance has got a second. You've got big time champs experience for Minnesota Røkkr.
Yeah, I think the one thing maybe for Boston is, you know what, you had a tough matchup with a young team against the crowd yesterday, against OpTic, and you played pretty well, right? It's not like the slaying wasn't there, just you couldn't turn it in to wins. But yeah. I think for the pressure of these young guys to have a solid performance yesterday, it could turn into something better today.
And I think that whole pressure thing and experience can be overstated because it doesn't apply to maybe 99% of the moments. But it's like that 1%, those crazy moments where the experience can really be everything. We know Attach could be one of the most clutch players in the world. We'll see what kind of performance he's going to have.
This Snoopy already on a 5 spree. He was 6-2 to start so far. 35 seconds off that first hill, and already set up here at P2 is this Boston Breach team as their main AR Beans. Locking it down, has the trophy, and waiting for the teammates. Røkkr spawning out, trying to get a breakdown through, but the nades on point for Breach.
He's just tickling him, just getting damage in. Beans just putting in a few headshots here and there, letting the teammates clean it up behind the utility, and it's Kremp now up close and personal, able to take down one. Beans still sitting in the back, and through on the flank is Snoopy. 7-3, the hot start, as you mentioned. His Beans just want Batman soar across the gap.
This is worst case scenario here for Røkkr as we're gonna rotate over to that right side of your minimap. Snoopy, he flies out the window, flips the spawns. They're able to find those kills. Awakening, such a great individual performance. We've seen that time and time again from him, but it's like, you know, is he trying to do this a little bit too much? Can they be better today? The slaying was there. Now, here at P3, about to pop. They find the kills on rotation. And you can just see in the top left, Fame and Bance, 2 and 13 to start as a duo.
Yeah, they've got to get it going. It's a very slow start, which can happen at times, but at some point, you got to start to come alive. Now for Breach, those kills right now are turning into time. It's turning into objective points. Really fantastic stuff from there. That's going to be 3, make it 4. Everybody dropped, the entire team basically involved, and you're getting close to eclipsing that 100-point mark. Now on rotation, we're watching Kremp who's trying to get out, and it is flashy. 4 in a row. Drop shot is on. 9-2 start. My man's feeling himself.
Yeah, talking to Jag, study in the back. He's like, I want to see something from Kremp, and so far so good. 9-3 start, 8-4. The stuff duo, the stick is there. Up to 9 now is Snoopy. As you can see already, the score almost to 100 points. Minnesota, they need to lock down this rotation. They need to lock down this hill, get right back into the game.
Yeah, it just feels like a swing is going to come at some point. We talked about this map a lot, this game in general. Usually you're going to throw a punch. Røkkr's going to have a moment where they bring it back. How do you deal with it if you are Breach? Okay. Or do you just lay him out, but maybe some life now coming into Røkkr?
Yeah, so usually, like, you know, you have a throw a punch back, the slaying is there. It's just not. I mean, everybody negative. Beans winning a big one-on-one, trying to play his life top dart, but he will get cut down. There's a break that comes on through. That would just be a nightmare for Minnesota Røkkr, but Cammy, with a couple of kills, able to lock it down on the push.
Guns are going to get hot at some point. They're going to get hot at some point. They're going to start to bring it back, and it's just how to Breach deal with it. You can see the kill feed, just the color starting to shift a little bit. Kills starting to come through a bit. Beans says, never mind. It Beans fries 3. Attach could be the last guy here. What a play from Beans to, well, just shut me up.
Yeah, I mean, they get this time, it's right back to a 100-point lead. So you can see 3 players double positive on the Boston side. Fame trying to get going. He had such a great series yesterday. Nice kill onto Kremp as he gets it up here towards P5. Cammy able to win another one-on-one. You do have 1 player in maps. That's going to be Awakening, just waiting for his teammate or someone from Minnesota to try to get on this hill. He's going to find a kill that's going to allow his teammates to push on through Archway and get right on the statue.
Nice win there from Fame, but the insta-trade is through. Now to Cammy. We'll see if he's able to disrupt. They're out of the point for now. You can see the comps are just trying to get the angle, but 2 going to push through on his right. That's 3 through on the feet again for Boston Breach. Awakening a part of it. That's a triple for Big Wake. Now 5 in a row, and yeah, that lead climbing towards 100 again. They are piecing right now, the Breach.
Yeah, now you have them trapped here as well. So if you win this rotation over to P1, but you see Minnesota attaching Cammy, just trying to fly on through, trying to flip the map. They do a good job. The problem is it's tough to fight for map control when you are down 100. Boston will take that scrap time all day long, try to put this first map away. Maybe a chance here. Can you combine maybe the P1 and P2, get yourself back in the game, put Boston in that spawn trap?
This might be the moment you can do it. Down 115, Røkkr Will this be the moment of life? Streak's gonna maybe make it difficult. 2 kills come through behind the streak as well. This could be a great sequence. That's gonna hit. Cammy's gonna be ripped out of it. All 4 are gonna be dropped, and right into the hard point go Breach. The streak, the kills coming up big in a moment where Røkkr might have found some life.
Yeah, when you're getting smoked in the slaying column, that can always be a concern. The streak earned, and now Kremp on 6 in a row. There's another one in the back pocket. Awakening with the 3rd in the feed. Snoopy finds number 4, and they get out of that trap as Awakening is beaming right now.
Well, you kind of said it. I was saying usually there's a moment where they swing back, but like sometimes you just knock them out, and that's what it's looking like right now. Breach have been impeccable. 4 in a row again for Wake, 16-9. We'll see if he can keep that going, but Snoopy, Brian, right there with them. Both guys 16-9, just leading the way for this Boston Breach team. The lead just continues to grow, up 140. Every fight just seemingly going their way, and Snoopy making his name known.
Yeah, you're seeing the young talent here for Breach, right? I mean, we've talked to coaches and players. These guys, they have this skill. We hear about their scrims, how good they are in the practice. But let's go to Breach. Listen and hear it, and in map number 1.
Let's go, Carl.
Closing. We got play close. We got He's open. He's close. We don't want to. Listen, 2 maps, 1 front off the street, okay? 2 maps, 1 front. I'll go front. Everyone leave me ult. Everyone leave me ult. Okay.
Come up, run away. Inside the maps, run away. Come up.
Yeah, listen, there's two maps, 2 front and one's outside. There's one's going gate, one's going gate maps. Time.
On the plat, guys. Yeah, on the plat. Don't want those shit, please.
Oh my god, go.
Bees with another triple as they are popping off, and the break is on. Back into the point. The comps were there. 5 more points needed. Snoopy holding the front, trying to get in, and it looks like they'll get him out of the point for a second, but right back in is Kremp. Map 1 done. A haymaker from Boston.
I even love that from Beans, just so polite. Please throw things. Hey guys, please throw. Throw your stuff, weaken the players. There's no trophy that allows him to get the 3-piece from top maps, gets them off the hill, breaks the spawns, close the game out.
At first I wasn't sure that they thought a trophy was there. It's like everyone throw your stuff, trying to get rid of the trophy type thing. Yeah, but then you heard Kremp was like, oh, no, there's no trophy at all. Just get your stuff in to get the break. You saw a lot of, I think Awakening had a couple of triples, Beans had a few. There were a lot of big multi-kills.
They all popped off.
Yes, is that as simple as it's a map 1, one team came out hot, one team didn't?
I mean, I think so. I mean, you are going to see this right here. +12, +7, +4, +7. Just unbelievable stuff from the Boston Breach side. And one big thing to note, I mean, Awakening, one thing that was talked about as hard point was sort of time in the hill. Obviously, Beans leading the way, but I think Awakening had like 50 seconds across 2 maps yesterday in those hard points, already better than that here in map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you want to see Beans and Awakening obviously picking up a majority of that, Beans soaking it up. But as we look through some of the highlights, I mean, now one of the beautiful things about Call of Duty, sort of the change of pace that comes in our best of 5. You know, you come out so hot in a hard point, but now it just shifts completely when you think about search and destroy. A chance for Røkkr to bring it back, but I don't know if it's a coach that needs to give him a pep talk, attach, Bance, somebody's got to get these guys riled up.
You need a pep talk at champs? I hope not, but yeah.
It looks like it after that map 1.
Yeah, they need a hard regain here. I mean, their Mercado was solid yesterday, able to take down the Subliners, but right behind him was Boston Breach. I mean, Beans' sniper was hitting. We'll see if that continues today. But Boston, I mean, we saw a 9-map streak on this one leading into this. I mean, if you're a Røkkr, you're thinking, I mean, it's not a guaranteed map number 1 win, but it's a favorable map. Just does not go their way. They get fried.
Yeah, I just kept waiting for that moment because we've seen some real terrific comebacks on this just because, like, you can really chain together, like, 3 hard points. Like, you can get something wild going where there's a huge swing. I kept waiting for it, kept trying to set it up. It just never happened. You see Beans, he is fired up. The passion is a-flowing. And it's not a slugfest in the map one. Only one side was throwing punches. They take the map one. An overlook of the stats and how it broke down. You see Kremp with that 1.86. Just everybody hit.
I mean, 30 kill difference. Røkkr in the 100-point club, they get smoked. But as you said, now you refocus on search and destroy. Try to bring this back. But the scary thing is this is where Breach have just been so darn strong. No matter the lineup has been in search, ever since adding Beans, it just feels like this is his specialty.
We expect Beans to have an impact, but you can see it looks like some positive communication kind of going on the main stage on that side. Is you get
start going over strats, right? I mean, you have new players, new players joining the lineup, what you want to do, right? You're prepping the night before.
And I think, like, listen, there's always been a lot of pressure on a map one. I mean, I know some years it was like the team that won the map one won a series like 85 to 90% of the time. Like that's been something that's kind of a trend over the years. Like, obviously it's good to start out strong, but I think with a young team, even more. Like at a champs, when you have like a new squad, a lot of youth, like coming out strong, just getting that map win's got to be big.
Yeah, but taking a look at our Monster Energy pregame here for Røkkr, for them to refocus. Bance, I mean, 0.63 yesterday. We know he can be such a 50-50 player at times, but when he's on, Røkkr is tough to beat. And then another Mercado search and destroy from the ARs. This is what we talked about. They beat potentially one of the best Mercado teams in the game versus NYSL. And a big part of that was attaching Cammy.
They're just going to need all of it, man, especially after that first time. What do we hear? They're like, was it Cammy and Bance were kind of frying coming into the event? Like they were playing real well. You're going to need, we know Bance has been at times all over the place. Look like one of the best subs in the games. At other times struggling. You see it in the stat line there, but like they need him. They need him in a big way. You lose, it is done. The champ story is over. Already one team eliminated. Not what we really expected. It's already been nuts here on day two, but look at the records and the stats across this Mercado. Joe, we get amped and primed for map 2.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it there. I mean, Røkkr, they played it 11 times. Boston Breach 2-2, but honestly, yearly stats don't really matter with these two teams. Lots of different roster iterations, players they're bringing in, different roles. Here we go, map number 2.
Well, right back to it. Cammy, adios, Beans. Right into it here on the round 1. Now to Snoopy's POV. Seeing maybe what angle he's able to find. So close to finding the timing. Maybe needs one more bullet, but then can't get out. You have the 3 versus 2, though. About 60 seconds on the clock as players start to reposition. It's a big gunfight. Not attached, maybe had it. Owakening able to take it. Now puts Bance by himself. Down.
And I love that from Boston after that first blood from Beans. Every single time there was a challenge, there was a second player there. There was no one-on-ones. It was always a 2 versus 1. Snoopy, he would have probably loved that kill, but Owakening was looking over him. Awakening, he shifts. They hit the back alley flank with Kremp, able to find another kill, just playing together. The teamwork on point, but you are seeing the impact of the sniper. We saw it at Major 5 with NYSL, with Skyz, what he was able to do. The threat of it on this map is so important.
Dude, Snoopy's POV was so frustrating. Like every time he like just jumped forward to like narrow that angle a little bit, he was just out of sight and finally had the chance. But yeah, it all worked out. Big wake with 2 in the round. And it looks like a fast B hit. Now you've got a quick rotation over from Cammy, but the only person really here right now is going to be Fame. He's trying to play his life. He is stunned up. The utility coming in. I thought maybe we were retreating into dark, but he's just going to play from the dumpster for now.
Yeah, he
was wrap it all the way back as attached.
He was so good here in this position yesterday versus the Subliners. I mean, multiple rounds where he had a couple of kills if they were over towards B. Has attached looking over him, just trying to wait for any info. The doors being open, left, right. Where's the challenger to come into? Beans with the first blood, but Fame is there now, just trying to finesse and play his life.
Yeah, he thought about it for a second, but yeah, Chow can be very, very tough, but he plays his life beautifully. What a play from Fame, just to back it up into the alley, make the over-aggression come out of breach, and then win the fight. Bance has got Daddy Pop, not a whole lot left in the tank. We'll see how far he can get behind this, but he's got to slow it down now.
Now, Bomb watching the flank, so a lot of time still to work with. Now it's going to start. Awakening to go for it. Fame, he does have Daddy. Does he spot him? Doesn't look like it. Bomb being planted. Beans trying to just get back to his teammate, but you can see the timings, and well, that should be a kill for Bance.
Now 1 versus 2. 1 versus 1, big wake. Versus Bance.
Bance, no Daddy.
He's just lurking right below him. 20 to go. Gunfight incoming. Here we go. Comes sprinting, big wake, takes it, wins the 1 versus 2.
And Owakening just individually playing at such a high level. This is what we want to see from this man. Demon Joe, as we like to call him.
That's what I call you.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome.
But I mean, this guy can just play at such a high level. We haven't seen it that much this year, but so far at Champs, he's bringing it.
Yeah, I mean, if that's Kremp in that situation, or sorry, maybe in that situation you have the Daddy to work with, maybe a little more manageable, but yeah, as you said, Bance just nothing to work with. But Wake now up to 4-0. He'll be the lone man here, like we saw Fame playing on the other side of it.
Look at this rotation, so quick from Boston. They didn't really see much over at A, so it's 3-man rotation over towards the B site for now, and that is the right call. Bance now with the Daddy. He would have loved to have that about 10 seconds ago, but that's Call of Duty for you. Breaks the window, trying to find the angle, gonna fly on through, absolutely finds the first blood. Snoopy trying to hit the trade, not gonna happen.
I get him off the bomb, so no plank could be through. 3-on-2 though for Røkkr. You need this round, you need it badly. You got 1 lurk in mid-map for Breach. He's been tagged up, just kind of locked in by Attach right now.
Yeah, they probably would love to push him, but they just don't know where Beans is quite yet. That's the problem. They're just gonna play the 2-on-3. Play towards this site, 35 seconds to go. Attach is watching the flank, but so it's a 2-on-2 on the site right now.
Not anymore. 1 drops. B's trying to finesse. Cammy to deal with up top. It's just such a difficult gunfight. Just praying for a little bit of aim assist there. He's able to get the kill. Final player pushes though, and Røkkr get the round win. Just too many on the side of Røkkr.
Yeah, nice round there from Bance, just right from the get-go. Uses the Daddy, finds that first blood. Anytime there was pressure, the trades were there for Røkkr. It comes down to a 1-on-1 with what? I think about 18 seconds left, but Attach was there for the reach out.
Well, I mean, good job by Cammy to stay alive as long as he did. Like, you know, you think from, it took about the whole clip, it felt like, to take him down.
Oh, it did. Yeah, he had to reload. Yeah. But much needed for Røkkr to get right back into the game, try to build some momentum up.
Beans once again with the sniper in him. Saw him do it on the defensive end. We'll see what we can do here on offense, but they strike early. Kremp, Snoopy, combined to take down 1, try to hop up top, not gonna work, and Cammy's able to go big, so he gets 2. They go 2 for 2 on either side. And now into this 2v2 we go. Just give me a little peek on that head. Sees it for a moment, tagged up though, the beam's there from Cammy. Cammy, all 3 in the round so far. Playing for the ace, Kremp 1v2.
Yeah, he had some great individual plays through the middle of the map last time we saw him yesterday versus New York. Now gonna try to clutch on up, but nice back-to-back setup here for Fame and Cammy. Can Cammy find that ace? The double challenge there, a nice snap.
Yo.
But Fame there's with the trade, the headshots.
Yeah, Cammy was thinking ace, but Cammy got put down. That was a snap.
Here you see though, Fame though, right there for the challenge, jumps on top of the hedge. But yeah, maybe if Beans is able to hit a shot, they could turn that into something, but just the movement on point for Cammy.
Yeah, he only got really 1 opportunity, right? 1 little flick, saw the head for a moment, and then Cammy probably sees the barrel, saw the shot, just wall bangs him right through the window. But really, I mean, Cammy probably just at the block in the 2 kills early. Just keeping them that 2v2, really the big thing. So where we saw kind of a Wake playing solo by B this time, it's kind of an A stack defensively.
Well, they threw nades over this round, Minnesota, so they threw nades over towards A, maybe keeping them honest. You still have 2 players. They are not an early rotation, but this site worked last time for Røkkr, so gonna go right back to it.
I mean, if anything, you've got a much bigger advantage, it feels like this time around. The presence just starting to come into it, where the rotation was so fast from Breach last time. Maybe you give yourself a better shot at a 4-on-4 retake this time. Owakening able to pick him off bomb. Before you can get scoped, you are dropped. Cammy not letting Beans get anything done with that sniper. It's Big King Cammy again. C-bomb going nuts.
Snoopy yet to find a kill in this map so far. Kremp though able to find the snipe on the ground, able to connect, so now a 2-on-2. Able to spot him, both Vazes in hand, and so here we go. We know how difficult this is to do, and hardpoint doesn't really matter. Snoopy gonna jump on up, but Bance is ready for it.
It just takes so long to mantle up.
We're doing this again! Oh, with one!
Ah, but still another player to deal with it is the madness. Oh, ensues inside, just craziness. We'll see it then from Bance's POV, able to get the angle. And there's been chances for maybe some ludicrous clutches, but not really. It's like the next Røkkr player has been there.
I mean, you're seeing the talent out of Kremp though, right? Just a couple of rounds. Some of his snaps are insane.
Yeah, it's like the actual like shooting. You know, all these guys shoot straight, but some of the snaps, bro, like it looks a little bit different sometimes. One POV to the next.
This guy's entering with a sniper. He just dives with a pistol.
Oh my God! Bance came out of nowhere. Wow, you scared me. Peekaboo, it's Bancy Poo. 2 versus 4 for Breach.
Now all that was going on. Kremp though is gonna pop Daddy. Maybe a play going to be made here. Is he gonna check this spot? Oh, he's gonna get spotted, attached, not gonna allow anything to happen. Awakening now left in a 1-on-4. And I'll tell you what, props to Minnesota, because Beans has had a couple of chances. Obviously the hit marker, that doesn't help him.
Yeah.
But hasn't been as clean with the snipe.
Like bullet penetration through a plant or something there. I don't know. Strong plants. Røkkr and rolling now. As they're taking the edge of this search and destroy, looking to rifle back after getting a 100-point club in that map 1. Oh, it's just the corner there. I thought it was like through the ivy. Like, it's like, all right, well. Strong vegetation.
What, 2 rounds? It was 2-0, 4 rounds in a row for Røkkr since that start. So nice adjustments for them. Shutting down Snoopy as well. He's up to 0-6.
And this is sort of what I was talking about, though, like the map 1 to map 2, just like the change of pace. Like, you know, you fry so much if you're Snoopy in that first map, if you're Beans, like the whole team. It's just, I don't know, one of the beautiful things about COD, just completely changes.
Well, here's the change. I mean, the success of B, you have a 2-2 split right now. I mean, that window is strong, does get broken, though.
That's all right. You know, Bance just waking himself up, a little stun to his own noggin.
Everyone in here is like, oh, well, if the pros do it, I can definitely do it. Yeah. I think I've nated myself more in this game than any other COD combined.
Cammy a few to deal with, and just a couple tags, and we'll back up for now. Bance on 4 in a row. Beans now hits the snipe. Finally able to get something going with that. Throwing the crossover. There are 2. I love it there. The movement on point. The drop shot in from Bance. 6 in a row now. Oh, Beans, you want some of this Bance dance?
Oh,
he's ready for you. It's Bancy Poo. He's on the prowl looking for the ace, but the teammate picks it up, and Røkkr with another round.
You think this is like a Beans hard counter because like Bance is from the UK and he has beans for breakfast?
Could be.
Yeah, the Americans don't, but maybe Bance does.
Bance is hungry.
7 in a row for Bance. Just hanging out, now has the cruise missile as well to utilize and put this map away, tie the series up 1 apiece.
I think I hear a "We Want Sensor" chant. Ah, screw it, toss him in. Yeah,
I'm in.
Yeah, lineups this.
Why not? Let's go.
Yeah.
Can he enter this place on a jet ski?
He's probably got like a jet ski attached to a 4-wheeler, dude. I don't know what you call that. This guy's twisted. It's like a James Bond vehicle. I don't know. On land, sea, and water. Bance with the streak in.
He's gonna take us for a ride. Where are we going? Where are we going?
Tora Mercado! And looking for the back door. Hits, like clipped on the edge of the roof, maybe? Not gonna be able to try to connect through. Oh, what's it there? Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay. I didn't see from that angle.
Yeah, trophies eat giant missiles in this game.
It blew up so high, I didn't think it was the trophy. Yeah, who knows, man? Yeah, advanced technologies, Joe.
Kremp again, just lurking on through towards B. Every time he gets a dead, he was trying to make the play. Last time spotted, this time not going to happen. Finds the first blood on no attach. He's thinking, how the hell is this guy here? But Cammy fights on back in Boston. That's bomb down. They have to plant this. Fame with another one. Doesn't matter after the first blood. Røkkr tied up at 1.
And you go down, what, 0-2, then rip off 6 straight. You just dominate from that point forward. The adjustments were there. Bance got hot. And a lovely win there from Røkkr to tie us up at 1-1. But that's exactly what you needed. And I mean, whatever attaches on a stage, you feel like a comeback is possible. That guy's done some stuff.
Bance, though, 11 in the map. Might have been more than he had. And then Snoopy, 0-8. We've had a couple of donuts.
One, probably.
Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, that's what I was saying. 0-8 from Snoopy there. First donut on the main stage. Probably not going to be the last. We've all been there.
Well, I mean, accuracy had one yesterday, and they came out obviously with an impressive win today. Yeah, it'll happen. It's just, you know, the question though is like when you have something like accuracy, it happens too. I guess I have no doubt in my mind you'll kind of brush that off. Maybe a little bit harder to do when you're a rookie, maybe in your head a little bit more?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's what the coaching staff, his teammates, you know, we fried map number 1. We're going back to a respawn. We have dominated control versus Minnesota on the year. We got to get right back to that.
Well, we'll see if they can get right back to it. Tied up 1-1. We got control coming up next. Thank you so much for watching here and at home. We'll be right back after the break.
Obviously, Champs has been lit so far, but it would not be a COD event if it wasn't for the Passion Pit. Challengers is already live and ready to go. We've got group stage action all day today between the 16 total squads across all 4 regions of Challengers who have made it to this point. Tomorrow, we'll get out of the groups and go straight into the playoff bracket. And then, of course, Sunday, for the first time, we are going to have Challengers Champs on the main stage. So it's dense. There's a lot of people already hanging out. The action's going to get real hot, real passionate. So make sure you're tuning in on twitch.tv/Call of Duty Bravo. And of course, make sure you show up early for Sunday for grand finals. Challengers all weekend long, baby. You know how it is.
Here in Las Vegas, the Challengers action, as you saw now at the Thomas and Mack Center, we get prepped and ready to go into this map 3. Røkkr answer back in the map 2, tie us up at 1-1. Benjamin Bance going huge with the 7 streak there in the map 2, but Control, we'll see. This is going to be an interesting one for who's going to take the edge here 2-1.
Yeah, well, see, I mean, you know, you're going to see the records, and you're going to see, I think it's like 11-7 for Minnesota, and you're like, oh, that's not bad, but they're 1-7 in the last 8. They started the year 10-0 on this map. Since then, only won 1 in their last 8. So
yeah,
we'll see if they can bounce back. Here on the other side for Boston, you know, they were a solid hotel control team. We talked about that, but then they get fried 3-0 yesterday. So who the hell knows?
Yeah, no, again, we're going to say it kind of a good amount over the course of this, that when you look at the year-long stats of these 2 teams, it's really hard to take a whole lot away from it. It's going to be a lot more around recency bias and how your performance has gone recently. As we check out Attach and Beans, this is Control for this season and how they have looked. A 1.2 there for Beans. He's been putting up.
Yeah, he absolutely has. And then, you know, Attach always plays very well. The gunny on point. You see the non-traded kill percentage. Always it'll be a little bit higher for your ARs playing those different positions. I don't know if we're going to get 5 offensive round wins like we did last match, but I'll take a couple.
Yeah, I think you kind of see it there. You know, when Attach was originally benched, his pacing was talked about a good bit, whether it was too slow, whether he should play faster. I think he said like the coaching staff was kind of telling him to play a little bit slower. And like you kind of see, it looks like the engagement's a little bit different. Beams definitely plays with a bit more of an aggro style.
That sure does. Him and Awakening be such a tough duo to fight against. But here we go, map number 3 underway, pivotal. As the series is tied up 1 apiece. Who is going to move on? Who is going to go home? And as I said, the thing not bad for Minnesota, 11-7, but again, 1-7 in their last 8. Well, for Boston Breach, this has been a standard, a go-to at 10-4.
I mean, that wasn't LSCLO Control where all the drama started early in the year with them?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Oh, it seems so long ago. But into the map 3 we go, and Snoopy trying to find information here mid-map.
I think an important round for him, maybe to just get that gunny going again like we saw from map 1. 0-8 in map number 2. Oh, well, stop shooting there as FaZe's gonna find it.
That's sort of like the opposite of probably what you want.
Yeah, no, it was exactly the opposite, yeah.
Yeah, like free kill and then not so free. He gets right back off spawn though and picks up 1. So we'll keep an eye on how he does this map. Just a rookie trying to get going off of an 0-8 map 2. Crowd getting going a little bit behind Beans, a little snapper there as he was hit down to 4 HP.
And this is what we saw with Seattle and LA, right? I mean, it was just so many opening B hits, and the offensive team was winning it. Now this point is done. You have a chance to push top hill, work the spawn kills, 2 minutes to work with. Boston already in a very strong position.
Right, it was just all offense in the last series. It was absolutely incredible to watch that play out. We had a weird Asilo yesterday as well that we casted. Beans desperately trying to get eyes on the player below him, but just not happening. Now trying to reposition over the top. Team able to pick up 1. Now the shot's starting to hit. 3 will drop onto the point, make it 4. Good position for Breach to close it out right here.
Yeah, he's got no ammo. He's just got his knife out. He's got a trophy down, so he's going to try to play his life with 3 players on it. Minnesota, they have to go. The second tick already in. When is the challenge going to come? It's going to be here in time. The SMGs, they find 2, attached with the 3rd, so you are still alive in the round, but already so much work done for Boston.
Yeah, I mean, hell of a retake, but exactly. So much damage has been done. You've got to basically be perfect from this point forward, because you allow any other 3 or 4 down scenario where there's any kind of stack and you're getting smoked, this one is done. That's going to be 2 down. Now maybe the opening. Cammy, going to have to go big here with his teammate to try and hold. As multiple coming off the spawn. Should be able to get some damage in. On the cross, it's going to be Bance is able to do it. Cammy will find his kill. 3 down once again. Røkkr up to the task.
Yeah, and I thought this round was potentially over right there. I mean, you had Fame in the base, you had Attach, who was able to get taken down. Owakening now in the tower. Maybe this is the chance. Is Boston going to be on the point, putting no pressure through bar, just leaving it, going right over towards the arch side. Snoopy does get taken down. Bees there for the trade. Another retake for Minnesota. They are hanging on by a thread, and that's going to be all 4 dead.
Yeah, that thread is just, it feels like getting thinner and thinner, but they've done just enough to continue to hold. Now taking a bit of a different angle here, wrapping around the other side. The all-on onslaught, not going to be the case. They know they got one more real crack at this, trying to make sure they develop this as best they can. Nice win from Kremp. Cammy deleted. 20 to go. Another win there from Beans. Attack, can't quite finish it. Can't finish either. Beans able to go big. The only person that gets the kill is going to be Cammy on the other side. Onto the point. Go Boston. And it took, what, like 4 more hits after they got down to that final tick, but they're able to do it, John.
I think the issue for Minnesota, I mean, great retakes for them, but the opening kills were never there, right? You never had that player in bar finding a kill or two, top window finding a kill. Just, you know, the subs being annoying in the base of Boston. Boston always found that initial that allowed them to get their push through middle of the map. That's usually the toughest part about a CDL control on offense. As soon as there's a sub in your face, good luck, it is difficult.
It felt like one of those times you watch a team play hardcore and they're breaking so well but can't hold a single thing. Like, what should be easier, they just were not able to do. Bance, though, he is continuing off of his nice map, too. I know they lose that first round, but he goes 8-5, leading the way for his team. Maybe a confidence booster there in the search and destroy.
And why not? Let's go B right off the start. Everyone else is doing it. It's been working. And Boston deal with the first push. Maybe with Snoopy's first blood, they should. Attach with some nice beams.
It's just funny for so long. It was, hey, right? Be the final site to get. It has been shifted here at Champs.
I mean, every now and then you threw it, your first push over towards a more difficult site to capture, but today has been an anomaly, but it looks like Boston holding on, and that is due to Snoopy 4 off the start.
Attach just trying to stay up as nades hitting from everywhere, and eventually he falls. The Bance trying to get out to tower. He'll have an AR in hand for now. That nade just right in his pocket. Beautiful toss there from Beans.
And this is the issue when you go B and it does not work early, right? You spend so much time, and now there's only 20 seconds left to try and work this A zone. Boston going to shift on over, and they're absolutely going to play with it. But that first kill I talked about, Kremp, he gets taken down by Bance. Maybe that's the opening that Minnesota needs.
Cammy with a follow-up. Bance looking for the angle, just the smoke from the nades, making it so tough to actually get a line of sight on. Attach though finding another. Bance just finding this angle through. More progress today. Halfway to that third bit. That'll be done. Extra minute put on, minute 22 now to work with. The Snoopy's getting kills mid-map, and you look to layer this now if you're a Røkkr.
Yeah, Boston thought about maybe trying to go for that retake, but the nades were on point for Minnesota. There was no trophy down. So you're gonna have one player pushed up over towards white. That's gonna be Awakening. Dealing with the players off a spawn, trying to push them over towards that A side of the map. Where is the push going to come through? It looks like it's going to come through lockers for Minnesota. Attach is going to find the first. You have one player sneaking around in their base. That's going to be Snoopy trying to find a kill. But the push is on towards his teammates. So it's on to Awakening and Snoopy for now. They at least find one kill, does Awakening, but his teammates, nowhere to be found.
They're still trying to hunt out Awakening. That's Bance has been trying to find him. Halfway to that second bit of progress. Beans with a nice win in the backside of it. You still have Cammy who's on that point. Awakening gets another kill. Wins a big one versus Bance on the far side of it, so stays alive for that collective pinch.
I mean, it's great, but you give up 2 ticks, right? It's just difficult once you get put in that position. Nice job by Beans. Nice patience to find that kill onto Attach. I mean, if Attach finds that one, that might be the round done. And see in the top right, the entire team for Boston on a spree right now. Slaying well, 25 seconds to go. You have a couple of players pushed on up for Minnesota, but Kremp just lurking. Trying to hunt down Røkkr.
So little time to go. We'll see if anybody can get there. Nobody close. You have to win some insane fights if you're gonna make the push, and you've still got Beans who's waiting deep. Another one drops, make it 2. Both will fall. Nobody close outside of FaZe, who might be able to get on the point for a second, but then good luck. You should get swarmed. The trade is in. It's another round for Breach.
First defensive round win of the day here on LSCLO.
Yeah.
They do get 2 ticks, but some pivotal fights by Beans, and then Owakening just, I mean, playing his life. And sometimes it can be a little bit detrimental when your teammates are dying. It's just sort of like you're just being ignored. But when his teammates are finding those kills, it kind of puts them to have to go over towards Owakening. He was playing his life. Able to clutch
so
on
often, whether it's like, you know, getting pushed up towards the green or getting pushed up like towards hillside on the other end of it, like, what value can you find? How many heads can you turn? How annoying can you be? Seemed a little scary for a moment. Well, that nade comes through. That should get the kill. Bance gets deleted, but the nade on point. Nice snap there from Snoopy. Trying to work back into it after the goose egg in that map too. So far, so good. The team with the 2-0 edge.
Yeah, Beans able to find Fame again, finding that first sub in your base. And now Snoopy just gonna try to play for players off of spawn. You have one player on B, so just pausing that clock and times it well. Able to find Fame. Who knew he was coming up off spawn, finds that kill. You have Cammy working the pinch, working the flank, but can they find Bance and attach? Trades going down over towards that B zone, but they are favoring Boston right now.
Cammy able to get one. The beams are there. Actually takes down a second, but the angle from Beans will drop him. Now to Fame's POV we go. Just all the utility soaring through him and trying to get away with his life. Just 45 now on the clock. B looks like it should be done. Seems like you're probably giving that up if you are Røkkr. You've got to. Now, how does this transition go for Breach? How do you deal with it if you're Røkkr? Who's on hill? That's gonna be Bance. It's kind of working to maybe make the pinch through.
Yeah, this time though, attach. Able to find that first kill. You have radio tower control. Can you get your teammates out of the spawn? It looks like Fame, he's gonna be safe for now. Bance, and he's also gonna be able to win that. I thought maybe he was gonna have a sub, but here we go. To 2 versus 2 right now. But attach has been so crucial in these moments, but he's gonna be the last player alive, just trying to buy time.
Well, he's doing that good job of that. Is Cammy able to get back into it? Beans, though, the tags at long range are there. +5 for him at 14 and 9. Now you've got a minute to work with. You have a slight lives edge as well. Owakening and Beans just cutting them through on the cross on spawn. It's got to be frustrating if you're Røkkr just trying to get through. Now you'll be spawning out the other side due to Awakening's position. And see how you get back into the action if you were Cammy.
It's like, do you want to leave him, take the 3-on-4? Looks like they're trying to hunt him down again. So, gonna put him back on the respawn timer. Here comes the push, 40 seconds left. Awakening just trying to find anything that he can. There is the setup, trying to buy time. Wasn't enough. Oh, well, Bance with the knife, able to just finesse and play his life. But again, it is down to attach and Cammy off of spawn.
Yeah, Cammy, this might be the first time he's gotten near the objective in the last minute of gameplay. They both combined to take him out. Bance attach on the feet. 5 in a row now for attach. I thought maybe number 6, but nope, Snoopy digs him an early grave. Progress is there for Boston. Cammy, finally he gets back into the mix. He says, hola, Cammy is here. The triple through, not quite able to get the 4th, but after that frustrating sequence you had for Cammy, just pops off on the point. 9 versus 9, the lives department. Fame gives Røkkr the edge. They got to get the hold here. It's a map win for Breach.
It's looking good so far. Snoopy able to get pushed on up, and well, now that is 2 dead. 2 dead for Røkkr. aBeZy onto the point. He does get cut down, but Snoopy able to find 2. That's going to be all 4. That might be the map.
1.3 on the clock. It's surging quickly with the stack, and the map is done. Breach, come out and get the 3-0.
I don't know what is going on today, but teams are having a tough time on defense.
Real tough time, yeah. Like, it has just been a nightmare. I mean, you have a good job. just kind of getting them pinned back. I mean, I think you see the frustration for Cammy.
It was like, I got 3, then what happened?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and before that, like, he was just in the cycle, like, just couldn't really get back to the actual play. It was either Awakening or Beans getting shots at him on cross, I think 3 or 4 times, just trying to get back to help his team. He got cut down. But now you take the lead 2-1. You've taken both of the respawns. If you are Breach, a chance to close it out with a 3rd respawn on the map 4. But statistically, anything really pop off the page for you, Joe?
I mean, not much. I mean, pretty even across the board. Obviously, Fame 12 and 21. And I just think there were some moments for him where he was pushed up bar. Maybe if he finds that initial kill, right, you get pushed up towards that dumpster. He could be the annoying sub in the base of the attackers. But it just never really happened. I guess you just have to give props to the Boston team, because it was the opposite. Every time they got pushed up, yeah, you were finding the spawn kills, give yourself map control.
I don't think Røkkr had that once, right? Like, where you actually just got pushed up defensively, made it so that you kind of have to win 2 big fights if you're going to get any kind of progress. Like, it was always just like they were playing defense from so deep. You got 2 or 3 kills, and you were getting objective progress, like, every time. Just little by little, they tear them down. And as Breach do it, I mean, I think we thought either team obviously could win this particular matchup, but Breach coming out in front and thus far.
Now here's the end of that 3rd round. Bance maybe just buying enough time, but Snoopy with that 1 spawn kill and then allows himself for the pinch. Yeah, Cammy behind this 3-piece. This is when they finally got pushed up, right? This is where you saw Fame over towards Kegs, and he's giving the comms. All right, they're all working towards that flank. Cammy was able to find the first, but then the kills come in. You deal with the player. Who was that? That was Bance who dies at the tower. And I think that's the key play. Because that player at the tower, we know how annoying that is to deal with.
Yeah.
And as soon as he gets taken down, that opens up so many angles for the offensive team.
Being the passion on the main stage, he is fired up. You saw it in the map 1 as well. They're close. 1 more map and they continue on this loser's bracket. Some frustrations there from Bance. He is animated after that map. You see, he is pissed with how that one played out. I mean, it looked like a frustrating map from just to play from that side. Like, it did not look like they were having a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, but there's the ARs, Beans 19 and 12, Awakening 17 and 11. And just props to their offenses, just right from the get-go, capturing that B point, knowing how to execute over towards A, keeping those players trapped in the spawn. Minnesota Røkkr could not deal with it. We're right back to a hard point. You know, he talked about Bance being a little ticked off. He's known for in-between maps, settling down, doing this breathing exercises. You need that here.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big thing for him, obviously, when he was on the Ultra team. Now, can he reel it in, get refocused? Get ready for map 4, though. We're going to take a look at some of the Breach hardpoint stats sort of leading into this major. This is since stage 4. You know, there's been a lot of team changes, so keeping it a little bit more recent. It's not been good.
I'll tell you what was good, though. There's today. They win the first map 250 to 87 on that fortress.
Smoked them.
And the respawns have been dominant out of Boston Breach. Can they get that here? They do it once again, and I mean, I think, yeah, some bracket busters potentially for a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, like, listen, Røkkr got top 3 the last major, but I don't think any of us were convinced they were necessarily equivalent to a top 3 team. They beat a couple teams maybe they should. They lost some, they got smoked by teams they probably shouldn't beat. There was a bit of a question mark, I think, for both these teams. I think the potential we know is there for Boston. When the gunning is hot, they can turn that a little more objective. Like, we know the talent is there. Like, they can be absolutely twisted. We heard the expectations by the man on your screen in Snoopy. I think a lot of people picking Røkkr just, I mean, partially the top 3, partially they've been playing better than they have really all year. You have the champs experience, but I don't know, this was a coin flip.
Yeah, who the hell knows?
Yeah, this was a coin flip. Because as much as you're like, the roster change comes in for Breach like right before the event, I mean, you had what, a couple weeks of practice with Attach back in the lineup too. I mean, both these teams probably still trying to figure out some things, and it's not usually champs time when you want that to be the case, where you're trying to figure out some strategies to how you want to deal with certain situations if you're a squad. But we'll see if we get to a map 5 or it will all end here. Breach looking to close this one out, send this Røkkr squad home.
Can Minnesota get going in a respawn, right? Maybe just have one of those big performances out of a player like Attach or FaZe. There's going to be 3 dead as Minnesota with a nice start here. Oh, Maven forgot to turn the screen on.
Oh, is that what that was? I was like, everyone's going crazy. What happened? We have a screen. That makes sense. That's my bad, guys. We get right back to the action. As teams go 2 for 2. So far, Røkkr in control. I thought like a villain or somebody walked out of the main stage. I didn't really know what happened.
Minnesota with some nice time, able to flip the spawns as well, but that's gonna be 2 dead. Not when you wanna die. Right before the next hill pops, make that 3. Beans popping off here, looking for number 6 and the cruise. Bance just lurking, trying to play his life. They have an idea of his position. They know where Minnesota Røkkr is gonna push on through from.
See if he can keep this streak going. Get shouldered for a second, like shouldered close, then the chow from deep. Nice little double peek there from Røkkr. FaZe just gets a second behind that. Must have snapped on the second, give him 3. My man is eating 4 in a row now for FaZe. In a big break there, he keeps cruising, make it 5. FaZe, woo!
Trying to make a name for himself on this stage. Can run the AR, he can run the submachine gun, does not find number 6, so both teams with an opportunity to find a cruise missile, but on this rotation over to P3, I mean, Bance has just been hanging out for some time now. He's gonna have a lot of players to deal with, though. You can see Boston going all the way through towards bedroom, towards back plat.
Getting ready for the guys. He's been sitting here chilling, just cooking up a feast. Now he's got to get the gunny hostile. And there's everything soaring at him. You saw for the third person POV, just the stuns, the nades coming in. Bance able to avoid everything, just finds the kitchen counter, trying to get a reload in, but the swarm is here. That's 2 through for Boston thus far. Nice little snap there from Cammy, though.
Yeah, and now it's up to Attach. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Both teams off a spawn. FaZe trying to hit the side door. Attach trying to follow up his teammates, but Kremp able to hold on alongside of Owakening.
Yeah, you just get that close backside spawn. They're just in to reinforce so quickly. Attach doesn't have a chance, but about to be a tie game. We're looking at 58-58 score line, 20 seconds remaining on this hard point. Røkkr getting ready for the rotation and finding the kills mid-map as the breach players try to leak out for position. You'll see 2 are gonna spawn bottom left though. New hard point about to pop.
And I mean, without that Fame play onto P2, because it's very similar to this, right? Where you had the early rotation, but Boston broke so soon at P2, but Fame was the reason they're in this game right now.
I don't know how he won the second one. Like, we weren't on his POV, but that first gunfight when he chopped from the back steps, yeah, that was, he did something nasty to him.
Well, there's going to be 2 dead. Beans was able to get taken down. Snoopy snapping onto trophies. Kremp, though,
get out of here.
Able to find that opener, but now it's Fame again, trying to get Røkkr back in. No trophies down for Boston. That will be 3 dead.
Fame, another big sequence. Leading the lobby right now at 11. Attach just holding on to the ledge here. Finding a cheeky angle as he's getting kills, 3 in a row for him. Trying to look over his teammate. The free fire coming through, running out of ammo. Just trying to dodge, dip and dive and stay up for a moment. He's just shooting everything. All those walls, just screw those walls.
And I don't know if this is sort of Boston's game plan here, but I mean, they have not had a rotation yet. They have just been trying to break every single hill. Maybe they just trust their gunny. They want to play with this confidence, sort of like old FaZe style, where you just play behind the brakes.
Hotel also could just be like, you know.
Well, I mean, Kremp shooting like that, Beans behind him, that's 2. I mean, why not? Screw rotations, we're fighting for the scrap time.
Let's see what they can do from actually holding, and so far, so good. Beans and Kremp once again lighting up the feed, gunning them down, taking control of the point. How far out can they push this lead? Oh, God, just some of these gunfights, some of these key one-on-ones. You see Breach starting to win them. Some moments reminding you of that map 1. Yeah, I get it. If it wasn't for some of the Fame plays, who knows what this scoreline is.
And what, Beans is on 5 in a row again. Was not able to find the cruise last time through. Can he do it this time? It would allow them to break P6. Could turn this into a massive lead. Still trying to find it. I would love if a teammate was with him, but it doesn't matter. Now behind that, has the cruise missile.
Beams does what he wants, Joe.
Yeah, he's doing what he wants right now. 16-7 on the map. Still have to deal with Cammy on the hill, controlling Kitchen. Alongside Kremp, there's going to be the break, but now just trying to play his life.
He's got people all around him. Gonna get one more, not going to happen. 3 through now for Røkkr. 40-point advantage to Breach. As Awakening lining him up at range. Here comes the streak. Will he find any value? Just kind of keeping them inside for a bit, making sure they can't rep out and apply pressure, but you haven't had anybody in the hard point. The person that's going to get the hard point is going to be Bance, who won a one-on-one on the other side, and he's just going to hop right on into it, so you get the streak to come out. It's led to no time. Chipping away at this lead is Røkkr.
Yeah, interesting play there. I mean, he gets the call out. All 3 players are inside a kitchen. I thought they were just going to flood bedroom, try to deal with Bance, but that doesn't happen. They try to go through mid, through hot tub, and they get cut down. So if you are Røkkr, only down by 15 after the first rotation, you take this all day. But can their guns get hot? Did they deal with this? And Snoopy is smacking them in the back.
Tyson just laying them out. It'll be 2 in a row for him. The fists are hitting. Can the bullets get there too? Just comes out the shot of the back alley. That's not going to work. To the chaos of the central point we go. Nobody in for now, and it's going to be tough to maintain. But these first hard points in the second rotation can be so crucial. A better chance to lock up some massive time. And right now, Røkkr trying to do exactly that. They were down 15 going into it, kind of sticking that way. Now listen, we listened to Breach through that first map. It's Røkkr that are up against it now. They've got to get a map win to push it to a map 5 to a Røkkr. Listen in, we go.
I can get big. All right, what is bricks?
I have big, yeah.
Get big,
I have hold of right. You have hold of right?
Yeah, I spawned here.
More left on me. I still have big.
They're gonna spawn kitchen,
Still square on me, guys. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you good too. Is someone got time? Yeah. Okay. We're pushed at both sides.
Yeah, I can back up.
Back spot. They could get P4, guys. I can call it out though.
Yeah,
they're not bullying me over here.
They know where I am. They know where I am in shop.
You could. One on P4. I'm watching big stuff. I got one.
There's a guy broken. There's a guy broken.
Okay.
I'm staying back. I don't know where the guy broken is. I don't know where the guy broken is.
Show me you do. Okay. They cross the back. I'm crossing the back. I need help, maybe. I broken turn. Guys. I broken turn. In the back.
Got one.
Yeah.
Back small wall.
Spot. You got me weak Kremp this up. He's gonna kill me. Nice. Just finesse still. They're gonna spawn back on you, okay? We should start rotating. Yeah, I'm good. There's two. One back step, one check in. Wait, okay. I don't think anything's out. We'll look for is Snoopy.
Yeah, they're hitting big. They're double hitting big. There's already one through.
No, I spawned out. Get time. We're going left. We're gonna go left.
You can go.
Someone's back. You saw me. I've made a okay. I'm coming deep. Listen, I've got kill. Okay, I'm coming deep, and I'm coming. Let me know when you're top. I'll kill this.
Said he had a kill, and there it is. Bance able to pick it up. Now, can they pop off behind this when the collapse starting to come in as Breach is set up inside? Still about 15 points separating these two teams. The stun going to slow down Fame getting in position to help, but finally he's able to get there. Still inside will be Kremp though. The trade there. Kremp going huge beats with one as well, and they just held on for now, but the contest is in.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a pivotal moment here for Breach, able to hang on. Bance able to find that rotation kill, but it does not matter. Kremp popping off. This is where Minnesota needed clutch on up. All of these players have done it before in their careers. They're going to need to do it one more time. Boston Breach 36 points away from moving on. And with this scrap time, they're going to be ever so close from eliminating Røkkr.
It's some of the utility use. I mean, you know, you try to collapse on this, hit it all at once. The stun's slowing people up, not able to hit every doorway at once and collapse. And it was slowed down just enough that Breach were able to deal with it. And how close are they now? 230 up on the board. Next hard point, ready to pop. Røkkr inside. They have to find something deep. Dig deep here for the comeback. There's so few points needed now for Breach. And on Kremp's POV, he's been hit by everything in the kitchen sink, but it's Big Wake. Demon Joe, I swear to God, if he would have 180 there.
I mean, this has just been it. I mean, Minnesota have not been able to hold, that are putting them in a position to eliminate Røkkr. 5 more seconds needed. Attach trying to do what he can, up to 25 and 18. Awakening still going, but it feels like Minnesota okay for now, but they're going to have to rotate. That's going to be the key. Does someone maybe play for the scrap time? Is Boston just going to commit to rotation? That is going to be the play call.
These moments where heroes are made. So many clutch moments. for a player like Attach on Røkkr. Can you bring it back? Just 5 points needed for Breach. Breach going to be set up inside. New hard point, here we go. Second by second, it's getting dangerous. Attach is able to get a kill in the entry. The trade is there, the map is done. Breach sends up packing with a big win on the main stage. Break after break after break. The gunny was just there, and it was there all series, bro.
I mean, how many times throughout that map was Minnesota, even in the listening, right? They're at P2, they did a much better job, that one, than the first, but they're always the first team there. And even on that P3, when Bance finds that initial kill, I think that was a key moment, a chance for Røkkr to get back into the game. It was Awakening and Kremp able to hold on, but the ARs for Boston Breach shut it down. What Cammy was around double negative, not a great game for him.
And I think that's why Boston can be a threat. It's just because, like, you know, all year, you said at the very beginning of the match, like, the talent has been there, the kills have been there. It's just been turning it into points to actually win maps. Where their hard point struggles have been, like, it's been close losses. You're putting up 220 on a map on average and just losing, like, not able to find the ice in the big moments. But when they went up, they held on and closed it out. And map 1, never allowed for that comeback potential to happen from Røkkr, never allowed for any sort of insanity like we've seen on that map. And here it's a close one, but again, they just don't, I kept expecting Røkkr to like have that surge, that moment where they really tested him. They never really let it happen.
Yeah, I mean, you had the fame moment. Attach has been solid, but for me, it's the other two. I mean, Cammy 15 to 25, he's gonna be very upset about that, even in, you know, that control didn't play the best. Røkkr finishes season top 8.
Beans, I think, had like 3,400 damage or something. Like, he, from the map 1, from the get-go, not that every team needs to have like that passion guy, that energy guy, but like, he has been insane on the main stage. He's so fun to watch. His play has been electric, and like, when he's playing well, when he is beaming, it feels like he has elevated the rest of his team from an energy standpoint. Yes, you lose the map too, but in the respawns, they were electric. They look like a force. Sometimes the mistakes are going to cost them, but when you're hitting all your shots, you're winning every fight, it can be absolutely nuts. But speaking of Beans, let's get to our Monster Energy Spotlight. We've got him on stage. Blaze, Beans, take it away, baby.
Thank you so much, Mercury Maven. Las Vegas, give it up for the Boston Breach as they continue on in this elimination bracket. Beans, let me talk to you about this one, okay? How you feeling after getting that victory right away?
I mean, I think it's something really needed. You know, we've been going through a bit of a rough patch. Obviously, last 2 majors been a bit rough. Scrims are rough, and obviously we just brought Eric in, Snoop, who's obviously insanely talented, unbelievable player. And so, yeah, I think that means a lot for us going forward.
Yeah, now in this series, the one thing that I can really pinpoint here is that you guys look way better on your respawns there, okay? And those were all the maps in which you won here. What have y'all been doing to really improve that, and how did y'all take these guys down?
Well, I think first of all, I got a big shout out to Doug Santa-Martin.
Yeah.
He's in the backstage. He's, you know, obviously he can't be playing right now, but he's helping us mentally and, you know, with the game and stuff. So big shout out to him. And I think, I don't know, I think we just said, look, play fearless, play, you know, just like we're having fun. It's the last tournament.
Yep.
No pressure on us, you know. We got top 12, top 12. At least we made it here, and we thought, you know, let's just go out and have fun, and we did.
Hey, and that's what it's all about. Go out here, have fun, you know, play every match like it's your last. And, you know, lastly, I really want to ask you about the rookies on your team, Kremp, Snoop, okay? Tell me about how they've been evolving series after series here in Champs.
Yeah, I think Carl's come a long way. Obviously, I played with him on the academy team as well, and as a player, he's grown a lot, got, you know, a lot smarter and in a lot of situations. Eric's obviously very raw, very new player, but his talent, obviously, everyone can see is insane. So
insane.
He's got a high ceiling. So yeah.
All right. Any last minute shout-outs you want to give here to the Boston Breach fans?
Big shout out to the crowd. Appreciate it all. Obviously, the Heinz Beans there. When we're not playing OpTic, it's quite fun. You know, the crowd are quite nice. But yeah, appreciate it all.
Give it up for Beans in the Boston Breach one more time. That's gonna do it for us on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Beans, one of the great characters of the Call of Duty League, celebrating a win, one that none of us predicted correctly here on the desk.
On the day.
We've got Clayster, we've got Alley Cat, we've got Nameless, all feeling a little bit shocked here. Nameless, I want to start with you though. What went down here? How does Boston walk away with this victory?
Well, they got Fortress Map 1, and that's a map they lost 9 straight times. And they kicked it off the right way. Kremp had a massive bounce back. Him and Snoopy, the SMGs on the team, absolutely popped off. And then from then on forward, they had a lot of momentum, a lot of power going into the respawns. We get to that control, an absolute chokehold. Nothing that Minnesota threw at them worked. They could not get mid-map control. The SMGs simply not strong enough on the side of Minnesota to contend.
Clayster, after their match against OpTic yesterday, Boston comes backstage and they said, we got one. We got one. They were in high spirits despite the L. Beans mentioning it again. They're coming into this tournament, no pressure after back-to-back 9-12 finishes. When's the last time you've seen a team like that at COD Champs still in the running with that attitude?
There's not very many teams at COD Champs that are playing the way that Boston Breach are playing right now, and the only team that I could think of that even comes close to this was before LA Thieves was LA Thieves, the 100 Thieves run at Black Ops 4 Champs. From the losers round 1 all the way to the grand finals, they played with unrelenting aggression. They kept it pushing at all times, and they kept the vibes high. I'm getting some vibes.
That's what they're trying to do,
That's what they're trying to do. That's the start of it right there.
Yeah.
I think the best point of this as well is the fact that they didn't win that search and destroy, right? Like that was the only map they were able to take off of OpTic yesterday was that map number 2. And this is a Boston team traditionally that did really well in the respawns. I think when it came to this matchup, Minnesota just, they couldn't keep up with the slaying. I think, you know, Boston Breach in that first opening fortress really put their foot down. Snoopy 22 and 15, Kremp 26 and 14, the rookies showing out. And then that El Asilo, I mean, the opening B pushes over on the offensive side of things and just winning every single opening gunfight. Minnesota Røkkr, unfortunately, just on the back foot and a lot of the engagements of this series, Dan.
I was gonna say, I will say, like, you know, it's a bit concerning. They lost a lot of the rotations on that last hotel there. They were just breaking hills left and right. Obviously, that's credit to Boston being able to communicate and get through those situations. But at the same time, that's a lot of blunders made by the Minnesota Røkkr. So Boston, you can play loose all you want, but you're gonna still have to be tighten it up just a little bit as we move on through this tournament.
Boston's looking to continue to play spoiler already into your top 6. They'll wait and see who falls down to them from that OpTic Texas, or sorry, from the Atlanta-Toronto matchup. But Clay, as we wrap up this battle here, take a look through the numbers.
Big
Who's
Wake.
impressed you?
Giga.
Dude, that's what Ant's been calling him. Nameless has been calling him Giga Wake for a long time now. 1.5, 1.55 in the control. And Bean's doing work too. The Doug Sensor Martin pipeline for amateur players is insane. 3 of his teammates are on this team, and they just advanced at COD Championships.
It's time to take a look at your scuff play of the day. And this one, of course, is our player of the game from the hard point. Ali, 100-point club to open up the series. Boston turning their frags around on day 2.
Yeah, I don't know if I can agree with this opening map pick by the Minnesota Røkkr. Just knowing how aggressive that we've seen from Boston Breach these SMGs can be when they're on a roll. I mean, it was just masterclass. A lot of the gunfights just weren't going the way of Minnesota. Whether it was a rotation, whether it was a break, it was all green in the kill feed throughout this entire map. It was a painful watch.
And as we wrap that up, final question I have for you guys is, who's the most improved from day 1 to day 2 for the Boston Breach?
I'm gonna go with Wake, man. I thought he was way more of a team player today on a lot of the breaks. You know, a lot of people are saying he was simply playing for kills yesterday. Well, it translated to a victory today. I almost wanted to say Snoopy, but he dropped a donut in SDs.
Yeah, in that final game, he didn't need to shine. Kremp and crew did, though. And you can break down all the numbers you want on CallOfDutyLeague.com. But the real thing you need to know right now is where we're at in the bracket. Only 6 teams remain as we've said goodbye to the LA Thieves. Minnesota Røkkr will now be packing their bags as we head back up to the upper bracket. Next, Clayster, we got FaZe Ultra, OpTic Subliners. This is going to get insane tonight.
Oh, it's about to get spicy in this building. We got 2 amazing matches from 4 amazing teams coming up. This is about to get down and dirty.
Chat is filling up. Shout out to everyone tuning in from around the world. This is COD Champs 2023. And a quick reminder, get in on the Champs action with the Champs bundle. Fit for a king, complete with a new operator skin, weapon blueprints, and more. Rule the battlefield and get your 2023 Call of Duty League Champs pack today. That's not it. Stay in the loop by signing up for the Call of Duty newsletter. Yeah, just like your grandma. Newsletters for kids. Receive breaking news, event discounts, and more. Just scan the QR code on your screen today. We got to go to a break. We come back. It is your top 4 seeds in the winners bracket.
Oh my gosh.
Can Toronto shock the Call of Duty world with 2 rookies? These guys are the 2023 Toronto Ultra. Now, the Ultra are known as being smart, cerebral dudes who play the cleanest COD. But this year, they picked up Scrapz. Not like trash, Scrapz is his name. He's probably the least quiet guy in the league. They also recruited Stanny to start the season, but he didn't stand on the roster for too long. Get it? Ultra looked internally, promoting their other rookie Hicksy to the lineup. Vibes were restored, and the squad found their groove again. Toronto has won a lot, including Hicksy's first ever LAN event at Major 3. Only one other person in COD history has won their first LAN major. Yup, Scump in 2011. They almost even won champs not too long ago. But the Ultra are pretty tired of almost. With this confident rookie duo, Toronto believes the future is now. There can only be one Call of Duty League champ, and you just might be looking at him.
25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no, we ain't done yet. But a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told them last year that I've been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text from way downtown, but it's still wet. Yeah, that's a guarantee. King of the city, man, they knowing that it's me. Hey, damn, you're still doing it with ease, cause it ain't that hard when I'm talking about me. Me and my funds. Told them I get what I want. I need my money up front. I do not do this for fun. So I've been here my whole life, I ain't seen them here once. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Take the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Take the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Check the stats. The temperature is heating up in Las Vegas as we are down to our top 4 teams in the upper bracket. Welcome back into the Thomas and Mack Center, home of COD Champs 2023. The Call of Duty Championship League weekend continues, and we've got Clayster on the desk, the 3-time champ, to break down this next one for us. Toronto versus the #1 seed. And Clay, looking at the numbers, Toronto has no chance in this matchup, right? So how do you get the win in a series that has been so difficult all series long?
Straight up, when you set the stage and realize we are at champs and it's the winner semis and you're playing FaZe, straight up, I know how to beat these guys. I played against them for years now in champs, in winners finals, in grand finals. The only way to beat them, everybody has to pull their weight. I'm not kidding. Everybody on Toronto Ultra has to have a 1.0 or they're straight up just going to lose.
Allie, what do you want to see from Ultra today? Because they have the Rookie of the Year officially now on the lineup.
I want to see Hicksy slamming Simp and aBeZy is what I want to see. I don't think it's possible, but like Clay said, it's kind of what has to happen, right? For Toronto Ultra to kind of get this win on Atlanta FaZe with how good they've looked here at the tail end of the season.
We just got the maps and modes locked in, so let's show the people at home the 5 games for this best-of-5 series. Mercado, Embassy, El Asilo, Fortress for the second hardpoint, and we'll close things out on Hotel S&D, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, well, right off the bat, that Mercado hardpoint, obviously that's one that these guys like to play, especially if you're Toronto Ultra, but FaZe is going to be spun on a good side, so they're going to have to seize their advantage there. In these search and destroys, Embassy and Hotel, FaZe is a combined 22-7. Very comfortable on these maps, and you know, Hotel's one that we haven't deemed like a lockup map for Atlanta FaZe throughout the season, but the way that they play it is so frustrating to play against. I know Clay can talk about it. That wrapping back and forth, dropping the bomb in your mid, not knowing which bomb they're committing to is impossible to go up against. So if we go 5, it's going to be wild.
Well, I've been picking the underdog all day, and that is, or sorry, I've been picking the favorite seed all day. So now I'm going to go with the underdog here. Toronto Ultra is going to get the victory. It's going to continue as upsets happen over and over again.
Is it the day of the underdog?
I believe so.
No, I'm going Atlanta FaZe.
Atlanta FaZe!
Listen, I'm with Chris. I think it's the day of the underdogs. I'm going to go with Toronto.
Let's go, Squirrels!
I'm going with Atlanta. It's winter semis. We're at COD Champs. Simp is going to pop off. Atlanta got it.
It is split here on the desk. Vegas, let us know who you got in this battle as we send it down to the stage with Guy Blaze.
All right, Las Vegas. Our winners semis are here, and the victor moves on to the winners finals. It's time to get this stage set, and the first squad coming out. It's time to go plus ultra, because here comes Toronto. For CleanX, inside, Hicksy and Scrapz. Show some love to the Toronto Ultra.
They already have a chip on the season, and they're not shy of the matchup against the Atlanta FaZe. Scrapz just got crowned Rookie of the Year earlier today, but like he said, they are looking for the ring, and there's no better matchup to get them hyped and prepped to head to Sunday than against the villains of the league. We got to bring them out the stage, Blaze.
It's time to bring them out. We know them all so well. Las Vegas, get ready to phase up, because here comes Atlanta. Oh, some love to Slasher. Give it up for Simp. aBeZy in the house. And last but not least is Cellium, your Atlanta FaZe.
They brought Slasher in to make a difference in moments like this. Winner semifinals, they're comfortable in this position. They've won this tournament before. If they're able to win COD Champs this year, potentially the greatest Call of Duty team we have ever seen. But it starts right now. Once again, this is a big-time matchup. Got to get to that winner's final. Let's get it started.
All right, I'm ready to get it started and as well. Las Vegas, let's blow the roof off the center. Are you ready? Let's go. Miles, let's get it. Whoa, no, Miles.
Come on. Just one British guy in the CDL, apparently. Here we are. Yeah, no, I'm excited though. Either way, Miles or not, we are very excited to be casting this one.
Yeah, we certainly are. This is one of the big games of the day. Ultra versus FaZe. Both these teams have tasted victory so far this year, but there is no nectar quite as sweet as those rings. Now, the two of them, rookies, coming into this year trying to do it, echo their name into legend. On the other side of the stage, though, they've already done it more than once. It is a lot of pressure just on the day. Winner of this, of course, moves forward into the winners' final. The losers will drop down, maybe get another chance, but who knows?
Yeah, look, when you talk about, the double elimination side of things, we kind of have this conversation backstage. If there's ever a time to drop the loser bracket champs, it's only an 8-team tournament, things can get a little bit easier. You can still very much go on to win it comfortably from that position. But both of these teams know that either side of the stage is a competitor who can go on to win this tournament. There is no question of it. It is a huge, huge game between these two squads who have had such a history against each other. You think back to Cold War, the battles that went on between these two organizations. Of course, the roster is looking very different, at least on one side of the stage. It's looking quite similar on the other. I just don't know which way this one goes, though. Historically, you'd think FaZe, but Toronto Ultra looked pretty good yesterday, and Mikado is where we're going to be starting it, where Toronto Ultra do typically look very good. Atlanta FaZe, though, do have their number. Over the 5 times that these two teams have played this map, it has been FaZe winning 3 out of the 5. The 8-9 record may not tell the full story. Keep an eye on the rotations though for Toronto. Very important they get them done, but I agree with the desk. Toronto have to fry if you want to be FaZe champs.
They certainly do. Make no mistake. Both of these two teams are in the running for that championship. It's a meeting of the Titans. If this was winners bracket final or grand final, you'd still expect a tight game, but here we go as both the teams start to kick off on a P1 and a double nade out of FaZe.
We're saving the name spots for late in the day, and it's all the kills going over towards the side of Atlanta FaZe. You're Ultra, you're not too perplexed by this yet. The rotation going to start coming through over towards P2. That's what both these two teams are going to be fighting over, but FaZe happy to lock in these spawns as early as they can.
Just waiting for it, trying to make sure they get it already. A few kills going down. A great bounce back from Ultra. This is all about positioning. This is all about getting to this P2 and getting those spawns. Not too worried about bleeding time, especially with only the scrap time left. And Hicksy's going to make a big play there. Actually moving through, and it looks like Ultra's going to get this.
Huge kills coming through. Slasher going to try and stay alive over towards the barbershop side. Hunting, Toronto Ultra, and they will find them, but they will sacrifice 2. eBeZy and Kodo find a couple of kills in the middle of the map. The spawns should be out for Toronto Ultra with that push that comes through from Cellium, but Hicksy is a player that we really talk about in terms of the numbers. Haven't quite been there, especially in hardpoint. He's gonna need to have a good game here against FaZe and find these important kills. Right now, it's inside left on his own.
Has to hold.
Those players looking for him as well. Both of these two teams actually just playing good positioning. Slasher is having a great time so far. 7-2!
Big win.
And eventually they get a bit more control onto it, but it has been a bit of a dead game for time so far. Neither really able to lock it down as much as they want to, but Slasher on a 9-3 as they finally get control of this point. One last push from Ultra, Scrapz firing back as well.
Slasher doing a really good job there. It was the push coming in from the dark side. Could not find any way past. If you are Slasher, he locks that down. Atlanta FaZe will lock down the final 20 seconds here as well. And it's all about Slasher and what he did there. A 1.31 against Surge yesterday. He's going just a little bit better after 2 hills up against Toronto Ultra. You have this rotation over towards P3, but they get blown out the water in every single gunfight. Insight's the only one who can answer, but here comes aBeZy. That's 3 in a row from him, and Toronto Ultra folding very, very easily so far.
Here comes the push now. They've got a couple of players. Simp already taking out CleanX. Scrap. Rookie of the year, but they're going to need every bit of firepower that he can bring to it because aBeZy is still in this point, still staying alive, still trying to play his life at every point as well. Hicksy against him, the bullets fly, but no kills. Ultra break back into this point that they so desperately need.
Yeah, they absolutely need that now. They've got FaZe kind of where they want them. They know where the push is coming from. We've got Insight holding down the mid-map, and the rest of the boys just about rebuffed them. CleanX and Scrap combining well. And it's going to be the first decent chunk of time we're going to see from Ultra. 30 seconds to go here, over towards P3. And look at this transition over towards Barbershop. Hicksy there on his own. Doesn't make them any kills, but when he does find them, they're impactful. There's another one. Can he find them? Staying alive over towards Cantina would be brilliant, but Simp looking for him. Hicksy can't win the fight. Big win from Simp.
Yeah, just a little bit too weak off that last chow. Didn't manage to get it, but it's still very much anyone's game. Look at the pinch coming in towards Barbers. You've got Ultra with players there, but so are FaZe. Now all down to Hicksy, 3 and 10 so far, but these kills could be huge. Reinforcements so far away from him as he tries to play his life. Slasher will fall, aBeZy will not, and FaZe will take control.
Small little moments here and there when it does come down to spawns over towards the Barbershop side. Hicksy doesn't win the gunfight against Simp, and that would have really turned the tide of things, but Atlanta FaZe controlled the middle of the map very well, and are still doing so. Slasher getting all the cuts that he needs to. 11 and 8 from him. Scrap looking for the hunt there as the SMGs find a way through.
Now they're in as well. Hicksy finds the first and the second. Managing to break back into this one with the 30 seconds left to go. Cellium's going to be there holding this down so all players can get through, but Ultra, they have the bodies, they have the numbers, and they will have this scrap time. Rotation to FaZe now. aBeZy's going to be here first for Ultra. This is a more difficult break.
Yeah, Slasher playing the scrap time will not expect to. Toronto Ultra very much trying to lock this down, but this will give FaZe a little bit more time, a little bit more information of where the side of Toronto Ultra are going to be pushing from here. Spawn's going to come in for Scrap over towards the middle of the map. Toronto Ultra are maybe a little bit closer than Atlanta FaZe realize. Hicksy finds a way through with the rest of Ultra here.
Unfortunately, they are outnumbered, but they've got a Scrap. Still not able to get that kill locked down as they fire through the doorway. Slasher trying to hold them off as well. Scrap continues to be a problem for FaZe. aBeZy gets gunned off the heavy, and he dived into the point, but they weren't able to get it realistically. Ultra grab control away from FaZe here, who have had to take a step back.
And it was just really good pressure coming in from Toronto Ultra, keeping them inside of 10, and Hicksy is starting to get things rolling here. 9 and 13 may not tell the story of the important kills that Charlie Hicks finds across the map. You still have somebody in here if you're Atlanta FaZe. Cellium up top, well, he's already dead. Hicksy finds another at Scrap to finish it off. Really good play from Ultra. It was a slow start, but their transitions have been so good. Those final few moments on the old hill, they're finding important kills. Once again, though, this time it's Atlanta FaZe in control of the rotation. Can Ultra find a break again?
This is going to be more difficult. Atlanta FaZe are dug in, and they are dug in deep. They are even pushing onto that last Scrap time for the last hill, trying to find them as well. They have all the angles here. You can see the distribution of Atlanta. They are waiting for the pressure. There's the first one. Simp finds it. Ultra will have to try and get some sort of good trade in here to make this chaotic. At the moment, they find nothing. It is a rebuff back-to-back alley.
The only thing that they got that was good, though, was the kill from Scrap over towards alley. Finds a second as well. CleanX now follows. And because the kill comes over towards alley side, Atlanta FaZe now spawning hedges. You got Toronto in the alley, and it's the push into Cantina that works out for Toronto once again. Simp is here to try and slow things down, but these breaks from Toronto have been so well coordinated.
They have managed to just completely destroy everything FaZe has got set up. Now it's on FaZe's foot. They will have to get back into this through the guns of Ultra. Something that's not been going well for them. Scrap already finds 2. It is a complete wipe for them. That's all the Scrap time, the rotation as well. Ultra are going to be here.
In 15 seconds, we're heading over towards P7. It is the best P7 team in the game, and Toronto Ultra averaging 41 points every single time we go over towards this car park. Look at the numbers coming in from Scrap and the boys. It's a solid lead for Ultra, and we're heading to their favorite hill.
There's a lot of contention going on here at the moment. Ultra feeling the squeeze as they try to hold on to the lead. Let's find out how they are feeling in the comm zone. For the Toronto Ultra, listen in.
Kill that guy. Okay. Nothing back on you. Lockers on me, boys. There's two lockers. Two lockers. One time, two lockers. Try and test from middle, become boys. 2 time.
Yo, listen. RB1 bullet. RB1 bullet.
There's no cross lockers yet. Lockers down one time.
All ladder, I think.
Yeah, they're all there. It's massive. One locker through me. And 2 lockers as well. You can charm them. The RB. So one locker. Wait. Nice. Look for one. I mean, Sonny's already lockers. Simp. In here, Jerry. Yeah, Simp. He's in there. He's in there. I don't know, right side. You might get the door. Yeah,
I will admit it. One's going gate now. Lockers. Ivor gate.
Lockers weak. There's 3. Line down, Jimmy.
I have a trophy. You're good.
Yeah.
They're all ladder, I think. They could come back alley, by the way.
Yo, 454. He's dead.
There's lockers.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
Shit it, Charlie.
Charlie.
One more locker on me, one more. Come on, pitch out. P4 again. Right.
He's going back to house. Go back to
flip, just milk time. I spawn house.
Yeah. Once go back to R. He's literally R.
I don't see him out.
Maybe?
He's back out house. He's top house.
Yep, that's me.
Where's like ladder, man?
Got Eddie.
I see him mid-cut. Top RB. I'm for sure on the RB. Nice, good trade. Maybe gate.
There's 2 got Eddie.
One's
hot dog. Hot dog right now. 1 shot, 1's back got Eddie.
Yeah, RB, alright?
Yeah. We don't have to soak. Play slow, play kill.
Yeah, I have all
Dead. Might run him at tunnel. Maybe yellow van.
Snake me. Dead.
On my side. Right, on.
Hedge.
Right, 2 out then. 2 out.
Yeah, both out.
Or maybe tunnel.
Yeah, no, both out.
And Ultra are feeling it. They are putting FaZe on the back foot everywhere they go. For some reason, Scrapz seems to be taking this personal 22 and 16. And for FaZe, not only do they need this scrap time on P1, but they need to get into P2.
Oh, aBeZy's just smoked Hicksy though. And I was about to talk about Hicksy finding so many important kills. Yeah, P1, a lot of the times went over towards Atlanta FaZe, but it is all about the spawns to P2, which were gained by Hicksy again. The SMGs, the Toronto Ultra, really have been causing problems. Atlanta FaZe have not been able to keep up with the slaying of Scrapz, sitting at 24 and 17. Cantina belongs to them. Atlanta FaZe not in a good spot to try and break this. There's one spawn out for Ultra that might be the only route through, but unfortunately you're going to get pinched. It's automatic for Scrapz. It's a good time for Toronto Ultra, who can win it at Cantina here.
And FaZe have to go. This is it. This is lethal range. That is a wipe. It will be a back alley spawn, and they will have to move mad to get into this point now. The pressure is on them. It's not a rotation. It's do or die on this map.
The kills over towards the alley side may well just be enough as aBeZy Slasher will slow down the hype party quite come through for Toronto Ultra just yet. P2 was looking good for the win, but still, they are 26 points away from taking the lead up against Atlanta FaZe. And look at this rotation that's coming in here as well. Toronto Ultra seemingly having to fight over the scrap time. Bullets winging their way in towards Cantina. They'll find the kills, they'll find the scrap. They're going to be within about 10 by the time we head over towards P3.
FaZe takes his first foray into that next point. It doesn't work out for them as well. Atlanta FaZe are holding this at the moment. Scrap will invest. That should go through the window. He's looking for the players to find, and he will get slashed up. There's the first. The rest of Ultra are spread. This will be a hit from every single angle.
Big kill coming in from CleanX. And now here comes the push inside and Co. Can they find a way through? They're breaking. Throughout this, Mikado has been quite simply perfection. And CleanX and Co. will find a way through. Slasher though will slow them down. Atlanta FaZe just about holding on.
Hicksy will find his important kill again. Can he get aBeZy? No! The nade will get him this time around. Ultra, one last swing at it maybe. They can still win it here if they break now. But you've got to be aware of the rotation. Slash has already seen a player. He's going to try and help them out. He gets one. Cellium will get a second. And they're still holding. FaZe are still holding them away from this. The rotation will now be in. It's on the back of Cellium.
Toronto Ultra rolled the dice and thought they could find a break to keep that pressure on over towards the Atlanta FaZe side. And because of that, Atlanta FaZe have found themselves a spawn over towards the barbershop side. Cellium put the shots in, but here come the rest of Ultra. Hicksy, 2-3 in the back alley. And that might just be it. 14 seconds to go for Ultra. And everybody from FaZe is dead. Ultra in control. FaZe miles away. This might be game.
Get your headline ready. Charlie Hicks puts the dagger to Atlanta FaZe on this map. They are not close. They are not ready. And the first map will go to Toronto Ultra. You don't need a million kills. You just need the right ones.
Big map number 1 coming in from Ultra. We were having a small discussion before it. We said we feel they need this map if they want a chance in the series. And it's a big, big victory. Got a little bit scary towards the end, but Ultra always within touching distance. After what was a really, really well-worked first rotation, So many good breaks coming through, and it felt scary after the first hill or so, because Sasha was starting to heat up. He was finding those kills that we expected him to find after his series against Seattle yesterday. It was so impressive. But Scrapz started to turn up. Hicksy going around that even KD is all you want from him, because how many times are we watching him on the minimap finding important kill after important kill? I think we try to preach it so much because he gets so much hate in terms of his numbers, but you watch what he does on the map, important to what Toronto Ultra are always trying to do. It's a big map #1 from them, and a nice 90-point win as well. They'd be feeling confident in the rest of the series. They needed that map though.
They certainly did. Got to give a little bit of credit to FaZe as well. The comeback was on for them. They did get 3-piece by Charlie Hicks. They might have had a chance from Barbers to bring it back somewhere within the realms of possibility. But what a game. Toronto Ultra showing that they are a force to be reckoned with. 24 non-traded kills for Scrapz. He got a streak as well, the most damage in the lobby. I have never seen any player as disappointed as he was to get Rookie of the Year. He said, this is great. This is okay, but that's not what I'm here for. I'm here for a ring.
No, you know what we talk about players in terms of their impact in their first gen. Yeah, okay, a lot of people realize their talent, but I think that's the right mentality to have. Yeah, Rookie of the Year is nice, but you want the chips. That's the important thing. What's a little bit more important than just a chip is a ring, and that may well be on offer for Toronto Ultra if they keep playing like this. LA Thieves already dispatched within it. Map 5 banger. Atlanta FaZe, could they be the next ones on the chopping block? And yeah, I think, you know, as we said, I mean, Hicksy, I think he was 3-9 to start things off, something along those lines. He never really has a great start on hard points. He really does come down to the rotation kills. That's where he really pays back his faith that Toronto Ultra put in towards him with big kills like this. I think it was 2 or 3 in different moments, just to lock in solid time every time, or rotation every time. He's always there to cause issues, just to be a nuisance. And everybody else from Toronto Ultra filled in the gaps where necessary. Atlanta FaZe though, let's speak about them a little bit. I mean, aBeZy had his few pop-off moments. Slasher had a great start and really slowed down. It's hard to say, you know, realistically, they just got broke so many different times as well. You think about that first rotation. I want to say out of the 7 hills, they probably had rotation, I want to say 5 times or so. And they were walking out of that first rotation about 80 or 90 down. Can't happen, got broke far too many times.
A really good start. We did say this first map could be pivotal in the rest of the series as well. Technically, these teams are actually tied 3-3 now on Mikado hardpoint, so probably won't see them play it again. But moving forward in this series, momentum is always going to be a big thing. Toronto Ultra have looked great, but so have Atlanta FaZe. The question is always benchmarking. Who's the best this weekend? Who's the best at this moment, and who wants it more? Realistically, Atlanta FaZe actually don't know that some teams don't play on Sunday. Simp's never not had that issue.
No. It's always been the grand finals coming up for Atlanta FaZe. And they would like to be there once again. Still have more than a decent opportunity to get themselves there. But for FaZe, S&D coming up next, aBeZy is there. They'll be looking for the very quick bounce back. They're looking at their Monster Energy pre-game. Feel confident hardpoint in this matchup. 10-4 against Toronto will make that 10-5 now. There will be, if there is a map number 4, presumably. Oh no, sorry, it's 10-4 now. It has just been updated. It was 10-3, now 10-4. But looking over towards the rest of this series, you've got a Fortress coming up, map number 4 if we need it. They already have beaten Toronto Ultra on that only just a small few weeks ago when we were in Toronto, so they will still be feeling confident in this series, but couldn't get the job done at map number 1.
They certainly couldn't. Atlanta FaZe, they're going to have to bounce back. A team that isn't going to want to let them do that. Toronto Ultra, they are ready to go the distance. They've tasted victory this year. They want to go a little bit further. And here's their Monster Energy pre-game for them. Make a statement and steal their best map in aBeZy S&D. Atlanta is 13-3 on this. But their last loss was actually against Toronto in round 11.
And in that same series, I talked about the Fortress, the S&D aBeZy went to Toronto, and it was a hell of a scalp for Toronto to take right now after a map 1 win. And again, it kind of really goes to what we were saying. Hicks' impact goes way beyond those stats. 0.7 in his series yesterday. But how many times will we again talking about the important kills he makes? I feel like we're always trying to talk about them, but that's the second game with Toronto Ultra. We've actually cast this weekend already, so it's quite easy to fall into that trap. But nonetheless, big kills coming in from him. Much needed for this Ultra side to be that round man, to be that guy to do the dirty work. Heading into the S&D, he's going to have to be there again. Last time around when these two teams played, it was 0.6 overall in the search for Hicksy. But we've seen him yesterday, specifically on this map, look significantly better than that. Many first bloods fell his way. He's going to have to be that kind of player once again. We've got some interesting stats when we head into this aBeZy. I'll hold on to them for now. But he's going to be a big, big part of the reason if Toronto Ultra can take map number 2.
Certainly is. I mean, just to kind of put a button on that final thing as well, you've got to remember, Hicksy getting into this roster, probably one of the most controversial roster shifts during the season. And then they went and won a championship, and it's continued to be great. The other side, Atlanta FaZe has not made a change. They finally got that win after that year last year where they just couldn't get a championship. But that championship is not this championship. Right now, aBeZy SD, good for both teams. Ultra looked good on it yesterday as well. Scrapz talking about his sniping, bringing it out and feeling confident with it. Atlanta FaZe are a little bit different gravy ton.
I think first bloods are going to be hugely important in this one. They are very often that way. But looking over towards it, last time around between these two teams when Toronto Ultra take it, out of the 11 rounds we played, they found 7 first bloods. Keep an eye on Simp, he got blooded so many times for FaZe. Cannot let that happen if they want to tie this series up. Toronto Ultra are a very, very good aBeZy Search and Destroy team now. And for Atlanta FaZe, their first bloods over towards the start of the season were ranging up to the 80% mark. It's now loaded itself way, way down. It's a slow start to the map as both teams starting to posture. Atlanta FaZe trying to find a route through on this attack.
It's a little bit of chess and not checkers.
Seen them.
Information drip fed now. aBeZy and Hicksy both posturing around this point. Scrapz has been on Overwatch so far, and the door is open. aBeZy versus Hicksy. This should be where the first blood comes from. Desperate to find something. There is so much time that's been burnt by FaZe.
Atlanta FaZe are just looking for Hicksy. They know exactly where it is. The shots are in, and the shots are accurate. Hicksy will fall, and now Atlanta FaZe will start to kick into gear. If you're Toronto Ultra, you want to answer back very, very quickly. A fight about to go down over towards A side. Simp will find insight. And for all that they burnt this time, they broke them open in the right one. And Scrapz is left alone in a 1 versus 4.
A sniper is a wonderful weapon, but it is not versatile and it is not easy to find it, but he will get Simp. It's still a 1 versus 3. They will throw shoulders all day. They will try and keep him away. Cellium says, all right, won't chow that one again. 30 seconds for a miracle.
Oh, he's not far away from finding Slasher as well. A couple of inches here and there, and Scrapz is looking down the barrel of something potential, but not going to happen this time around. Really comes down to that first, but you've seen Atlanta FaZe were just taking their time. They know there's no trophies, etc. Yet trying to figure out exactly what's going on. Hicksy was caught in that corner over towards the laundry staff for a long time. The stun gets through from aBeZy. They know he's still there. They spray through. It does the job. And as soon as that first blood comes through, you see them just kick into gear. They know that there's going to be at most 1 player left over towards the A side, and they force that issue and attacking round over the FaZe in the very first one that was offered.
Good patience, good play. For Atlanta FaZe, though, on the defense this time, it's much more aggressive. Scrapz finds nothing on the cross here. That'll be called out very, very quickly. You can be worried about aBeZy with the first blood again in this round. Hicksy will get it back on the Simp though. Scrapz looking for Cellium, but he's good at snaking and he's going to get away with it as well. It's now 2 versus 3. Atlanta FaZe have control.
And the difference maker there. Scrapz looking over, thinking they're going to go from the crossover towards the A side. It was 3 men down middle alley. aBeZy runs down, throws the grenade through the window, and then backs on up and finds a third. Big round from aBeZy. It's looking like a 2-0 for Atlanta FaZe, unless Scrapz can pull off a madness again. A 1 versus 3, but the sniper has attack in hand. Bomb, very little chance of him picking this one up, and it's a tough, tough round for Toronto to try and claw back.
Slasher says, all right, no, I know you've got the sniper. I'm really just not going to worry about it. A 1 versus 3 is much more difficult than a 1 versus 2. For Scrapz, he has 30 seconds to play with, 30 seconds to figure out if he can do anything this round.
Time is just not on his side. aBeZy looking for something over towards this side if he can as well. It would, I believe, be his 3rd kill of the round. 15 seconds to go. He's a very, very noisy boy. aBeZy finds another one. Atlanta FaZe picking Toronto Ultra apart here. And again, I think it comes down to just, if Scrapz had held for a little bit longer, he would have seen the push coming in from mid-map. Chooses to move away, and as he does, FaZe walk through that open door in the defense of Toronto Ultra. That's a very easy round from there when you find the first blood up top. You've got nobody putting that pressure on over towards that B site. And just about picking them apart. Good work from aBeZy and co. 2 did good and deservedly so.
For Ultra, they will have to adjust. I imagine that sniper probably goes away, if not this round, then the next. This time a little bit more aggressive. This is change up already from Atlanta FaZe. KleanX will get that first blood this time. Ultra finds something a little bit back, and he will get taken down. aBeZy finds it. He's 5-0. He sees Hicksy. He got him! Oh my goodness! Gun wasn't in position. It didn't need to be. 6-0 aBeZy. They have the numbers again, Ton.
Oh, can't let that happen. aBeZy expecting the flank to possibly come through. He's called it correctly, but does he have the cover? The bomb's going down. He's already got his 6. Scrap looking for a moment, looking for a pick, but he needs to be the aggressor here. He will find it, but Cellium will trade it. 1v2 for insight.
He's up top and alone. Knows where Cellium is, knows where Slasher is. He's got to hope that one of them just makes a mistake. I don't think they will. Cellium showing mechanics off in this game over and over again. No way to hit him, no way to get him. Insight will need a miracle against the master of the snaking genre himself.
If I speak. Yeah, I mean, what can you do? What can you do? The answer is very little.
I believe the correct answer is actually phase up, you can do it too.
Cellium smiling away. He couldn't care less about those boos. Not a single given from Cellium. Toronto Ultra, though, what's the readjustment here? I think that round is a much more winnable one. I think, you know, if Hicksy finds that kill on aBeZy, it's a very, very different round. You're looking at 3 versus 2. Gets gunned out of his socks. Not ideal. Toronto Ultra, can you find something in this search and destroy? It has been a limp performance so far. FaZe have been very, very good. Toronto Ultra posturing here just a little bit, but aBeZy and co being the aggressor as per usual.
Simp doesn't want to go for that wide chow. He knows that Scrap might be on the other side of it. No, though. Here he comes, the first blood monster himself. Dead silence active, about to run out.
A cruise missile is there and available. May well use it for information if he needs to. Slasher would have seen the glint of Scrapz sniper, and Simp will have seen Inside, who didn't see that coming whatsoever. Another first blood for the side of Atlanta FaZe, and aBeZy on the hunt himself.
The monster. Just lurking in the shadows. The nightmare on S&D. And they don't know where he is. That's the other thing. Ultra are going to be coming this. They're not sure of everything. Simp playing an objective sniper role here at the moment. There isn't going to be a player that gets through. KleanX is going to be there. Scrap gets one, but he gets cut down as well. aBeZy strikes! He was waiting so long. Hicksy going to try and clutch it up, but no good. Atlanta FaZe. They keep moving. Every time you think Ultra might have an opportunity, it is taken away from them.
It's aBeZy who takes it away every single time. And he finds himself in that position, and just because of where he is, they're just saying, "No, probably just sit tight." He's crawling around, he doesn't need to make any noise, doesn't need to take any risks whatsoever. Atlanta FaZe are sitting back, they know that the time is running out. aBeZy staying alive every single second that ticks by. Another round beckons for Atlanta FaZe. He snaps into gear when he needs to. 4-0 now. Toronto Ultra have offered very, very little. Come on, there you go, you get up. Ultra, what can you do to answer back to what has been flawless S&D from FaZe so far?
5 kills, 4 rounds. Make it 6 kills in 5. They get the first blood. They must convert this one. They must stop the bleeding that has been going on. KleanX finds aBeZy. They finally slide the giant before he can do anything coming through. 2 versus 4. Simp and Cellium.
Hugely important round. You've got to put this one to bed if you are Toronto Ultra. Simp has found himself in a good position though, and those cards do hurt when they explode. Scrap will have to back on down. Needs some help from the rest of his team. Shots coming in though, and KleanX will find another. Is this the resurgence that they need? Cellium will find one, but he's got 3 other members of Toronto Ultra to deal with, and a bomb to potentially plant.
He takes it on. It's no good. Ultra finally get one back, making it a game themselves. That first blood, the conversion, everything they needed. So far, this game has been dictated by what FaZe want to do on the map. They found the kills, they found the positioning. Ultra have not. And now, there is a hope. It is just a whisper in the darkness for Ultra. But if they can find a couple more rounds, take this away from FaZe, there is an opportunity. But there is a reason Atlanta are so good at this map. Onto the attack. What do they choose? Maybe a big B hit coming in once again for them, but Slasher with a nade. Must have been a double nade over the top. It's been a play here from FaZe.
The trophy not there. Could not shut down The defensive play that comes through from everybody. Talking everyone the CDL, everyone around play, you get that grenade over, you slow down the B push, and all of a sudden, again, Toronto Ultra are at a massive, massive disadvantage. So what's the play? Do they wait for maybe some aggression to come in from Atlanta FaZe? They have the first blood, they know they don't have to move. And Scrapz going to continue to find kills. He's the only one, really, alongside CleanX that's been able to do anything about this Atlanta FaZe terror on this map. CleanX will pop out, find aBeZy, but it's kicked into life again. Slasher finds one at the Scrapz. It's been all FaZe so far.
It's going to be a double chow. He's going straight for it. CleanX being aggressive, but Cellium is waiting. Inside's Overwatch was not good enough. He's left alone. He's been a clutch player for them before, but it hasn't really been around this season quite as much. Will this be the beginning? 1 versus 3 for Insight. Finds the first. Now looking for more. Simp comes out the door, but no kill.
It's been so hard for Toronto Ultra to really do much here. And we talk about the first bloods being influential. It was another one from FaZe. Toronto Ultra have managed to find themselves a couple, but that 3v4 rate we talk about so often, there are not many better teams on this map than Atlanta FaZe at finding those small moments. 41% of the time when they've been first blooded, those 3v4 scenarios, Atlanta FaZe are winning the round. 41%.
It's a very, very good conversion rate, and it kind of pays out. We spoke about Atlanta FaZe in 2 different things. Their S&D was great, and then their hardpoint was great. Seem to flip-flop between the two of them at the moment. Let's see, can they convert this now fully? Bring this back to a tied game. They're on the attack again. We're on board with the first blood king himself. Highest statistics for getting a first blood. They rely on him time and time again to find the gap, but Insight will find Cellium. And now Atlanta FaZe, all the time burned with all the map given away, will have to find a way to get this 3v4 rocking.
3v4s mean very, very little to Atlanta FaZe. They can find them in any given moment. Hicksy trying to be the aggressor again, just slowing them down. Oh, Scrapz gonna miss that shot. That might just leave a door open. Hicksy is here to try and help him out. Simp is gonna get his head picked up, finds the push, and will be taken down. Now a 4v2, Toronto Ultra trying to find a way back through. Great shots coming in from Scrapz as there signs of life from Ultra. You need 4 more rounds.
I was gonna say, Simp was wearing the brown trousers there because he just needed to get away. Bullets whizzing past his head, not able to do it, and Hicksy eventually takes down aBeZy for the final kill of the round. For Ultra, it will not be a full sale, but it'll be really close if they can pull it off. 4 more rounds uncontested is what they need.
Atlanta FaZe just play this one so well. Last time around, the first bloods were so crucial for Toronto Ultra to try and find the win on what has felt like an invincible map for Atlanta FaZe. 5-2 up now. Looking to try and secure this one. The nade's over, not going to land this time. Potential for Toronto Ultra, but again, the nades do land, but just a little bit later. Atlanta FaZe hold on to them, and while the lanes are landing everywhere they need to, if you're Atlanta FaZe, Scrapz is left alone. The cruise missiles coming in. Sayonara, map number 3 we go.
It does not end with a bang, other than that of a grenade, a team kill at the worst possible time into a trade. And Ultra, there are no polite words for that S&D. FaZe took them to task. They square up on FaZe's best S&D, and they proved it when, what are you doing? Redo your vetoes.
Beat them on the last time, Toronto Ultra, and FaZe went, yeah, fool me once. You know the saying, I don't. You get the point. Really good performance from FaZe in the game, the first bloods. Well, mostly tell the story. 3 coming in from Ultra, they find 2 of those rounds because of it. First deaths from Hicksy, though. That's something I kind of want to point out. Yesterday in the game where they were going up against Thieves, he was finding themselves in those positions time and time again to make the plays for Ultra. Gunny wasn't there then. You think about back to that round of aBeZy when he found that way through over towards the B side and Hicksy gets absolutely gunned. All of a sudden you're looking at a 5-3 scoreline there. It's a little bit more attainable. It was looking like it should have been a round that went over towards Ultra. You can't point in every single direction to say that's the turning point. But if you can find that round, you have a more competitive search and destroy, and you never know. But Atlanta FaZe, very good at search and destroy and Embassy. We knew that. We knew that.
Well, it's been a game of 2 halves so far. Both these teams showcasing why they are so good at these game modes. We'll have to find out what happens in the third after this break. Don't go anywhere. More action at the Call of Duty League Championship Weekend 2023.
Greetings, I'm the king round here. My name's Arthur, you can call me Artie. Welcome to my crib. This is my quiet place for when the world gets a little too loud. This is my ancestor George, working on a real estate deal. I'm sure the deal was amicable, but he'd just like to put on a show. Oh, we do have this here, but we don't like to use it that much. But, you know, disagreements happen, so we do have to be prepared. Being a king isn't as easy as people think. It's a highly stressful job with lots of people relying on you. Try and step into my shoes for a single day and see how you would feel trying to be king.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
How does it feel to be named Rookie of the Year?
To be Rookie of the Year, you know, it's a good one. Like I said before, individual achievements, you know, Rookie of the Year is cool. You know, we're looking for that ring, though. That ring's going to mean everything to us. But yeah, it's a good feeling overall.
Is this your first time hearing that you're Rookie of the Year?
Yeah, it is my first time hearing it. You know, can't really say I'm surprised, but, you know, it is what it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Championship weekend here at the Thomas and Mack Center in Las Vegas. We have a game with Titans on the main stage, all tied up, going into game number 3. Toronto Ultra and Atlanta FaZe have strutted their funky stuff for us so far, but who walks away with the control tongue?
I haven't seen you strut your funky stuff for me in quite some while, right? So, you know, I haven't seen any moves from you. Maybe in the break when all the music was popping up for the crowd and the venue, it was nice to see. But who has been strutting his stuff over this entire season has been Scrapz, the Rookie of the Year. And not surprising, but as he said, what is important to him is chips and rings. They will need to get through Atlanta FaZe on the control here. You believe so if they want a chance in this series. Both these two teams well versed on this one. 11-7 from FaZe, 11-5 from Toronto. So evenly matched when it comes down to it. The defensive win percentage was really there for FaZe, whereas the offense is a little bit better for Toronto. It's a hard one to decipher, but you think of yesterday, it wasn't a good showing from Ultra up against the Thieves. Envoy had his way inside the middle of the map. They will need to be better. The SMGs need to be very present from Ultra if they want a chance against FaZe here at map number 3.
Inside is just been completely picked off already by Cellium. That has opened up the B door. You can already see that they're going for this prime position so far this tournament. B has been a hot button topic. Hicksy and Slasher trade.
Traded out, but aBeZy now found himself in the position that maybe can be something to find something for the Atlanta FaZe side. I'm just perplexed by the gunfights that this man takes and wins time and time again. Because he's pushed up past the 10 point, Toronto Ultra starting to spawn out over towards that A side. Important kill found for Insight. Scrapz will steady the ship over towards the middle of the map as well. aBeZy is still an issue here though. Atlanta FaZe will maybe try and work around his positioning. Try to get something done. They can do with getting rid of him if you're Ultra.
Yeah, they're looking for him inside nose. This will be the comms for Ultra at the moment, looking for it. Hicksy, they're going to be on the flank. They find aBeZy as well. Simp left alone into field. Guns every single direction he fights, and this is going to be an A push now. FaZe have given it up. They're going all the way over. Scrapz is going to be the first bulwark, trying to slow this one down.
I love that positioning coming in from Slasher. B was trying to be working, but all this time is Toronto Ultra putting those resources over towards B. Slasher finds himself in the premium spot over towards this A side. Defense or attack, you want somebody over towards that satellite side. You've got Slasher there and everybody else inside the point. A starting to tick up for Atlanta FaZe. Toronto Ultra posturing over for a potential retake. Can they find a way through? None of aBeZy's got anything to say about it. Will find the kill. Yesterday, I want to say one thing about Ultra as well. They over-committed to some retakes. They don't do this yet. They've given A up, or have they? All of a sudden, it's only Simp who's left it. Toronto keep a hold of it. 15 seconds to go. That might be the round.
Oh, I've never seen such a late retake as that. They managed to get under the point, and now flailing, FaZe, failing. Don't know where to go, don't know what to do. Simp's going to find Hicksy as well, but he's going to move. 3 seconds left, and there is nothing there for them. Ultra completely wiped them out of the point. No A, no round.
I was calling it as if that A was got. It looked that way. It looked like Ultra had given up. But I think in those moments where you're finding your way across, you're thinking, okay, well, FaZe are going to try and expand out and find themselves on a route over to be an easy one through the middle of the map. FaZe expand out maybe just a touch early, and all of a sudden, Ultra, when they find those 2 kills, they catch them sleeping, they find a way through and find 4 dead. And then FaZe, what do you got from there? You're in an absolute no man's land. 15 seconds to go. The defensive round over towards Ultra with only 2 ticks gained by Atlanta FaZe.
Wow, that is not how we saw that round going. We thought we were going to have a little bit longer on the B, but a great defense there from Ultra in the end. Can they compound that? Can they get onto this point straight away? Already the trade's flowing down. Cellium towards the back. They're going to have to get him out of here first before they can do anything. aBeZy already causing problems, but CleanX gets onto the point! And that fence takes it away. aBeZy gets the kill, and Ultra will have to reorientate themselves.
Honestly, that fence is scarier than any... Well, Crimson are quite scary for me in rank play, to be honest, Brycey. It's a horrible, horrible place to try and find a gunfight. aBeZy just about got away with that one, but 3 members of Toronto Ultra have found a way through. It's all really about slashing, whether he can find anything here, finds one on the inside, and that might just now give Atlanta FaZe the momentum that they need to retake here. Cellium and aBeZy then put themselves into a position, but some damage done over towards B. Snapper from CleanX, not quite good enough. Atlanta FaZe will clear them away, but 2 ticks over towards B for Toronto Ultra.
Atlanta FaZe are going to have to really concentrate on this 8 point now. They cannot afford to give it away with 2 ticks on the B. Hicksy playing slow, waiting for the bodies to be here as well, but aBeZy the flanks to get him. Hicksy can't find him, even with a free fire. Eventually does get that kill through as well. 3 going down, only Cellium left here to defend and gunned out of his socks. CleanX will take it. And this point is going up rapidly.
I like this movement from inside, finds his way over towards B and says, yeah, okay, well, momentarily finds his way over towards B. Simple deal with him. CleanX doesn't check his corners. aBeZy and Coda trying to find a way back through. Shots from Scrapz again. He's having a hell of a tournament, sitting in 13-6 right now. There's already 2 ticks over towards B. Toronto Ultra fighting on 2 fronts now.
They have to commit here to one of them. Ticks everywhere going through. Atlanta FaZe, you need to win a gunfight, you need to get into the point here as well. Scrapz down a 4 streak. It's going up into the A, the B is going to be done as well. Atlanta FaZe have to get in here. Scrapz has held them off by himself for so long, but it is 1 A tick for Ultra to convert this round.
4 kills solo over towards the A side. Atlanta FaZe and Raptures on this defense cannot find a way through. And the control in the middle map wasn't there, but those 2-3 kills will help with that. Inside can slow that down though, and we will just keep that pressure on Atlanta FaZe, keep them away from being able to push up any further. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds to go for Toronto Ultra to find 1 good take over towards it.
The big gun though for Ultra is getting towards Radio Tower. He's setting up, he finds Simp as well. The door is wide open, the water is fine. Come on through, teammates. They look for it as well, they get it. aBeZy's gonna fall down his strap. The big gun takes aim and they clean out FaZe. You cannot let that man get in a position with the form he is on. Scrapz said, hey boys, I'm here. The way is clear. And they are now 2-0 on the control.
It's a brilliant round from Scrapz. You think back to the aim point where both points were being pushed by Toronto Ultra. You got players over towards B, and they're like, okay, well, it's only Scrapz on his own over towards A. Finds 4 before he gets taken down. Gassing his teammates as well. He's happy about that round. It's a 2-0 lead in the control. And you know what the difference was towards the end there? Slasher gets caught over towards the boxes, and the satellite was completely free over towards the radio tower, sorry. And it's just free pickings for Scrapz and the boys. And we're now on to the defense. This could be 3-0 if FaZe don't fix up very, very quickly.
And FaZe and Scrapz plays every game like it's personal. Just fire and vengeance. Hicksy finds a kill. Now, when he finds the second, he does. Simp will fall. There is still time left for FaZe. There is still opportunity. They will have to find something, a little bit of momentum. Oh, he's going to do this well, and Cellium will hear him. He gets Hicksy down eventually.
I think they would.
Waiting. Going for it again, finds that first kill. They will have to deal with it.
I think Cellium got the call out on the flank. They're just expecting it, but they cannot get rid of Scrapz. It's another 4-spree. Surprisingly, he doesn't have a cruise missile to his name, but again, Atlanta FaZe are still gonna get anywhere! Tag a pistol, it doesn't matter for Scrapz! 5 in a row, Atlanta FaZe can't touch him!
He is a problem, he is an issue. He is the Rookie of the Year. And Ultra are making this look easy. Coming back off respawn, 2 of them. This is FaZe's chance to get some points on the board.
Toronto Ultra shooting cannons out of their guns right now. It's been a flawless control, but FaZe still have a chance. You are never done and dusted when it comes down to control, but inside from behind, we'll find one in the slasher. Time is running out for FaZe here in this attacking round and in the control.
Still holding, still holding. Ultra gonna go for this though, they can smell it. They know the victory is close, they just have to push back FaZe one more time. As the guns keep ricocheting, Cellium will find 2 though. Hicksy versus Cellium, and he finds the fight! Slasher will now have to move into this. They are starting to run out of time. He gets the kill as well. Ultra are committing to this. They are not going to let it go easily. They are pouring bodies into the A points. FaZe are doing the same thing. It's a complete shutdown. It's Simp and aBeZy getting to the point. Scrapz will get taken down, and this will go to B.
And it was one big movement for Toronto Ultra over towards the A side. They are able to spawn over towards B, so will walk away licking their wounds. It's an ever so slight lead in terms of the lives. But the difficulty here is that FaZe are set up very, very deep in towards your side of the map. You have nobody over towards the flanking side of your Ultra. You're starting to fall as well. aBeZy putting the pressure on. It's a big kill from Hicksy. Toronto Ultra just trying to hold on, but FaZe are everywhere. They do not want them to be.
Cellium backs off from Scrapz there, trying to get him off the respawn, looking for this CleanX, and Cellium is unable to finish his dinner. But this is not clean for Ultra. They are on the back foot. They've only got 1 player out as well. CleanX guns him. Slasher trying to keep this pressure up as well, but Scrapz will find him. And every time you think FaZe may get up to this point, they have not got it. Ultra, now with map control.
Much better position for them now to be in. I was getting very scared for Ultra at one stage there. FaZe were finding all the gunfights, they were finding all the map presence, but all of a sudden, they only have 8 lives remaining. It takes 1 good push. They've got 25 seconds to find that push.
There was every time to FaZe up, it's gonna be now, but 6 lives, 20 seconds. For FaZe, they need a miracle. They need another gear. They need to show us why they are one of the most feared teams in the CDL. But they don't have time. But do they have the means? Scrapz finds Simp already. That's 1 player going to go down inside. Looking for aBeZy's on this point. Flies as a matter. Scrapz gets 2. Cellium will find 1, but goes down as well. And Ultra will take the control. 3-0. Never in doubt.
It's an all-time performance from Scrapz. That was different. Hey, yo. Fantastic work from the Ultra boys. Defense attack, it did not matter. Scrapz was there at every single moment that he needed to be. And Atlanta FaZe did not have a single answer to the questions he posed. It's a dominant map number 3. Very, very dominant from Ultra. So we head on to without Bagger Fortress hardpoint. Toronto Ultra have a lead.
I'll tell you something. Scrapz said it yesterday in the interview afterwards. He said, hey, you got to win a gunfight against me to get me out of this game. Not happening.
I mean, every single stat. 18 non-traded kills out of his 25. The damage is there by 700 on Cellium. Offense, defense, doesn't matter. It's 8.3 kills around the closest to him. There's his teammate in CleanX who had some really big moments there. There was only 1 moment where things really got scary for Ultra. That was pretty much textbook in terms of their ability to find this control. The first round might have choked FaZe. There was the moment where it looked like they had A, but even then it's only A, right? I mean, you would have still had to get a hold of B. You can't let that really mentally get towards you. A very, very good performance from Ultra though. And the Rookie of the Year conversation, well, it's over. It is already over towards Scrapz. And of no doubt, he deserves it. The pistol kill, by the way, we need to see that again. That was absurd.
He don't miss. Don't miss. That's the difference.
I mean, I just want to point out when he finds this pistol kill, it's against aBeZy with a Vaznev. close range. I hope we get to see it. If the replays ops haven't got this up, I'm having words very, very shortly.
But I mean, we're talking a lot about Scrapz. We've got to give credit to the rest of the team as
yeah,
well.
I mean, it's hard not to though, right? I mean, that was a ridiculous performance.
Solid all the way through from Ultra. Simp actually not having the greatest of games there in the control. Respawn struggles for FaZe against Ultra. And the problem is, it's a hard point up next as well.
Fortress coming up, both these two teams. Relatively solid. The Ultra fans celebrating that one. And rightfully so. A dominant map number 3 will have them in the lead. But the highlight will, of course, go over towards Scrapz at 1.67. Honestly, as you mentioned, though, everybody from Ultra frying in that one. Really good job from them. Outslayed, outmanned, outplayed in every aspect. And based on basically what Ultra did yesterday against Thieves, what a switch up that was. They got bodied off Thieves yesterday. And they send Atlanta FaZe now packing into a position where they need to find 2 maps to continue in this winners bracket.
And this is it, realistically. Winner of this into the winners final. Winner will play either New York or OpTic. Big games all around. There is no easy game left in this tournament. There's no easy game in the CDL, realistically. But we will see. Atlanta FaZe destined for Sunday time and time again. But will they be doing it from the lower bracket? We'll have to find out. Here's some history for you, of course, in champs for these teams. Cellium and Insight. 5th appearance for Cellium, 4th for Insight. Average placements not that far apart, but the grand finals for Cellium and the rings firmly on his side.
Yeah, Cellium must have had a stinker at one stage. David at that stage, considering 3 grand finals and a ring on his belt, or on his hand, I should say. This man has been just ridiculous since his inception towards CDL. Like, time and time again, he's in that conversation, MVP, etc., best AR in the game. You cannot talk about those subjects without talking about Cellium, but Insight has always been there. Maybe not as flashy as a player like Cellium, maybe he doesn't find those crazy moments as often, but Insight is solid as anybody else in the CDL. Mr. Consistent for this Toronto Ultra side. It's just chill vibes from the Toronto boys. No, there's still a job to be done, but relaxed about it here on the main stage.
I'll never get over the comment that it's basically just 4 versions of the same person. On FaZe though, much easier to tell them all apart. This is what it comes down to. This hard point. These 2 juggernauts. Can anybody stop Scrapz? Because he is a monster. Monster. Every single time we watch him. But it has been a beautiful weekend so far, and if you want to join in the festivities, get yourself over to the shop. Get yourself a nice jersey. Get yourself wearing some fresh clothes.
Some fresh clothes. Shop CallOfDuty.com for all your jerseys from the teams. Nelly ready to get into this one? Actually, I believe we are ready. Map number 4 incoming. Fortress hardpoint. Between these two, it's a mixy one. We know this. Seen Atlanta FaZe yesterday. Looks so impressive against Seattle Surge. Found themselves quite far behind at one stage, if I remember rightly. P2 and P3 was great for Surge, and will need to be great here for Toronto Ultra, because FaZe revel in the chaos that is P4 and P5. Whatever happens, it's going to be a hell of a map. It's been a great series so far as we head over towards Fortress for map number 4. And S&D in map number 5 is something that will be scary for Ultra. They'll want to close it here. And Fortress, it's a hard one to call. Coin flip for me. Last time around, FaZe beat Ultra by around 40 or 50 points. They'll want to do that again to send us to map number 5. Ultra, they'll want to end this here.
Well, let's find out. Who's got tenacity? Who's got steel in the spine? And who really wants it more on the day? Fortress hardpoint could go down as history where FaZe fall or they rise. At the moment, you see both teams just looking for the posturing around P1. Ultra, slightly better side for it.
Yep, will happily keep a hold of these P2 spawns if they can do. Cellium with a big win over towards Scrapz, but Insight crucially gets rid of aBeZy. You're going to be wanting to push out through the stable side as quickly as you can, but Slasher, another good start to a hard point. Good shots coming in from Scrapz again. It just doesn't stop coming on. for the Toronto Ultra boys. Scrapz is just killing everything that moves. And all of a sudden, all the FaZe are dead. They're back over towards P1. It's a great start for Ultra.
Hicksy continuing to bottle them up as well. FaZe will have to try and get out of this point as well. As Hicksy just running around, making sure they cannot move. Kill after kill. Nobody gets away from him. That's 4 in a row. Dead silence popped. P2's coming up next, and Dashy is doing a grenade. No gunfight can take him down. Oh! It's rookie season in the CDL.
Couldn't have been a better start for Toronto Ultra. FaZe got themselves out, but for what only felt like a second. Spawns coming in towards the P3 side for Ultra. They want to keep a hold of those, but here come Atlanta FaZe now. Pushing over from the P2 side of aBeZy and Simp. Will strike first and third. Simp finds 2. There's the break that FaZe needed in 40 seconds. That will be welcomed if they can hold on.
Huge recovery for them in the end. And aBeZy finds the first, snaps the set. Oh, Simp gets it.
Here we go, look at this. He's making the move already over towards P3. Ultra need to make something count here. 30 seconds to go, P2. Simp is already behind enemy lines. Make it 5 in a row for the young god Simp. 20 seconds to go, P2. It's looking like it might go to FaZe Ultra. Might have to commit for this scrap time because it's such a hard push over towards P3, and Atlanta FaZe have a hold of the spawns.
They will get it. For Atlanta FaZe, everything now rests on this rotation. They must not lose it. They must not go further behind. 2 versus 4 in his first push. Simp looks for the first, guns him as well, and aBeZy will get CleanX. Not necessary for Simp. 6 in a row. This man reminding him, he says, hey, my average placement at champs is 1.5. You think I'm not getting there?
Slasher pushes out, which may well put the pressure, but Simp's on an 8 spree. And it's continued to pop up for the Atlanta FaZe side. Everybody from Ultra momentarily dead. Ultra had a chance when the hill popped.
Oh, still going.
Nobody is safe right now.
Oh,
nobody is
God.
safe. 10 in a row from Simp, who might just be calling game. Insight just about shuts him down. It's 30 uncontested points. Atlanta FaZe about to take the lead.
And they have come back into this game with a force beyond reckoning. Ultra will be glad there is a rotation. Simp is going to face the wrong way for that one. And finally, Ultra can rest a little bit easy. They will not be dreaming dreams of good things, but nightmares of Simp if this continues.
Yeah, calm us down. There's been 3 hills. There's a lot of culture left to be played, but absurdity from Simp. And now they can be pressed back in. Ultra have found themselves in a good position, not good enough to slow them down. That's been 10 seconds uncontested. aBeZy coming in with the challenge. FaZe have found a way out, spawn out here for Ultra as well. The kill's starting to fall through for FaZe. There may well be a break coming on through. Hicksy trying to stay alive. Gets gunned by aBeZy. Ultra spawning out. FaZe finding the break on their favorite hill on Fortress. This is some good time that could go their way.
And now we go, Ultra, though they are close. They do have the numbers as well. They're going to try and flood this one very, very quickly. Finding bodies all around. Cellium already take down Scrapz. Slasher towards the back as well. They are holding back the Ultra so far.
CleanX hasn't been able to get into this game just yet. Sitting at 2-9, you expect bigger numbers from him on a map where you'd expect him to succeed, but everybody dies to Simp again. He's 14-7 after 4 hills. Ultra need to find some sort of stabilization. They need to find some kills, because right now they're getting blown off the face of Fortress.
Fire in the veins of FaZe, but what about in the comms? Let's find out. With Atlanta FaZe, listen in.
Backstage steps. He's on me, close backstage. I spawned in the gates, bro. P5 March 2. He's in the ammo corner. Did we kill this guy top bow? One's back, P2 stage. Stay with my ammo corner. Stage, backstage. I'll kill that guy, hold on. Backstage, one shot on the stage, one more. Stay, listen, I'm pitching P3, stay. Here, there's one P1. Yeah, no, they're not. Oh, stay, P2, open, or close, nice. They should be spawning out. Look your gate, I have your map. Gate, one shot gate. One shot gate, I got a nade on it. I left us. One's gate, absolutely. Nice. Keep blocking. I might get maps. I got the nade. Top maps. Killed me. Top maps. CleanX. Jumping out. He's trying to shot. One shot. Scrap. I'm top rails right now. You went top sword. Top maps dead. Nice. Top sword. One more top boat. Weak. I hit him once. I'm behind him. Other, he's still over there. I think we're top sword too, I'm not sure. Chat, put your life, Chris. Yeah, I am. I'm just going. Stunning. Nice, top maps. Stun him on time, weak. One shot. Maps on time, really weak. Nice. I get P. I'll take maps. Trees. Don't sail. I'm trying to get a Mickey. Oh, okay, okay. He's benching all the time. Yeah, all the time. Another one all the time in the corner. I didn't need him. Push up bench, I think. I'm trying to be through. I have a streak too. Top.
And FaZe trying to get everything going into this one, but realistically, with the slaying that's been going on, this game is still very, very close. 37 points left into it. P1 now in control of FaZe, but Ultra are not out of this.
Not at all. The slaying and the whole entire game has really felt FaZe-sided, but looking at the scoreline, it's still very doable for Ultra here, but have they now been flipped? Thankfully for them, aBeZy gets dealt with. The spawn still should be there for Toronto Ultra over towards the P2 side. FaZe will get out with a minute amount of time over towards the P1, but again, Ultra at P2, can they deal with the push better than they did last time? Didn't find a kill, FaZe find a way through, and then get the rotation over towards P3. Ultra have got to be better here at P2.
This hold is huge for them. Ultra holding back FaZe. The tide has not come in for them yet. They get everything here, and they will actually take the lead. It doesn't matter how flashy, how big the streaks is. It's about the points on hard points. And Ultra are proving that it's not about slaying, it's about playing. As they continue to rack these points up, it is now only a 15-point game.
FaZe are licking their wounds and walking away back over towards P3. But how profitable it was for them last time around. Ultra have now got time, 20 seconds of that time to take the lead here in map number 4. Spawner coming through as well for Atlanta FaZe. Do Toronto Ultra make their move? And can they find the execution over towards P3, which is popping in 10 seconds?
Thanks. Gets sun checked. Has Hicksy
Scrapz in.
Scrap and Slasher go for it. They're going for it here as well. Now aBeZy will take down the first pick. They're looking for it, doesn't find it. aBeZy saves his teammate. They're still here.
Core spawns coming in from Ultra over towards gate side. These kills have to go FaZe's way.
Every single player falls to the side like tack of Cellium. He's been having a great game as well, has barely died this one. But numbers were on the side here last time for FaZe. Cellium staying alive, will go down as well. Ultra still pushing the pressure. CleanX with a huge kill to the gate. aBeZy trying to stay alive. Finds the second one as well. They come to the front gate. Scrapz going to be there. aBeZy versus Scrapz. It's going to be Simp with reinforcements. Ultra just not able to get their toes over the line.
So many potential moments for Ultra to find a break over towards P3, but is ultimately going to result in nearly every single point going over to FaZe. Cellium doesn't find the turn. He's had a hell of a game here in map number 4, but now Ultra can start to try and set themselves up. They'll not be able to pin FaZe in like they did last time, though. It was a free 10 to 15, 20 seconds for Ultra before FaZe got a touch. But can they find a way through? FaZe break 200 points, Ultra only 30 behind and have control of P4.
Here we go, the break. FaZe sealing out the opposition, looking for a way through, looking to get it inside, already taken down Cellium. Slasher, who kind of left, doing nothing here as well. Reinforcements of aBeZy fly through. Simp and Slasher do eventually combine. They're now getting towards the point. aBeZy guns him. They're going to get into this. aBeZy waiting for anybody to come around the back, but doesn't need to as well. And FaZe have taken prime position.
Not inside the point yet. Haven't dotted their I's, haven't crossed their T's. They haven't dealt with Scrap over towards the top outside. For Toronto Ultra, yeah, you've got broken, but you haven't been able to find any points of your FaZe. It's only Slasher left, 20 seconds to go here over towards P4. It may well be a grandstand finish in this one. Both two teams breaking 200 the points. Going over towards Ultra at P4. FaZe trying to fight for it. Spawns over towards the P1 side, coming in from Ultra. Blacksmith about to pop, but Ultra survive the onslaught from FaZe and take a lead once again.
Here we go. Get the handle ringing. Get the steel on steel action as both teams go for this as well. It will be Blacksmith for FaZe to begin with. Hicksy needs to make a move, but reinforcements are not here for him. Will he be the hero they need? Dead Silence still going for him as well. Finds Cellium, gets that first one going down. Looks in the stadium, there's nobody there. Everybody's in a bad position, they're looking for it as well, and it's going to come down to this. Who gets onto the point? Atlanta FaZe just trying to make sure they don't throw this away.
FaZe have had control for this one for quite some time. Some good shots coming through from Scrap. Hasn't quite had the performance that he's needed to on P4. But they found the breakthrough. Slasher will slow it down. It is blow for blow for between these two teams. 220 to 220. aBeZy trying to find a way through, but Ultra found the setup. They're inside the point. They find the kills. FaZe may well be spawning over towards the P3 side. P1 control will be here from Ultra. 10 seconds to go. It's Ultra's lead to have. Can FaZe find a breakthrough?
They have to get out. They have to. It is only going to be 20 seconds to victory. Hicksy waiting for these first kills to come through. Going to get a little bit of time. Waiting. FaZe still coming off of that bad spawn. Still do not want to be locked through it as well. Hicksy jumps around the corner and gets him. Cellium the only one to get one back as well. It's 10 seconds. FaZe
mercy, recognition. It doesn't matter. What matters is winning. Top 3 for Ultra. FaZe. Time to meet the lower bracket, brothers.
What a map number 4. We were saying the whole game, it felt like FaZe were, it was a knife through butter on so many occasions. They were slaying Ultra left, right, and center. When you looked at the scoreboard, it was never more than 30 or 40 for FaZe in that lead. And Ultra get one very good hold, take the lead, and do not look back. What a series between these two. That man on your screen might not have the best map number 4, but maps 1, 2, and 3. Absurd performance from Ultra.
And it looked like it could have been FaZe, but we spoke about it during the listening. We said, for everything that's been going FaZe's way so far, it's a 37-point game when we came out of it.
This is why we talk about kills not being as important as some people make out. You've seen what was going on. Simp had a 5 trillion spree. Cellium died with 3 times in 14 minutes. But the lead was not there. They weren't able to convert all of these kills into the points that they needed. And I want to say that you look over towards that final P4. They found 3 or 4 kills. Nobody in the point. They didn't get a single point from that. You've got to think, get somebody in there, get somebody locking some time in, because it's only a 30-point game. That could have made the difference. Atlanta FaZe not able to find the time. But Toronto Ultra, reveling in the chaos that is Fortress, will find the 3rd map that they very much needed. A hotel search and destroy would have been a scary, scary thing, considering what happened to map number 2. But it's the respawns that work for Ultra, and they get the job done in 4.
Terrifying. A terrifying team has dropped off into the lower bracket here at Champs. Toronto Ultra are now top 3 ton.
Big, big performance. And honestly, you know, we talked about their home major that they went to. They would be disappointed that they didn't walk away with the win there. But they've now got themselves a winners bracket final at Champs. It's Hicksy and Scrapz first year in the CDL, and you beat FaZe to get there. Yeah. Big, big statement, huge.
It certainly is. All right, let's go to our Monster Energy winners spotlight. It's going to be Hicksy with Blaze.
Bryce, Tom, fantastic cast. I love you both. Las Vegas, give it up for the Toronto Ultra as they take down Atlanta FaZe on the stage. Hicksy, what a series from you, man. You was absolutely frying. Talk to me a little bit about that hard point towards the end and how you guys kind of close it out and how you feeling right now.
Yeah, obviously feeling really good right now. The hard points against those guys are always blood pumpers, like always last till, you know, coming down to the wire. So we just kept our composure, stuck to the game plan, rotations. That's basically what we said before the game. As long as we rotate, we'll win the map, and that's what happened.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened, okay? Now, you know, you and your teammate Scrapz, both rookies here on this Toronto Ultra squad, your first CDL champs, the crowd out here, epic matches on the main stage. How does it feel to make it this far?
It's crazy. Like, I said it when we won Major 3. Like, I was in a shit position. So, like, for me to be able to, you know, be my first champs, make it this far on the first champs, you know, with this crowd, it's insane.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane out there, okay? What you want to say out there to Toronto Ultra fans that's been chanting your name at home, in the venue, all over the world?
Toronto Ultra fans, obviously, we appreciate it. Some of you have followed us all year, so thank you, and keep it up for the winners final.
All right, give it up one more time for the Ultra. That does it for us on the stage. Puckett, take us away.
And with that victory, Toronto is guaranteed their biggest check of the year. They already banked $200,000 when they took the trophy in Texas. Now, with the top 3 secured, $320,000 in the bank, and a very smiley Allie. I'm just gonna start with you. She's been gloating all match long. I love it.
This is great. This
Yeah.
is a banger. Listen, they got outslayed. This is something Toronto Ultra always does. They get outslayed and they still pull out the W's, and some of these respawns just out of hard work, out of that teamwork. And Charlie Hicksy, I mean, he in fact did slam Simp and aBeZy.
Now, we of course have our predictions that don't matter, but we take them very personally. None more than the players, though, in this matchup. I think Atlanta FaZe are just as shocked as we are here on the desk. Nameless, I want to start with you. What was the difference this time around for Toronto? What was going on with Atlanta? Because that game 4, Atlanta steamrolled them in the kill feed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different story in all the maps that they lost, but if we want to hone in on that game 4, there's a couple situations like they get a majority of the time on that P3 and then they get a ton of kills, but on that P4 rotation, they weren't able to successfully kill the guy out of the back. And then we get over to P5, another power position. We see Insight on top of the stage. They couldn't kill him for a good 25 seconds. These situations were like, they're getting kills on the other side of the map, but they're not getting the right kills in the right spot to be able to get themselves better map positioning. A back and forth game, man, but if you outslay by that much, you have to be able to convert it to some time and hill.
Last time we saw Charlie Hicksy performing well, Toronto, they raised a trophy. This is a different Hicksy from the first matchup we saw on day number 1. He is putting up huge numbers in the game 4. Clay, you said that was going to be one of the X factors. He's got to stay with everyone else in this lobby. He led the team in game 4.
He 100% did just that, and I will be the first to admit I was wrong. I said everyone had to drop a 1.0. Toronto just won that map 4 while getting outslayed by a million. So whatever they're doing over there in that Toronto camp, they know the game better than me. That's why they're top 3 of champs, and I did not make it.
Oh, don't say that, Clay. Oh, come on.
Don't worry, you got plenty of time. A lot more predictions
foul.
are going to be coming correctly your way. Let's talk, though, about the future, because Toronto, they're going to play the winner of OpTic Texas versus New York, the next battle we see on the main stage. Atlanta, they dropped down to Boston, and now you got to be nervous if you're the next team dropping down as well. You have the #1 seed looking to knock you out earlier than you expected.
Bro, I just want to say that was the most impressive win of this tournament. By far. I mean, the way that they did that, how structured they were the entire time, that Asilo control was one of the best controls I've seen this entire year. Like, just absolutely having him in a chokehold. Scrap led the way. Like, we just showed a lot of love to Hicksy, but Scrap was frying. 3,000 damage in that game number 3. I think next up on his team was 1,300, which is just crazy.
He dropped another 3,000 in game number 4 as well, despite only 21 kills somehow. Scrap is a monster. He is your Rookie of the Year, and he's playing in your winner's bracket final come tomorrow. Let's take a look, though, at your scuff play of the game. It's Control. How about a perfect 3-0 against Atlanta FaZe? How did Toronto pull this one off?
It was just dominance, right? It felt like that they were in the right position every single time Atlanta tried to make a move on the map. It was plays from everybody. I mean, Scrap was getting all the kills. I believe Insight only had like 20 engagements in the entire map just simply because Scrap was getting all of them. I think this was a really impressive performance from Toronto Ultra, and it's a comfortable map now that they have in their map pool, right? LSEO to win it this way against the Atlanta FaZe. This is where I thought they misstepped last time these two teams matched up by playing that Expo. So Toronto Ultra not only doing right in-game, but out-of-game as well with the vetoes.
Congratulations to Ultra. They get revenge over Atlanta FaZe and are now in your winner's bracket final. But we got to take a look at that bracket and show you where things are right now, because we already sent 2 teams home. Clayster, still a lot more Call of Duty to play this weekend.
There is an incredible amount to still be played. It's, you know, obviously commiserations to Thieves and Røkkr. You know, early exit, didn't win a round of champs, but, you know, we still got a lot of teams to play for. Ultra, we got OpTic Subliners coming up next. I'm stoked for that.
Oh my God, that's a tough draw. If you're Boston Breach, let me tell you.
Fred waiting on the other side for either OpTic or Subliners. It gets tighter from here on out, and there's only one more match to go. OpTic Texas is going to be taking on New York Subliners for the final battle of the day. While we wait for that to get ready, quick reminder, get ready to drop in and climb the World Series of Warzone ladder. It all starts June 23rd. That's right, next week. So head on over to WorldSeriesOfWarzone.com and sign up today. Get in on the action. And of course, follow COD Esports. COD Esports is your one-stop shop for all things World Series of Warzone and Challengers. So follow along on Twitter at COD_Esports. Thank you all for tuning in all day long. We got the final battle of day 2 coming up, and it's a banger. Don't go anywhere.
Maybe to Chicago. I love you. It's just...
Most popular team in Call of Duty League has yet to win a championship. These guys are the 2023 OpTic Texas. They're pretty popular. If there's any team that had a crazy path this season, it's gotta be OpTic. Okay, so they started the season with these 4 guys. First they dropped Dashy and brought in the veteran Huke, but then Scump retired and OpTic was like, oh no, so they asked Dashy to come back. They tried that for a little bit, but then they dropped Illy and called up Ghosty, who people were not expecting. And with that, OpTic had their team. People had their doubts about Ghosty, maybe a little too much. Ghosty ghosted the haters and proved he's for real. They were a whole new beast. You guys are my children! I mean, they kept getting second in majors, and then this happened. We won't talk about that too much. This team's been through a lot. Ghosty's been through a lot. If there's any roster with the potential, though, to regain and dominate, it's gotta be OpTic Texas. There can only be one Call of Duty League champion, and you might be looking at them.
These guys are the 2023 New York Subliners. They got a HyDra. He's from France, the home of kings, fancy foods, and Call of Duty phenoms. They've also got Skyz, KiSMET, and Priestahh, who are not from France, but it doesn't even matter though. They still got that dog. It took a New York minute for the Subliners to win their first major of the season. But then they lost their mojo. They lost here, and they lost here to Florida, and they did okay here, but then they got aBeZy. Oh my God! They still had their believers. Some people even thought that they had the best player in the league.
This list is delusional.
And look who's laughing now. The Subliners made the losers bracket run of the century and won the last major of the season. First major winner in, last major winner out. They say it's not how you start, but how you finish. The Subliners said, why not both? Now there's just one more tournament to win. There can only be one champ, and you might be looking at it.
It's time for your 4th and final battle of Day 2 here at the Call of Duty League Championship Weekend 2023. We head back up to the winners bracket and find out who'll be playing Toronto. For a spot in that winners final, it'll either be OpTic Texas or New York Subliners. Las Vegas, make some noise if you're pumped for this battle. So many awesome fans piling into the Thomas & Mack Center to witness the greatest Call of Duty players in history play for $2.3 million. Welcome back, everybody. It's Chris Puckett, your host, alongside our experts. We got Nameless, Alley Cat, our regulars, and the 3-time Mr. Clayster is here. You've played for OpTic, you've played for the Subliners. Today, they're going toe-to-toe. And Clay, I got to get your thoughts, because if you're looking at the seeds, this is the tightest match on the day. Number 2 taking on number 3.
Honestly, OpTic looks like they're back in form after that Boston match yesterday, and this matchup against Subliners is going to be a much bigger test for these guys. I think Subliners are coming with something to prove. They perfectly peaked at the right time, winning the first event and winning the last event. That's what we want to do as competitors. We want to peak at the right time, which is what these guys are doing.
Subliners, of course, they had to get their reverse sweep to get into round 2. Meanwhile, OpTic took care of business in just 4 games against Boston Breach. Let's start here with the team representing Texas. Allie, I love this squad. Young Ghosty, the rookie is the IGL. You got 2 freaks on SMG and one of the greatest ARs in the game, Dashy, AK Bruce, backing you up.
You'd argue it's like one of the best builds that we have in the league right now, considering all the talented players that build the roles on this team, and they're still searching for that chip, right? And there's no better place than at COD Champs to take home that ring, and they look like they're prepped to do it after we saw them yesterday, especially coming off of the unfortunate major number 5. So OpTic Texas, I think they're biggest weakness right now might be in that search and destroy. So when it comes to Monster Energy pregame, Ghosty continue the masterclass versus New York. In this matchup, they do have the edge over the New York Subliners, and play to prevent plants on hotel search and destroy. That's going to be map number 2 of this series, and New York look to plant 70% of the time. So deny that plant for the New York Subliners, and maybe you'll steal the map number 2.
We got to talk, of course, about the opposition here for OpTic. You're going up against a Subliner squad that has looked pretty strong. Before we get deep here with New York, we got to throw it out. We got Lottie on the floor. What's going on, Lottie?
I, of course, am with the one and only Hex of OpTic Gaming. Hex, congratulations, first of all. A very big win for the boys. First day of champs against Boston, 3-1. Pretty easy stuff for them. How was your feelings going into that match and afterwards, of course, getting that first win?
It may have looked easy, but obviously Boston is a really good team. So, I mean, I was really happy. Obviously, we're already farther than we were last time, further. So really excited for the boys, looking forward to this match. Subliners is a really, really good team, obviously, returning champions from the last one, so really looking forward to that.
A big bounce back for sure, especially from the last major. Now, obviously, we have the new addition, Karma, as the coach on the roster, and everybody is loving this addition. Talk to me about the process of getting him back on board, the coaching role, and what he brings to the team.
Well, I mean, Karma was the one that brought it up, right? And I like to do what's most organic for the organization. The players and the coaches and the creators are the ones that are going to lead the brand into wherever it is that we're going. So anytime they have something creative that they're passionate about, I want to pursue it. Anytime they have something competitive that they want to pursue, then that's what I do. And Karma obviously knows a little bit about something winning some of these, right? So that in-game expertise goes a long way. So I don't think. I mean, he's a very qualified person, so.
He certainly is indeed. Now, lastly, you mentioned it, New York Subliners up next, literally going on the main stage in seconds. Talk to me about the process and the boys going through this big matchup. Obviously, New York Subliners, a team to be feared, a team that needs to be won and beat here and now. How are OpTic going to be tackling this one?
You know what? I don't know. I let the boys do what they got to do. I often stay away out of the practice rooms. I come and say hello, obviously, but I don't sit there and analyze. I mean, I have nothing to offer when it comes to that. Now, if they need help in the sniping department, then obviously I will be the one to tell them how to do the damn thing. But in all seriousness, I think that this is going to be a very exciting match. I'm very excited looking forward to it. So we'll do that.
I love to hear it. Thank you so much, Hex, for your time.
Thank you. Yay. Shout out Las Vegas, all you people out there wearing the OpTic Gaming merch. I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart.
We love it. We love the green wall. Back to you guys.
Much love to Hector there, a Hall of Famer in the esports world, always supporting his team, and OpTic is ready to take this stage. So without further ado, let's get to the match, Blaze.
I'm so ready for this one, Chris. Las Vegas, it's the matchup of the day. Are you ready to get it started? Coming out first, Green Wall fans, get ready, because here comes your heroes. It's OpTic Texas. We got Shotzzy and Ghosty. I give to you, OpTic Texas.
At times in the season, they have been an unstoppable force. They want to get the big prize. They want another world championship. We saw the rings on Hex's finger. That's what this team is looking for. And Ghosty, the new addition, he proved me wrong and so many other people. Can they get this victory against a major champion in front of this crowd? They look serious. They look ready to go. And the crowd wants to see them win. Let's bring out New York.
Yeah, and the crowd is going, but they got a tough opponent. Las Vegas, you can cheer or boo, but you're going to show some respect to the Major 5 champions. Here come the New York Subliners. Oh, hell, HyDra. Give it up for Skyz, KiSMET, and Priestahh. The dog pound is here, the New York Subliners.
You can boo them all you want, but they have 2 chips on the year already, and they're looking to solidify the ring. New York Subliners, coming off of a hot Major 5 win, have continued where they left off. And I'm looking at HyDra, the SMG of the season, our #1 player in the game, to really pull them through the green wall. I'm ready to get this last match started, Blaze.
All right, I'm ready one more time today, Las Vegas. Are you ready? Lando Study, let's get it. Let's
Let's get it blazed. This is going to be unreal, Jay. The energy right now in Vegas is unmatched. People are going wild, and for good reason, man. We've got OpTic Texas versus the New York Subliners. I don't feel like anybody really knows exactly how this match is going to go.
This is going to be a battle of the Titans, man. If you see the history that went on with these two squads, Major 4, OpTic Texas got the better of the Subliners, but a lot has changed since then. That was a clean 3-0 for OpTic. Ever since then, New York Subliners, they host a trophy. They win Major 5. On the opposite side, OpTic Texas, they go flawless during Stage 5, but then when they get to the Major, they don't win a single match. So obviously, both of these teams are Titans in the CDL. This is going to be a battle from start to finish.
And as odd as it sounds, right, for both teams, it feels like this is a proven series. Right?
Oh, yeah.
We see New York come out, walk away with this. They are absolutely one of, if not the favorite to walk away with this. On the opposite side for OpTic Texas, Jay, a lot to prove, right?
Oh, yeah.
You take a lot away from the win versus Boston, but you're going to take a whole lot more away if they can come away and take down our defending Major 5 champs.
100%. OpTic Texas, we saw what they were capable of. Major 3, they make it to the grand finals. Major 4, they make it to the grand finals. It's just all about finding the right time to sync it all together to be on the same pace. So for a team like New York, you got to make sure teamwork, it's got to be on top.
Absolutely. Teamwork makes the dream work. We saw for a moment our maps and modes. We're going to be staying quite a long time at Hotel. In fact, it's our first 3 maps. Let's see if we can go the distance. Maybe get out of Greenberg, but ladies and gentlemen, strap in. This is the match that we've been waiting for. This is about to be a battle. Winner of this series moves forward, top 3 guaranteed, and all kinds of cash. Jay, as we take a look at the records, give us a little bit of a breakdown. What can we expect as we fly in?
OpTic Texas, this is their best hard point. They know what it's like to play on Hotel. They got 6,000 fans in the arena behind them. The energy is insane, but here we go into the map number 1. We know about P1s. It's not about fighting for a majority of this time. It's all about those next set of kills so you can win the rotation. But with the Subliners getting a clean 4 dead, 15 seconds off P1, all ready to start, you will take that.
Yeah, and we talked about it, right? When it comes down to the vetoes, for Texas especially, right? You want to see them come out, look solid off the rip. Given that New York, Jay, they love themselves some Hotel no matter what it is.
No matter what it is. They have like a 14-11 record. They played it a lot. They know what it's like to play this map, but OpTic Texas just has to do what they do best, and that's allow the SMGs to fly. That's a clean 3 dead. The spawns now flip. OpTic Texas currently in control.
That you put yourself in the best position possible right now if you're OpTic. You've got those spawns next for P2. However, as we say that, player 2, player 3 out of the picture, instantly things flip, and now it is New York with the current 4v1 advantage. Only player alive right now is going to be Huke, doing what he can to stay up. New York, they sniff him out, and right now they're in possession of the time.
And that's already good work out of the Subliners because you're going up against OpTic Texas, who are the #1 in rotation win percentage on Hotel. You start off at the P2 with the early spawns. You're making the kills a lot easier, spawning OpTic Texas all the way across the map. They have not been able to contest this P2. That's already 30 seconds down, but OpTic Texas is still going to apply the pressure. Everyone through spot side. They find 3, but Priestahh finds 3 of his own. It's now a 1-on-1 in the hill.
All right, P-Dog, he's come to play a massive 1v1 inside of the hard point, and it is going to be KiSMET who takes it. So you're looking at that scoreboard and you're already seeing a massive lead accrued. Also, one thing to keep in mind, a few OpTic players once more are out of the fight. So we're talking about New York walking away with time at the player hardpoint, and again, Jay, having man count advantage at the next one.
Yeah, New York are doing exactly what they need to do. Making sure they're controlling the spawns, putting more bodies off the rotation. Now starting off with this initial time, the only player towards the back end is going to be Ghosty. He's trying to wait for his teammates to apply the pressure through the front, but Skyz reads it beautifully, cannot find a turn and burn onto Huke, but the contest is back and forth. HyDra takes down 2. Priestahh and Shotzzy are trading, but New York come out on top.
Oh my goodness, it's an all-out brawl right now inside of the kitchen. Too many cooks, but right now it is New York that are the ones frying, nearly that 100-point mark. As here comes OpTic once more, they desperately need to hop in, get some of these seconds. But Priestahh is going on a tear, and New York again come out on top in the trades as they will reach that century mark.
They are just trading so efficient right now. Everyone is in the right position to put themselves in those engagements. But New York Subliners now breached that 100-point mark. But now off the rotation, finally, OpTic Texas are going to be the team here early. But you have to focus on where KiSMET is. He's trying to make the play through back smile. He knows his teammates are going to apply the pressure through the front. Do OpTic know his positioning?
Did he just spawn there? It doesn't matter. At least OpTic are able to find him regardless. If it was the smarts or if it was the given success, Texas are there to find them. We battle once more, now inside of the front of the bar. But it's Priestahh, it's New York again, Jay, who are coming out on top. Last time that we saw OpTic play this map, it was on Hotel. They saw dominance over at the kitchen. They saw dominance at this hard point. The script is flipped right now. New York are doing the exact same thing that OpTic did to Boston yesterday.
Yeah, this is unbelievable, the way that New York are so far coming out swinging in this map number 1. The fundamentals are in play, the teamwork, the trade, everything is going right. As they find another 3 in the feed, and they already have bodies off the rotation. So right now, OpTic Texas, they're playing from the back foot. They need to be able to cut their losses, get a great hold to try to get back into this game. They find the kill onto KiSMET, but now you have to break in towards Diner, which is not easy to do.
Jay, you said the #1 thing, right, for New York is it's really about rotations. It feels like every single time they are put in a position to succeed. OpTic struggling, but there you go. A little bit of light inside of the restaurant. We've peeled back the curtains, and now we'll see if Texas can start to dig deep, get themselves right back in this game. And that 40 seconds would surely do it. Battles going on around the outside. It's an instant 3-for-1 trade. Dashy's the only one here.
That's just too easy right there for the Subliners. Priestahh makes it happen, but the teammate is in. Ghosty and Shotzzy, it's now time to strike. We gotta get this 25. Big time from OpTic Texas to work their way back in towards the Diner. Gonna put them at the 80-point mark, but we know going over towards this flat hill, you have to fight for kitchen control. Subliners start off with the early 2 in the feed. And now Ghosty, he's the only player in towards kitchen. You have to wait for your teammates to make a play. Him and Huke combine for 2, and now they can just sprint on forward. Potentially a couple players from New York are going to spawn on the opposite side of the map, but they get the close spawn towards mid, so they're going to be the team there first.
OpTic, you want to try to group up. On the other side for New York, you're trying to stagger the push. Try to eliminate as many players from the fray as possible. It's about to be a headbutt over toward top parking, and it's New York once again coming out on top of these brawls. Another rotation 1 and kills that are very fruitful. 152 to 76. Shotzzy trying to get things going for the roster. Jay, you can tell he is struggling right now. The entirety of the team having issues finding kills.
Oh yeah, you're definitely gonna have issues finding kills when you're spawning all the way across the map, and New York are fully set up off the rotation every single time. They're holding down the power positions. Your SMGs have to try to win some world star gunfights, and that's not been the case so far, but the beatdown right there from Ghosty at least takes down 1, and OpTic Texas find a break with only 15 seconds left. But the Subliners, you take that. You're up 100 points. We're going to the second half of the hard points, and HyDra just earned himself a cruise.
Oh, and he's going to keep going as well. The French phenom now at 7. We'll see if he can reach double digits. Making OpTic feel it. Oh, he wanted another. Eventually falls. 100-point advantage for New York as we reset here in hard points. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding with the Subliners.
Nice. No, good at that spot. Yeah, nice. One shot, duck. Nice. Everyone. Get C4. Yes. Get C4. Stay here. Yo, do not move the whole time. Do not move. I have all right. TV. Wait, no. He's front side, laying down. Our side hill, left side. Yeah, right here. Yes. Are you good? Spawn. Yep. Go new. Yo, take your time on here. They're gonna be new. Yo, what's P4 contest that? I'm in the back. One more. Contest spawn P4. I'm holding the back, alright? I'm holding lobby. Contest spawn lobby. Go to spot. Dashy. Dashy. Secret coming in new. Secret. New pillar. Watch out. Absolute left side. New secret wall, guys. Watch out. Back secret weak. I think he might push out. You said I spawn mid. He's back. Yeah, back. Nice. Secret one over here. Secret one time. You should go one shot. You're good. Probably engine, guys. The secret. I have your hole. Stay down from engine. Stay down. Engine dead. I'll block this spawn. Yo, give me a lobby. I'm one shot. Hold my hard block. Okay. I know. Okay. Engine dead. Nice. All mid and right. Unless they spawn.
The Subliners just continue to roll. Technically, they can still win the game over at this hard point. But Jay, I remember so early in the season when the Subliners team was seeing struggles in our Major 1 qualifiers, everybody was talking about the communication. Look at them now, right? They are rolling. Comms are fiery. HyDra is leading calls from time to time. This team that we worried about at the start of the year now is putting on an unreal hardpoint performance here on Hotel versus one of the best hardpoint teams that we have in the game.
That was just some beautiful communication, like you said, though, because HyDra, when he first joins the CDL, he couldn't even speak English fluently. He didn't know how to communicate with his teammates, but now he's directing them. Priestahh, do not move, and that leads to great time over towards P2, but OpTic Texas is still not out of this game. They're going in towards the kitchen hill, which was the money hill versus Boston Queens, but it's just too easy right now from the Subliners as they get a clean 4 dead. Only 15 seconds until they take map 1.
Yeah, if they're not rotating early, they're breaking the hard point. This is just looking to be over soon. 10 more points before we call it curtains. This has got to be one of the more dominant hard point losses for OpTic, unless they can find an answer, but it's another 4 down. And how about the start here from New York?
Subliners just come out and punch OpTic right in the face. They had a 16-4 record on Hotel. They chose Team A. They picked that map number 1. But the Subliners, the thing that they needed to focus on was beating OpTic Texas in those rotations. OpTic are number 1. New York Subliners are number 6, around the middle of the pack. But when you are winning every single rotation, setting up properly, winning those first engagements of those gunfights, you are forcing OpTic Texas to play a little bit different, to start to scatter their pushes, to start to scatter their breaks, to try to figure out a way in. But every single time they started trading, it was always Subliners who came out on top. 250 to 130 is the final score. I think the biggest thing that I'm paying attention to, at least off this map number 1 for OpTic Texas, is the SMGs. Yeah, we know when Shotzzy and Huke go crazy, every single time for this OpTic roster, they usually find success. A slow start to that map number 1, but no, New York Subliners just came to play early.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say, considering who you're facing off against, considering the stage that we're on, the map that we're playing, that has got to be one of the more impressive hardpoints we've seen on the entirety of the season. Just wonderful work all game long from New York, and as we called it, it just felt like every time New York was beating them to the rotation, they were making them work for 1v2 late spots. I mean, OpTic was spawning in the old hill time and time again, and it's kind of a collaboration of the two, it feels like, for the SMGs. Put in a difficult spot just in general, but also just not living up to the slaying, considering how solid that New York was all across the board.
Yeah, the slaying is obviously not going to be there. You're not winning rotations. You're not finding success.
You're not putting
on
positions.
Yeah, it's just not easy to win those key gunfights in those crucial moments because you don't have the right spot to do it. But now with OpTic Texas, find themselves down 0-1. I think the biggest thing that you need to focus on going into this map number 2, because we're still going to be on Hotel. Yeah. It's going to be a battle because OpTic Texas, they are great on the defensive side, 2nd overall in the CDL, but they're going up against New York Subliners, who are 2nd on the attacking side, and they love to get that bomb down. So that's something that you have to pay attention to if you are OpTic Texas, because you cannot allow the Subliners to go up 2-0 in this series.
No, absolutely not. We talk about both of these teams, especially the son of New York, who has been so consistent across all of our modes. I think they're, at least top 4 across every single thing. For OpTic Texas, it hasn't exactly been that way, especially in that game number 3, that we will be guaranteed to see. But the big thing for Texas is obviously that you don't want to be down 0-2 with that control up next. A big thing, Jay, that I feel like is going to be going on right now is, in fact, the communication. Coaches giving words of wisdom, players going back and forth. I had the chance to chat with Shotzzy ahead of the major, and he said, you know what? We could talk about a lot of things, major focuses for us, whether it's control, whether it's search, destroy. He said the big thing for us is communication, specifically small talk, but just in general, just remaining focused from game to game. You're going to need that right now.
Yeah, you need to let it go. You need to let that map 1 go. I know that was your map to choose, but you can't really win them all. You got to go into the search and destroy with a clear mind because the series is far from over. You have to be prepared for what New York Subliners are going to throw at you. We know how aggressive HyDra and KiSMET love to play through the middle of the map. Skyz, with that sniper in hand, can play a dividend factor in this SD because if you remember yesterday, at least for OpTic Texas, the one map that they lost versus Boston Breach was when Beans was going absolutely insane with the sniper. So the New York Subliners, Perfect game plan. You're already up 1-0. Just got to keep that momentum rolling.
Yeah, that's the scary part about New York is that you've got not just Skyz, who put up an unreal 20 snipes in all of Major 5, but you've also got HyDra, who can snipe. You've got Priestahh, who has the ability to snipe, and I don't know if KiSMET's brought it out, but I'm sure he could too if he wanted. At the same time, though, we're talking about New York's strength. Let's talk about OpTic's strengths. Because I think it was during Major 5 where they looked unreal in Search and Destroy. What are OpTic's strengths in Search and Destroy moving into game number 2 that the audience should be focused on?
I think it's just their teamwork aspect, because you think like the way that Shotzzy moves around the map, the way that Huke moves around the map, they're probably looking like they're going to make a lot of individual plays. But it's always teamwork led by the young man, the rookie in Ghosty, setting up the plays, letting him know what he's seeing on the map so he can start to attack different angles. I just feel like when the SMGs win those key one-on-one gunfights, that's what starts it all off for OpTic Texas, because their game plan is always on point. The SMGs are going to go for the trades. The ARs are going to hold down the power positions. But when you're starting off with that first blood, that is everything. Because in 3v4 situations, you are 9th overall in the league. You can't be man down.
Yeah, absolutely none. You cannot afford to fall here if you are OpTic in the early situations. Let's go and take a look at our Monster Energy pregame here for the New York Subliners. We're talking about Skyz, right? He was a guy who has struggled in a few of these losses versus OpTic on the season. Obviously, he, as well as the rest of the team, has a solid map 1. You also, as we're talking about it, have to make OpTic pay for giving you that hotel search destroy. Jay, they have been running wild since Major 5. You're looking at the record, you're looking at the first blood percentage, and then we'll also get to it. That HyDra HP also sits quite nicely for the New York.
And that's a scary one, because if you are New York, you were able to beat OpTic on their best hardpoint. Now you know, this series is guaranteed that map number 4, where you have HyDra. You are the best team on that map. We saw them play versus Røkkr yesterday. They only held them to 66 points. That was an absolute beatdown. So if you are the Subliners, we know it's a 3-night stay at the hotel. They love themselves some hotel. So do OpTic Texas. So it's just all about those mid-round adjustments that are going to come in throughout this game, because both teams are stellar in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, that kind of reiterates back to the point that we were talking about earlier with Shotzzy. When it comes into communication, that has to be on point. And it feels like we're looking at a number of different players. We're talking about Huke, we're talking about Shotzzy, we're talking about, I don't know, maybe the number 1 Search and Destroy KD in Major 5 and HyDra, who literally dropped a 1.8. The early battles, the first blood battles, especially between the SMGs, the snipers, it's going to be crazy, man. It's going to be wild to see how the early stages of these rounds and maybe even the first few rounds begin to play out. If you're OpTic, you need to have some momentum. But I believe we actually have a nice little comparison that we're going to take a look at, Jay, 2 of some of the most unreal SMGs that we've got in the league, Shotzzy and HyDra.
This is perfect. This is like the perfect matchup that you want going into a Search and Destroy. I know Shotzzy's KD isn't as good as HyDra's, but what he does on the map for this team, the ground he's able to cover, the information he's able to gain with his movement, he makes plays happen for OpTic Texas. And on the opposite side for HyDra, he's just been doing it all. A little bit less better than Shotzzy in that first blood column, but when he finds himself in that power position and 2 players are challenging him, you best believe he's walking away with at least 1.
And it's interesting too, because that could be the biggest stat that maybe we take away on that scorecard is the first blood percentage. Shotzzy does have the advantage in that category on the season. We'll see if he and the boys can try and slow down HyDra a bit. But as we said, right now, if you're OpTic Texas, you need to have an answer. Hotel Search and Destroy up next. And you can see the reps that both squads have. 7-4 for OpTic, 14-9 for NYSL. They are very practiced when it comes down to this bad boy.
And they're basically neck and neck when it comes to that first blood percentage. And that's the biggest thing that I'm focused on, because for both of these teams, they are great when it comes to getting that first blood. But when you start in a man disadvantage, OpTic Texas only have a 26% chance in the 3v4. New York Subliners, 32. But here we go into the map number 2. Subliners on the attack early. They're going back to old reliable, the 2-2 split, but look at the ground that KiSMET was already able to take. He takes Couch's control. Now he's going to give that information to his teammate to push up the middle of the map, but at least the trade comes in on Shotzzy. 3v3 now.
Now the top side of the map is going to be open for New York. Do they decide to seize it, rush their way into that B site, or do they hesitate? Do they go for the roto? That's something that Huke is going to be, rather is going to have to be prepared for regardless. Stun comes out, Huke. Solid as you'd like. He could get traded, but thankfully he does have a teammate that could come to save the day. KiSMET for 1 grabs the bomb, and Ghosty is not there for the trade, Jay. 2v2.
Skyz and KiSMET versus Ghosty and Dashy. It's a split set up right now for OpTic Texas. Same thing for the Subliners. 35 seconds left on the clock. KiSMET rotating this bomb over towards A. And Dashy's in a great position to potentially take him down. Does he get the time?
About to find out. Does Bruce peek? He does, gets him off the bomb. Bomb not playing it, time continues to tick. In the meantime, Ghosty has been found out, and now does the bomb go for the rotation? Dashy knows exactly what's going on, but he's not ready for the mid-cross chow. Excellent work on the close quarter spots there from New York, but Jay, it just makes me think, man, if Ghosty is able to cut away KiSMET, who finds that trade onto Huke, he's not able to grab the bomb, he's not able to work through things in the 2v2, just seconds away from what could have been a different story.
Yeah, KiSMET just made the play happen. We're talking about confidence, round number 1 in the search and destroy, where you don't have dead silence, no hesitation on his push to take mid-map control. When his team goes down 3v2, he makes the play happen, finds the trade on the Huke, picks up the bomb, gets out with his life. And even when he's going for that bomb play, he stays alive long enough for Skyz to find the kill through the middle of the map, hit that rotation for New York to take the first. And now it's OpTic Texas' turn on the attack. A whole lot of pressure in towards Diner, and HyDra, he might have just slipped on by.
Let's see what he can do. Oh, nearly turns onto his second, but it's OpTic who comes out on top in the overall trades. Dust settles for a moment, but it's about to steam up again. Right into the kitchen we go. And will it be a duel that we save for another episode, or is it about to go down? Skyz not able to take it. Gritty up close. There from Shotzzy. Priestahh makes his presence felt. A bit of info onto the other, but a 1v2 not going to be easy as that bomb does go down.
Yeah, Ghosty just going to get it down. He knows that Priestahh's on the opposite side of the map. It's going to be about 10 to 15 seconds before he even gets on this side. Just want to play your life, force him to check every single corner. Priestahh has no dead silence. He's just flying, trying to find these guys. He might have found the timing, but doesn't hit the bullets.
Okay. All right. If I'm Ghosty, I'm sweating it a little bit. Hide and seek champ, Priestahh. Not gonna find him, at least for now. Time continues to tick, and he is not gonna find a soul. And the time that he needs to. Ghosty making good on the prior round, ends up putting the final one to bed here. As OpTic even things up.
Great round right there out of OpTic. To find a trade immediately onto HyDra, but then to take down KiSMET, put them in the man advantage. And you know at least one more player was over towards this B site. Shotzzy plays it super patient. He's able to find Skyz and locate the final player to secure the round. Got a little scary though. If Priestahh hits a couple bullets behind that door, makes it a 1v1, potentially a chance, but Ghosty gets it done for OpTic Texas to tie it up.
Does indeed. We once again switch signs from offense to defense. Now it's New York again with the objective on their back. We talked about a number of different snipers for this New York side. It's going to be Skyz with it, but it's all about the close quarter engagements. HyDra already inside a top bed, evens out the numbers, 3v3, over a minute still to work with. And it could be NYSL looking for a pivot with that bomb. They're relying heavily on HyDra's positioning.
Yeah, HyDra's positioning right now. It's going to allow them to earn a lot of information if they want to go for this bomb plan over towards A. Now he's working his way up to the middle of the map. Bomb still approaching towards the A site. As Huke just waiting. He's just waiting for his teammates to give him the info before he decides to go on the flank. Shotzzy takes down Priestahh, 3v2 with 35 seconds.
He's got the snipe out. He's ready to try to take down the beast. Up in the bedroom, and Shotzzy, time continues to tick. Dead silence invested now from Skyz. They got to get a move on. Is it going to be the Roto, or is it going to be remaining stationary at A? It's all going to come down to this pick. Can Shotzzy once more go big for the team? They're making their way through Cat. It looks like they're going to get to BJ. They're going to get here in time.
Yeah, they should be able to get here in time. But OpTic Texas, they're going to know exactly what's going on. Huke plays it super patient in towards the diner, and then leads to Shotzzy flying off the top catwalk to find a final kill. I just think in that situation, when HyDra finds himself in towards bedroom, it's still a 3v3. Let's just try to get the bomb down. You know that the double doors towards bottom luggage are going to be closed. The only opportunity I have to take you off site is from top plat and top bedroom. You were watching those angles. Just get the bomb down next time. OpTic Texas, they secure that one.
And Jade, those are those little situations that you talked to me about. The reason why HyDra's been able to elevate his search destroy game is knowing when to go for those challenges, knowing after he's found that kill, what to do in that moment. A tad aggressive, whether from him or the New York call, regardless of it, OpTic will be glad to grab these last two rounds. We'll see if they can make it a third in a row. as Shotzzy looks to get aggressive on that 3 spree. Information found, and it's 2 early picks here from New York.
At least Dashy, though, he's able to find one onto KiSMET. Gets the trade, so now it's a 2v3. The ARs for OpTic Texas. Trying to play, see what the Subliners are going to do on their defense. It's just a scattered spread. One player towards A, one player towards B. Other guy watching the middle of the map. Dashy's just using his tactics to try to back down Skyz, but time is starting to tick, and New York Subliners, they're just waiting for the opportunity to strike.
Oh, Ghosty trying to peel Priestahh off that heady. Ends up taking him down. Problem being is that reinforcements are lost. Subliners hunker down as they answer.
Yeah, that was just a quick round right there from New York. You apply the pressure over towards the A site. They find the initial 2 kills. And even though Dashy finds one, no one budges on their setup. Everyone was playing for the information. Priestahh takes down the first and then sets up his teammate to find the final. Such a back and forth search and destroy, all tied up at 2.
We talk so often throughout this year of MW2. SD wins chips.
Yes, it does.
SD wins championships. I know at times it hasn't really been that from title to title, but in this game, it is absolutely the case. Teams who have been winning majors this year are winning SDs at a rate incredibly high. Bruce answering for more than one. He wants the double. Batman has arrived here on Hotel. Arrived here in Vegas. Receiving a roar of applause. We'll see if he can make it a 3rd.
4v2 now. After Dashy puts on a clinic. KiSMET and Priestahh trying to make something happen, but the bomb's going to be down over towards that P4 double desk. So now it's on KiSMET, slowly working his way up to the middle of the map. Ghosty's going to get the info and back out with his life. He sets up Shotzzy to take him down. Now it's Priestahh in the 1v4. He does take down Huke. He finds a second, but there's too many players for OpTic Texas still alive. As Dashy finds 3 on the round. Lines it up with the boomstick. Closing it out with the pistol. OpTic Texas take back in the lead.
Yeah, shit, we're talking about snipers for New York. New York's got to be prepared for this guy. Pixel perfect. Takes the head off of Caesar and has some words for Paco as well, without a doubt. The reasoning for why OpTic ends up clutching that round. And it's to no surprise. You know, at times we've seen OpTic with a few different snipers on this team, but Jay, you know the talent that Dashy has with whatever weapon he's got in his hands.
Oh yeah, that guy does not miss. If he lines you up, puts you in the crossfire, he's most likely gonna hit the shot. At least OpTic Texas now up by 1. Dashy currently on a 3 spree, just trying to force Skyz to reposition himself, throw a couple wall bangs in towards top head. Like OpTic Texas are trying to work towards the bomb plant, but they're just building a lot of noise on this side. The Subliners, they're not rotating. They have that mid-map cross.
Dashy trying to be essentially the canary in the coal mine, but New York prepared for the rotation, prepared for the late hit. Oh, but it's going to be a team nade. Shotzzy erases Ghosty in from there. OpTic, they are locked inside a restaurant. New York are ready for the push. Time continues to tick, and right now, here for Texas, you got to come up with a strat. Are we going to go for the rotation, or are we going to have to go for the hit? Regardless, KiSMET is ready. He's in his spot, elevates. Oh, and eventually gets dropped. 3v2, 20 seconds to work with.
Oh.
Dashy wins the fight.
Dashy wins the fight. Huke finds another as well. So it was just a 4v2, is now a 1v2. OpTic Texas, you have to get towards the site. You have to try to get this bomb down.
Priestahh knows he can go for the chow because Huke has to be on the bomb. He'll get it planted, and he can escape with his life. Priestahh, the first look at it. What does he see? Spots the shoulder of Huke, going for the chow, lasers him down. Huke trying to stay up, looking for information himself. Priestahh! You can always count on P-Dog. Around the New York nearly gave away. It is Priestahh to save the day. 1v2.
What a clutch right there out of Priestahh. Just beautiful reads from start to finish. Once he gets the info onto Dashy, he knows, I have to solo this guy out. Huke has to get that bomb down for them to even stand a chance in this round. Wins that one-on-one, traps Huke on towards the box. And I know Priestahh, he usually does not have a good time in those gunfights. If you remember that, aBeZy 1v4, but he makes up for it, clutches up in the 1v2 to tie the game back up.
Yeah, righting the wrongs, that's for sure. Priestahh got to feel pretty good to walk away with that clutch. And just like that, 3-3 we go. A tie game as we enter into round number 7. And it will be the Subliners again on the attacking side in a very aggressive look indeed. OpTic have no clue that they've got HyDra already behind them. KiSMET in the meantime finds one on to Ghosty.
Yeah, but Huke's just trying to find this timing. Shotzzy does take down KiSMET, but Huke in a crucial position to make something happen. Now position is gonna be known. The rest of the Subliners players are gonna try to solo him out, knowing that he has that TAC 56 in hand. HyDra, he tries to go for the chow, but Shotzzy finds his second. And OpTic Texas in a man advantage.
Tosses out the nade, at least delays things. Skyz goes for the challenge. He jumps over the nade. Incredible work there for Caesar as now we continue to battle, but take a look at what the one arrow who is not in this fight is. Skyz, another gunfight, but it's Priestahh on the other side of the map who's gonna get this objective down. Shotzzy wins it. Another 1v1. It's Priestahh again in a position to clutch.
Shotzzy still has that dead silence, but Priestahh with the positioning puts himself in towards top bed. He knows that Shotzzy is going to try to go for a route because that dead silence is still here. But the SMG in hand clutches up another 1v1 to give New York back control in this search and destroy. I thought that round would be a lot easier though, because HyDra, when he flanks in towards kitchen, I think you just got to get the bomb down. You have to find this one guy in towards B, plant the bomb, and the round is going to be yours. But Shotzzy was making kill after kill, could not find the final one though, as New York take back the lead.
Can we talk about what Skyz did? My guy had a nade thrown at him, just jumped over it, goes for the chow, takes away a few inside of kitchen. Unreal plays across the board from New York. It's taken everything to walk away with a few of these. Priestahh, Mr. Clutch so far, giving New York our prior two as OpTic look to answer again. Battles on Greenberg. As things come to a slow.
And right now, OpTic Texas, they're playing for mid-map control. You see the SMGs, one's at couches, one's already pushed up in towards cat room. So they're just waiting for at least one of them to get some kind of information of how they are playing this defensive setup, because all of Subliners basically took a lot of steps out of their base. Taking their sweet time. OpTic Texas only with 40 seconds left, but looking like they're gonna commit over towards B, so it's gonna fall into the hands of KiSMET. What can he get done?
KiSMET has a few sound cues. He's known that Shotzzy has been here, but he's not able to win the fight. Dancing in the kitchen, goes Ant-Man, and now it's Ghosty's turn to put in some work, get Priestahh off the map. It feels like it's gotta be the objective, but more than anything, you gotta lock in that bomb. It's down, and you've got man count advantage. Can New York pull off the impossible again? Dashy trying to limit him, eventually falls again. It's Texas with numbers. HyDra last man up, 1v3. The all to do is time by no means on his side. Can the Frenchman do anything? No.
It's not the Frenchman, it's the Ant-Man. Shotzzy makes it happen. He finds 3 on the round, wins the huge one-on-one to start it all off in towards kitchen by taking down KiSMET. Once he wins that gunfight, you close side door, you allow your teammates to get the bomb down, and you just change your spots up every single time, because you know Subliners are gonna try to go for those wall bangs. But man, this has been an S&D. Definitely talk about all tied up at 4, blow for blow the entirety of the time. Now it's Subliners back on the attack with 3 players going over towards A.
Oh, we're jumping right into this. It's Shotzzy and Dashy finding an early double. Aware of the strategy that Subliners love to implement oh so often. The quick plant has been foiled. And Skyz most likely waving the white flag, a handful of HP. Thankfully resets, but boy does he have a lot of work to do.
1v4, no dead silence. Bomb down towards Eldes. Huke finds the final. And that's a perfect blind counter right there out of OpTic Texas. They said every single time so far, the Subliners have go for the 2-2 split. A lot of mid-map control. They're gonna throw us a B push, and it works out to perfection. As Shotzzy finds another first blood, Dashy with the second. OpTic Texas with the perfect defensive setup to now put them at game point.
Now we see what the strategy elects to be. Jumping into what could be the final round of game number 2. OpTic on the attack. Shotzzy leading the way. Basically double negative in the hard point. Now taking over at 13-5. 1 away from the cruise missile, but we toss that aside for a moment. Dashy instantly with the answer. Quite a bit of noise made in the kitchen. Take a look at Ghosty's positioning, going for the wrap. In the meantime, Shotzzy falls in couches. Now it is NYSL with numbers. 2 more players to go. Ghosty ends up finding another.
2v2 now. Ghosty still has that dead silence. He's trying to cover around. He spots Priestahh, puts down a couple shots, but he might right into Dashy. Dashy takes him down. It's all left up the Skyz.
All on to Caesar. A 1v2 just to keep the game afloat. Bomb down. What do you have cooked up for us, Skyz? Can you pull off something special? Dashy to his left, already weak. The Vegas crowd is feeling it. And right now for Dashy, Jay, he can just hang out. He has to make Skyz have to go for the play.
You just play your life if you are Dashy, because Ghosty has the first check on towards the site. He's gonna reposition towards bottom red room, but right now Skyz, he's just looking for Ghost. Only 15 seconds left to find 2 kills. OpTic Texas looking like they're gonna tie it up.
And there it is. A much-needed regain. An OpTic answer in what was such a back and forth Hotel S&D. One that was full of clutches. So many 1v1s, 2v2s. We got ourselves a series, buddy.
Man, OpTic Texas just did exactly what they needed to do. Keep in mind, 2 rounds, it was Priestahh winning some 1v1s. If that doesn't happen, OpTic Texas walk away with a lot cleaner over search and destroy, where we were asking for a bounce back from the young man in Shotzzy. Mr. Movement King goes 13-6, 3 first bloods, just absolutely takes over in this game number 2 for OpTic Texas. Just multiple rounds where we thought OpTic Texas stood no chance. With only 20 seconds left, they decide to go in towards B. Who do they send in first? Shotzzy. He gets that first kill. They get the bomb down. They hold strong on their setup. And then on defense, they were great. And the second best overall team on Hotel Search and Destroy. Biggest thing that they did was stop the Subliners from successfully getting that bomb down. That was in our Monster Energy pregame, and they got it done to tie the series up.
I mean, if we know about it, then obviously OpTic Texas does too. Like you said, you come into that attacking round, New York, looking for that aggressive plan. OpTic are there to go for the denial. And as we said, that's what's so important about this series, is we took a look for a moment at the maps and modes, this upcoming one. Feels like this is going to be the deciding factor of the series. You came into this saying that, hey, whoever walks away with this map is going to take it. You still feel the same way?
100%, man. Hotel control, 3-night stay. Whoever takes the final stay in the hotel wins the series, in my opinion.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, as we said, we've got our series on our hands. It's the last one here on day number 2 of Champs 2023. Who will walk away with the swing vote between OpTic and Subliners? We will find out right after this break.
Hello, my name is Miles Ross, and I am here to put a lie detector test on Skyz of the New York Subliners.
Like I'm swimming?
You ever done this before?
No.
It's telling me about your bad body language. This is reading a lot.
My bad body language?
I can see your breath jitter, how your skin's galvanizing. I mean, it's telling me your pulse. It's telling me a lot.
Am I nervous?
I don't know.
Does it look like I'm nervous?
It doesn't look like
Why am I nervous? I'm nervous low-key for no reason.
Well, that's fine. Let's get this on the road. Is your full name Cesar Skyz Bueno?
No. Skyz is not my legal name.
Are you a professional COD player?
Yes, I am a professional COD player.
Are you about to take a polygraph test?
Yeah, what is that? This, yeah. I'm taking a lie detector test, yeah.
I asked the question. Have you ever lied to your teammates about how much time you spend practicing or scrimming?
No.
Have you ever played a single session of COD for more than 8 hours?
Yes.
I'm a veteran.
16 hours.
Yes.
24 hours.
Yes.
Okay.
What, is that lying? I was dead ass.
I know, you're solid, you're solid. Have you ever blamed a loss on a teammate when it was actually your fault?
Oh, when it was actually my fault? Oh, no.
He's lying.
Dead ass?
Do you think HyDra is a better SMG than Pred?
Yes.
He's telling the truth. Do you think you could beat Kenny in a dance-off?
Yeah.
Oh, he's lying.
Wait, dead ass? Really?
Yeah.
In my head, I'm thinking he's unstable on his feet.
He's lying.
No, no, this is broken because I'm dead ass not lying. I could smoke him. I'm just thinking about his front door porch where he was like trying to control his legs and he crippled on the floor. That's like the first thing I got. Damn, I'm lying on that? That's bullshit. What?
Amazing.
I smoke him. Where is he?
Did you live rent-free with your girlfriend and her family for 2 years?
Damn, how's the Yeah. I offered to pay, but they didn't let me.
You were telling the truth on that one.
Thank you,
but maybe you should have lied. Did you feel bad about eliminating Vegas Legion from Champs?
Yes and no, but yes. They're seeing them like, ugh.
I don't know, actually. You are lying.
I'm lying?
You are lying.
Them guys.
Yeah.
My bad, Clay.
Keep that shit together. What is more stressful?
Mm-hmm.
Playing on stage or taking this test?
Taking this test.
He's lying. Playing on stage is way harder than this.
No, I'm actually like nervous right now.
I know your body. I know. I can see it. Sender is your favorite member of the coaching staff. True or false?
I mean, I like them both. True. Oh wait, no, false.
I think he's lying.
I know you're lying.
You think I love you? I hate you.
Last question. Out of all the CDL casters, I'm your favorite.
No.
He's lying. He's lying. How you feeling about the test?
Feel good. I was honest. I was honest, Abe.
You were.
I was nervous. I think it's the vibes, bro. Like this lamp. Why is it here? I think it was the lamp that got me. I felt like I was getting interrogated.
You were, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You were a good sport, and we really appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
That was the lie detector test, and he was Skyz.
The truthful man.
That is all true.
Dude, look at this.
Yeah. You're sweating.
Bro.
Jeez.
I'm shook.
Why are you so nervous?
I don't know.
Damn.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I was nervous more here than stage. But like, all right.
All right, let's do an outro.
Okay.
Well, I think the noise speaks for itself, but right now we are watching a main stage match, OpTic versus New York Subliners. The turnout is wild. I didn't expect anything less from the OpTic and New York fans here in Vegas.
Not at all for day two. We've got fans going all the way up towards the top of the venue right now. It's electric here. I know those that are at home are saying, woulda, coulda. I mean, come on. It's been unbelievable. It's going to be an electric final couple of days as well.
It's going to be absolutely insane, and it's only getting louder in here. This is day number 2 at Champs. Imagine what 3 and 4 are going to bring. I literally can't wait, Shift. It's going to be amazing.
Tune in. Don't miss out on it. We've got a lot of electricity still to come, even though today may take the cake, let's be honest.
There it is.
Thanks so much, guys. You guys have been killing it all weekend long. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to COD Champs 2023. OpTic Texas currently taking on the New York Subliners. And Jay, we have ourselves a series, New York in game 1. OpTic answered to get to the round 10 in the S&D. And now we fly in for another hotel, this time for some control. And this is everything, in my opinion, whoever walks away with the dub at the end of this one. Because both of these squads love themselves some hotel control. We know going into the vetoes process, OpTic Texas, they are not going to play El Asilo. They do not want to play New York on that map, and New York do not want to play Expo. So it was going to be a square up on the hotel where both of these teams find a lot of success on the attacking side. Second for the Subliners, 4th for OpTic Texas. So in my opinion, I think it all comes down to whoever walks away with at least one defense. One defense is all that this is going to come down to. And it's going to be the Subliners to start it off. OpTic Texas feeling the momentum, feeling the crowd after a great search and destroy win. Can they change it to this map 3?
Absolutely. As you said, most times we're looking at teams to walk away with attacks. This time it feels like, given both of these teams' repertoire, it's all about who to walk away with the defenses. Currently OpTic in firm control over at that B zone, nearly a third of the way there, and they're also putting pressure on the top side of the map. Right now it's Shotzzy having a blast over at the A zone. New York at the back of their base, yet to really put a dent in this OpTic attacking side.
They can't. They haven't even been able to find a kill as well.
Wait a second.
Shotzzy wins the one-on-one over towards A. That's 2 ticks about the 3 over towards B. New York had to get a move on it. Shotzzy wins another one-on-one. B's already out the way. OpTic are finding all the kills at the right time. And Shotzzy might have just done enough to get 2 segments by himself at this 8 point. He's still not gonna drop until the trade comes in from Priestahh. But 1 segment is all you need. With 2 minutes on the clock, OpTic Texas coming out swinging.
Jay, I'm gonna let you know now, this one's done. This one's over. And that is the way that you get momentum on your side. Load into an attack. Once they got on both of those objectives, they never looked back. But Jay, it was the one-man army inside a restaurant. Shotzzy so clutch to win those 1v1s, to make his teammates' lives so much easier in the pivot, in the transition, to get over toward that other zone. Excellent job here in round 1.
That was just flawless right there out of OpTic Texas. Nice and early success on the attacking side. Now they're going back on the defense, and this time around, they're the team with trophy systems. So they're gonna be prepared for the push. Dashy at least takes down 1. His trophy takes him down, but there's Ghosty for the cleanup. They're trying to shut down this early pressure from the Subliners over towards B. The SMGs working flanks.
Looking for a few, and it is a team nade. That is not gonna be a lovely sight to see. And with that team nade, it ends up allowing for Huke to have the easiest kill to the middle side of the map. So back to the drawing board you go. Did get 1 segment over at B, but now it's about where does New York elect to go now, Jay?
They have to make a decision, because right now OpTic Texas on the 2-2 split. They're finding all the kills at the right time, but Shotzzy drops. Dashy gets some bad COD timing, and unfortunately turns at the wrong moment to now allow Subliners to pause the time, get on this 8-point first segment about to be done. But Ghosty and Huke, they find 2. They're still gonna apply this pressure.
Oh my goodness, what a snap there from Matthew Tinsley. Excellent work there out of KiSMET. Priestahh needing that fight, not gonna earn it. A current 2v1 on the point, and Dashy may have looked to wait for some reinforcements given those close spawns. It looks like this A zone is surely gonna go the way of the Subliners, and it will. An extra minute added onto the clock, and in the meantime, Jay, they also didn't give up all that much time.
Yeah, they didn't give up a lot, and they also didn't give up a lot of lives as well. They only find themselves down by 2, but you have to be able to take care of these players coming off spawn. Huke with a huge one-on-one versus HyDra to shut down that pinch. So now all of New York are gonna apply pressure through the middle of the map. KiSMET invested that dead silence to try to take bedroom control. He does take down Shotzzy, but your teammates are nowhere near the point. It's a lot of other players from OpTic Texas you have to account for.
Ghosty also trying to dictate the spawns. Keep in mind that arrow on the bottom left side of your screen. He's trying to make the lives of New York a little bit more difficult, spawn them on the top side of the map, make them have to work through the opposite spawn. And right now, that is the trick they're looking to make. KiSMET, another crucial gunfight up close, nose of the spawner that Ghosty is trying to be. Great work coming in from him. That's a 4 spree, and now it's a stack from the Subliners.
And Shotzzy's gonna be the only guy who can actually make a play through top bed, and he might have found the timing. He's able to take down 2. The route man makes it happen, and Ghosty invests the cruise missile, so nothing gets out of hand. OpTic Texas take full control of the map once again. 2 players pushed out towards bedroom. Fortunately, Ghosty does lose that fight to HyDra. But it's Dashy's turn now to put down the beams through the middle of the map while his teammates are still holding strong over towards the bedroom side.
Few begin to fall. New York looking for the regroup. Again, right now, if you're OpTic, just trying to cut away a few players in stride, have those trades favor you. It is 2 segments over at B, so 1 more to go, and we're at a tie game, ultimately. But it's Shotzzy again. Such a fiend on the flank. Tagged up and bagged up. New York find their answer. They find their window. It's Skyz for 2. And the round there from New York As you said, Jay, it was all about attacks, and that has absolutely been the story. 2 for 2 as we are level at 1.
Yeah, Subliners, it wasn't as easy as it was for OpTic Texas in that round number 1, but you complete that 8 point, you're able to extend that time, and then HyDra goes in a nice little 5-3 towards the back end, catching players from OpTic Texas all spawn, creating openings for his teammates to eventually get on the point. And I love right there the play out of Skyz, because he's the only guy that gets on towards B, but he puts himself on the backside of the block, so Shotzzy's not able to find an angle unless he overextends. That leads to his teammates setting him up. New York able to tie it up at 1. Now it's OpTic Texas. Can they have another attacking victory?
And it feels like for Skyz at that moment, it's such a high pressure moment, but as you saw in the content piece, that guy's been going through a lot this week and had that lie detector test, and I'm sure matches like this maybe feel a little bit easier based on the nerves, but into this round 3 we go. OpTic on the attacking side and having a little bit to deal with over at the restaurant. By no means going to see that same level of success early on in the round, but given those close spawns, they're going to regroup and just try to get this one out of the way as fast as possible.
Yeah, you just got to get A out of the way, and Ghosty with that too. Might have just got it done. Second segment is about to be in, and look how aggressive Shotzzy is already on the map. Finds himself through middle arch, but he is going to get spotted, so you just want to play your life before and allow your teammates to get into the play. But now time is extended, 2 minutes. Try to work over towards this B point. OpTic Texas is going to approach the flank angle because they don't have bedroom control. If they get a couple kills all spawn, that's the best case scenario. Huke at least find 1, but 2 of his teammates drop at the same time.
Yeah, problem thing, well, I was going to say is that New York are aware of his position, but it may not matter. Huke looking to be a bit of a thorn in the side. Eventually falls, and now we take a look at the top side of the screen. Minute 30 on the clock. You see Priestahh now on a 5-spring, 1 more, and he's got the cruise missile. Trying to build up the artillery right now if you're New York. Also trying to build up the life advantage right now. Currently 22-18, a lot of games still to be played as OpTic look to group up for once more another attacking play. All 4 players up as we begin with a pick from Ghosty.
And that's a big kill right there because now you have bedroom control. Gonna have 1 player committing towards the flank. Unfortunately, can't win the fight, and that leads to the Subliners finding 3 at the right time. Last player is gonna be Dashy. He does take down 2, but he has to do more because the players on his side are nowhere near. Oh, you have to worry about KiSMET, who takes him down towards bottom bedroom. So 45 seconds left. New York still trying to hold on.
Excellent timing there from KiSMET in that fight, but it's Ghosty putting the SMG in use. Huke with the 3rd. KiSMET, last player up. What can he do? What can he accomplish as he waits for the cavalry to arrive off of spawn? And they got the top right side of the map. So it is going to be New York arriving at the perfect time. 2 end up going OpTic's way. A nade coming in over the top. Priestahh there for the answer. We continue to exchange blows. Back and forth, 20 seconds on the clock.
20 seconds to go. New York just have to hold strong over towards the double desk. All of OpTic Texas applying pressure through the front. Let's just fly on out. Huke's gonna play his life. Time is now gonna be paused. They get on the point. 8 to 10 in lives remaining. Trades are going back and forth. The second segment is in. OpTic Texas trying to win it here.
Oh, KiSMET, it's a fighting one in the meantime. Ghosty falls. The KiSMET just made the play. It looks like that's the case. 4 lives left and 4 seconds left on the clock. Did New York just clutch up? It looks like it. Oh my word. KiSMET just went God mode there at the end. That round had OpTic's name written all over it, Jay.
You got to think when OpTic get a clean 3 dead, they know that the last player has to be on a flank. They know it's KiSMET still alive. But once KiSMET is able to find at least 1 kill, that's all he needed to do. He stays alive. He forces OpTic Texas to start to try to locate where he is in towards bedroom. And by the time they're doing that, all the time they are wasting, the players from the Subliners come off spawn and hold strong towards the double desk and secure the first defense of the map. They give up 5 seconds, but who cares? You got the W. Subliners up 2-1, back on the attack.
Reason why we talk about New York, their success, how important this control is for them, Jay, is because of when they've won control, it's led to success. 25-2 in series where they've won control. In series where they haven't, they're 2-15. So it feels like for the Subliners, this one is essential. You need to get it done, and you'd prefer to not have to do it in 5 rounds. jumping into another as HyDra looks to get going. Huke there to limit him as we continue to trade back and forth. Right now it's Texas with a decently sized lead in terms of the lives. Skyz jumps in.
Yeah, Skyz is in. Unfortunately, the nade is gonna bounce rack, hit him in the face, but just focus on taking down Huke. Big team shots out of KiSMET to eventually equalize him. Now the first segment is about to come in towards A. Shotzzy has that dead silence. He's trying to go for the flank. Him and his teammates combining for a couple team shots to take down 2, and Dashy with the 3rd. Last player here is gonna be HyDra. Do they commit on trying to locate him? Only 30 seconds left. OpTic Texas walk away right now. They will have another defense.
Time paused, but only for a moment. New York with 2 members on that B zone. Dashy, what he can do toward the back. It's Huke, ultimately from the front. Right now it's a 2v2 inside of the point. Shotzzy looking to make these fights be on his terms. HyDra ends up finding the double, so he stalled the time, but for the most part, it is gonna allow for some freedom to happen over toward the top side. One player from New York on A, the other over at B. Great work in the clutch moments for the Subliners to stay alive, and they are building upon that advantage. That is 4 down, and that could be game right there.
This could be game. They have the stack over towards B, so if you are OpTic Texas, you know you can't fight that side.
It's a race.
It's already a race. They have 3 players on that side of the map. There's only 1 player from New York on the point. It's gonna be Priestahh, but they're finding all the kills. Dashy finds 1. That's now 3 dead. It's all on Shotzzy. He drops, and the Subliners come out with the control to take a commanding 2-1 lead.
All it takes is 1 team fight. Takes 1 situation. 1 moment in that round number 4 where New York had an answer to get the clean 4 down. And you could tell, Jay, they knew exactly what to do in that moment. They were prepared for that success. Locking up B, transition to A, and from there it's all about the trades. Wonderful work from New York, and as we said, their success has come from control. Rarely, if ever at all, do they lose a series after winning at control in a series.
And in that final round, I thought the Subliners, they were getting heavily outslayed. But when they extend that time, at least put a lot of pressure over towards B, and they also had 1 player over towards A. You're now forcing OpTic Texas to come off spawn, put a lot of commitment towards that B point, but at least send 1 player towards A. So it's not gonna be a 3v4. It's not gonna be a man advantage with you on that side of the map. And that leads to KiSMET finding 3. Once he takes down all 3 players at the B point, he knows B's out the way. And at the same time, Priestahh wins a 1-on-1 towards A. All of OpTic Texas come off spawn because they dropped at the same time. And that's what made it super easy for the Subliners to hit the transition over towards the opposite side of the map and close this one out. But it was a back and forth game. It's just the Subliners a little bit more cleaner on their attacking side, and they were the team that at least clutched up on that 1 defense.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That defense was massive when you think about obviously what they were able to do in that closeout round. But I don't know about you, man, but it just feels like when we look at the respawns, right now New York are 2 for 2. They're hoping to make it 3 for 3 in this upcoming HyDra HP. But it just feels like for New York, it's not the HyDra show, right? No. It feels like it has been a collaborative effort for everybody. HyDra's had his moments, but we're talking about KiSMET, we're talking about Priestahh, what he's been able to do. Skyz has been solid. This has been the team effort that you are looking for if you're a New York fan.
And this was the team effort that they were missing at Major 4 when they played OpTic, because it was Skyz who dropped like a 0.6. Priestahh drops a 0.5, but the impact kills that they are making, the impact plays that they are making in this map and series is unbelievable. It's just full teamwork on full display right now from the Subliners that is giving them the edge so far. And with them taking that control, you gotta think New York are put themselves in a position to walk away with this series, knowing the next map that's coming up.
You can see the fire coming out of everybody over on that stage for the boys in yellow. KiSMET getting loud, Skyz as well. It feels like the word for New York lately has been confidence, and right now they have got it. So many players on this team trying to make a statement here at Champs. You could go across the list, a prove-it year, basically for all 4 players on this roster. And right now, Jay, they are 1 map victory away from guaranteed top 3. Unreal story for them. But HyDra HP up next. What are you looking to see from the boys in green?
if you are OpTic Texas, you just got to make the game a little bit chaotic for the Subliners because they are basically #1 in every single statistic. #1 in rotation, #2 in breaks, #1 in holds. So if map 1 told us anything, OpTic Texas were the better team on that map in rotations but couldn't win anything. So you have to, on a map like HyDra, hit those water routes. Put yourself in a position to make plays happen. And I'm definitely looking at the SMGs who had a slow start in that map #1. Shotzzy answers back in that map #2. The guns are starting to get hot. I'm really focused on those water out battles between HyDra and KiSMET because those guys love themselves some HyDra. They know exactly what they need to do in every single situation. OpTic Texas just have to be prepared because I feel like every time we watch them on HyDra Hardpoint, it's always a photo finish. 250 to like 230, it always goes down to the end in OpTic victories.
Absolutely, it's going to be a blast. We'll have to watch and wait to see what will happen here on this upcoming HyDra Hardpoint. A lot on the line here for OpTic Texas fans. But ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, make sure to check out Call of Duty Warzone Mobile. You can see that QR code. Pull your phone out, pull out the camera, snap it, and make sure to sign on up. I know the boys over on the mobile site are having a blast with it. Make sure to go ahead and do it if you've not done so already. But into this game 4 we go, Jay. We're talking about really multiple players for both sides of the equation for New York. You've got HyDra, you've got KiSMET, who love those water routes. But if there is one guy who I know loves them probably more than anybody else, it is Shotzzy. Yeah. He has said, almost like a freak, he's like, yeah, I love HyDra Hardpoint. I don't care if anybody else doesn't. This is my map. It's fair to say we're going to be spending quite a bit of this game #4 in that good old H2O.
Now, if you're
that plus minus.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Oh
like,
my.
Every time New York played this map, they are absolutely slamming their opponents. #1 hold percentage, so it's basically impossible to find breaks if you are OpTic Texas. So you just got to be the team there early, but OpTic trying to rally back, trying to force the game 5. They're going to be on the preferred side going into that P2. Their main focus is to not give up a lot of time off this P1. Huke starts it off with the first. It's a trade back and forth, but OpTic Texas a step ahead right now. They just want to hold this setup.
HyDra will take the first of what will be many water routes here on some good old HyDra, and at the same time, New York will also put their foot inside of the hard point for the opening few seconds. As you said, buddy, OpTic put the more preferred side over at P2, so they will have that to hold on to. 20 seconds still to fight for, and right now for New York, it's about trying to battle out of your spawn, get past that 50-yard line.
And already KiSMET's hitting that water route. He's going to find himself behind enemy lines towards that P2 HP. As the rest of the Subliners is going to apply the pressure through the front. KiSMET wins that one-on-one versus Dashy. So now OpTic are going to spawn across the map. This is a crucial moment that the Subliners are able to take full advantage of because of the route by KiSMET.
Oh, but Shotzzy, as we said, one round countered by another. Shotzzy going to do whatever he can to stay alive, apply some pressure from the back.
Big win.
Great fights. And just like that, OpTic have broken over a P2.
That's a beautiful break from OpTic Texas. It starts with the water route from Shotzzy. You spawn New York all the way across the map. And now Ghosty, Mr. Communication, is letting them know they're all crossing through P1 side. We're going to be prepared for the gunfights. Shotzzy already 5-0, cannot earn himself the cruise missile, but with 30 seconds left, you will take this time if you are OpTic Texas.
Oh, my!
Throwing that lead, and Huke is taking over the game. Huke nuke with 3. OpTic Texas, hold on.
Oh, he has to hit the reload. He falls, but take a look already at the rotation. This is massive. Already, New York walking away with the scrap time, but it's Ghosty in the back. Wins that one on to Skyz, and already OpTic have got numbers. Dashy puts his first kill up on the board, and we prepare for new, and it's OpTic again on the more favorable spot.
Yeah, OpTic are going to be here early. Ghosty trying to block these spawns, not allow any Subliners players to spawn behind enemy lines. So far, New York are just going to apply the pressure through the front end. Shotzzy knows exactly where they're coming from, but he cannot take down KiSMET. You also have a route coming in from Skyz, pitches from every single angle. Wow. The Subliners get the break, and now it's going to lead to some much-needed time.
My goodness, man. Just feels like at HyDra, we're so often talking about rotations, how important that those are, and so far, early on in this game, it is about the breaks. It's been about the routes. Another break potentially here for OpTic. Shotzzy elevates, jumps on forward, gets the assistance, and now it's Ghosty putting that Vaznev to good use.
And this is perfect right here. If you are OpTic Texas, you apply the pressure over towards P3. Your teammates are already rotating, and Huke cannot be slowed down until Priestahh wins that one-on-one. But it's OpTic Texas winning a rotation. Just got to pay attention to those water routes. Don't allow these SMGs to try to make something happen. Shotzzy wins that one-on-one versus Priestahh, but OpTic Texas fully set up. Huke is ready for every engagement from every angle.
Yeah, right now for OpTic Texas, you're set up quite well. You're ready for every angle, but isn't going to matter. First 2 kills coming in from the Subliners. Let's see how the remainder here of OpTic Texas can lock it down. Dashy, solid as you'd like. Slow start to the game, but he eventually falls. And really, he is the pillar in the backside of the map. He gets taken down, and how about another break here from the Subliners?
That's just beautifully played right there from New York. They send multiple players up through P2. They still apply pressure through the front end, but they clutch up in those fights and spawn OpTic Texas across the map. They're not going to be able to take the lead. They're going to keep the game close. Only 10 seconds left on P4. You're not going to force OpTic Texas to set up properly towards the next. They are going to get those back spawns. So they should be allowed to get fully set up, but that's actually a massive kill because potentially Huke is going to spawn out behind enemy lines. No, he's going to spawn right next to his teammate, OpTic, in full control of the P5.
You just never really know when it comes down to HyDra. And sometimes the players don't either, but chaos begins to ensue. Right into the turbine we go, and it's early trades back and forth. New York for the moment coming out on top. As you said, it feels like at the first set of rotations, I mean, well, rotos are fine, but it's been about the breaks. New York doing a great job from the front as now they maintain the time. Lead change about to be inbound, and Skyz right there guarantees.
They were able to flip those spawns as well, so now OpTic Texas spawning over towards P1. New York do a great job of finding the kills to flip it right on back because they know we have to get top dome going into the next 2 hills. Subliners take the lead for now. OpTic Texas spawning behind enemy lines. Skyz currently on a 5 streak, can potentially earn himself a cruise missile. But New York currently up by 20 points. If they can walk away with this remaining junk time, this is exactly how you want to go into the next set of hard points.
And at the same time as well, you're also going to have Skyz, who just earned the cruise missile, finishes his food. They're on to Shotzzy. Thought he had another one in store. But as we said for New York, you can be happy with that, Jay. As we said, they've got that right side of the map continuing to put themselves on the more favorable side. And now with those 2 kills, they can begin to re-engage back into P1.
Yeah, because you know you don't want to give them a lot of time at this P1 hard point. Let's just pull out the knife. KiSMET is making plays happen. Fortunately, can't find the kill onto Dashy. Tries to set up HyDra. He can't find anything either. So with only 30 seconds left, OpTic have the bodies. They just have to apply the pressure, win this next set of fights, spawn the Subliners behind them so they can have a lot of success again at that P2. And Ghosty and Dashy might have just done enough to spawn New York out.
Looks like they're still going to hold on to it for the moment. 13 seconds left at P1. NYSL have done what they need to. They had to give away the lead, but it's going to be a worthy transaction in the end to put yourself on the more favorable side for what is a money hill on this map. HyDra looking to hit a few routes as Texas begin their first brigade, begin their first look, their foot push at it, pistol out! Oh, nearly finds a second. HyDra does the job that it needs to, but OpTic are right on the edge of trying to go for the break. That's gonna be 2 players already found.
Shotzzy's making plays, man. He was able to hit a water route. He's able to find 3 as well. And now the Subliners spawning across the map. Unfortunately, does not read the spawn for HyDra, and HyDra makes them pay. He finds 2. To lead to the break for the Subliners. Unfortunate team name coming in from Huke. And now the Subliners have the ability to take the lead right on back. But if you're paying attention to your mini-map, Skyz is a step ahead. He's already at the next hill.
Wonderful work from New York, taking advantage of the opportunities that they have been provided with. 15 seconds still to fight for, and right now, with how close of a game that it is, you will walk away with every second that you can. Big battle in the bag. Is Shotzzy ready? Big win. He'll grab it. 4 go down, and we step aside. A listening now with OpTic Texas.
You should go left. Okay.
Yo, I'm laying down top dome. Fire. They killed me dome. They killed me dome. They're hard clearing dome. They're hard clearing dome. They're all there. Made me taking right routes.
OpTic right. I have all right. I front, guys. I front. Yo, one guy's he's still self spot. Money.
I need him front.
I cannot look at top.
I'm blocking, by the way.
Semi top.
Pitch the back. They're gonna spawn on the back. 2 in the HyDra's in the back. Caesar's front. Caesar's bridge.
He's out of rocks.
I'm leaving them in the back. I'm letting them spawn there.
Listen,
they're all spawning there. They're all spawning there.
Send him. You can go right.
Good.
I'm trying to push you. I got front in back. Wait, front in back. They're spawning behind you. Wait, nothing here. I front. You guys go. Back shit now. He's trying to load. I got you. Okay, push him. There's 2 old. Go right when you spawn. Go right.
Yeah, I hear it. Priestahh's in the deep back.
Yep. They're gonna probably. Hold on, one could be like ruins are trying to.
I'm down to go deep water, yo. Just try and look over me. Try and look over me.
We got P5. One shot. He's going out. He's pitching.
I got him. You looking over me deep, right? I got hit by name here. They know I'm here. They know I'm here.
P1. I spawned out.
That's fine.
The guy old one P1. The guy old one.
Yo, get castle me. Do you know where this guy's P1?
Top castle.
He's out of right.
Inside castle.
I hear that.
I needed him time. One shot time. I don't see the guy old.
Yo, it's castle weak.
Yo, one guy's still caution. Paco's going mid. Or he ran back to dome.
One guy's in castle as
Outer
well.
castle.
Top boulder. Boulder, one shot. Boulder dead. One more for P2 in time. Going front side time. Backside time.
Yeah, you got me in ocean. In water. He's out of water.
Some P5. Some in the back.
Yeah, there's one out.
Two swan out. Two doubles. Only one in the back. One more made it. One shot made it.
Yo, he's back boulder. Case.
They're all there.
He's laying down on time.
There's two doubles.
I need him one shot.
One shot, guys.
We're gonna go top.
I got him.
Yo, one could be P3 guys, right?
Yeah, could be. I think they're all old.
Yo, make sure we block. I have low right here. Yo, he's in the back, guys. Back ass.
A nice little check-in there with OpTic Texas as we continue to battle hill after hill after hill. But Jay, if there's one thing I take away from the comms, it is the human radar, the rookie and Ghosty, trying to give every single bit of information over to the rest of the squad.
Man, the communication was on point right there from OpTic Texas. The only thing they couldn't find the kill on the KiSMET. That leads to New York finding at least 20 to 25 seconds. Still at that P4 hard point. KiSMET is not slowing down. He does get shut down from that cruise missile, but already in towards the P5 generator are the Subliners. Now it's all on to Skyz. He's the only man here. OpTic Texas, they're right back on in. They know exactly where he is. He's just got to find the kill.
It's a matter of just trying to lock it in. Matter of trying to find it. Big seconds right now for New York. Skyz goes bye-bye, and from there, it's not going to be a 1v1 for a lot of time. KiSMET takes it again.
He's just making plays, man. All these crucial one-on-one gunfights. For this final 20 to 25 seconds, KiSMET is coming out on top, and this should allow the Subliners to take a little bit of a lead. Now going back towards the P1 hard point. Both of these squads trying to fight for that water control. Shotzzy's prepared for the fight, pulls out the pistol, and now it's OpTic Texas winning that rotation. They're going to be able to take the lead right on back, but they're more focused on maintaining dome side. Where is Priestahh? He's been the guy that you have to focus on.
Meanwhile, here comes the streak from the top. Cruise missile engaged, and Dashy will get wiped away. Big moments going on in the back. We're also battling at P1. Chaos right now ensuing here on HyDra. Shotzzy wins the fight, and with that, as his teammates begin to fall, it could be a good position, given where he has locked things up at. Back and forth we go, as New York are just trying to figure out where OpTic's hiding. Where is Shotzzy at?
Yeah, Shotzzy's just playing his life beautifully. He knows that his teammates are going to win those gunfights over towards P1, and now that's 3 dead. You only have to focus on HyDra, but when you get all those kills, you put yourself on the better side of the map. It's going to be OpTic Texas winning the rotation. You still have Dashy applying pressure, trying to build a layer over towards P1 side, but this is going to be a photo finish. OpTic in full control, have to hold on.
It comes down to this. It comes down to this situation. A New York break or an OpTic. Oh, what's it going to be? Skyz with one. We continue to battle back and forth. It's an open hard point for the moment as KiSMET is happy to walk away with the seconds. Shotzzy answers it from there. OpTic know exactly where New York are going to engage from. Oh, my word!
OpTic Texas only need 10 points. New York spawning all the way across the map. They are trying to force the game 5.
Well, last player, it's on to KiSMET. He stays alive. He stays alive. Huke falls. It's the New York.
They can win it.
They can win it here.
They can win it.
Jay, they can win it here.
You gotta go if you are OpTic Texas. You gotta apply the pressure. At least contest 4 milliseconds. Ghosty starts it off with the first. 10 seconds is needed until Subliners call game.
Oh, they can't break in. They can't break in. Did they get the tick? I don't believe this. They got it. They got it. New York. Vegas is stunned. I thought that one player from Texas, Shane Dolphin, dived in and just got a sliver. But it looks as if the answer to that is no. New York come away with a stunner. It comes down to 1 kill, 1 second, Jay. And And this goes OpTic's way. It's guaranteed.
And I told you before the match started, every time OpTic spawn in on HyDra HP, it always is a photo finish towards the very end. But it all falls into the hands of KiSMET. Play after play throughout the entirety of the map, winning such crucial one-on-one gunfights. In those final moments, he's able to find two, flip the spawns for OpTic Texas, and then it has to be picture perfect from the Subliners to win it at that hill. 1 second contest is all OpTic Texas needed to force the game number 5. But the Subliners, they get the better of them today in all 3 respawns. So now move on to the David Toronto Ultramen.
Oh my God. What a series. What a situation toward the stretch. A HyDra HP that started with breaks and ends with them. Let's take a look at this again, Jay. What do you see?
Right here was KiSMET. He was the only guy here. Once you take him down, OpTic Texas, they know this is our map to lose. You have Ghosty who goes on a pitch through middle alley. That now allows them to get a clean 4 dead. But look at number 7. Play after play out of KiSMET. He finds the timing to get right by Huke. Jumps right into the hill, catches Dashy and Shotzzy with their pants down. And then HyDra with the final to spawn OpTic Texas across the map. That just is very unfortunate. It had to be a perfect break from the Subliners. A clean 4 dead, no contest to come in. And that's exactly what they do.
I thought right there that could have been it. I think it was Huke who dove in for a moment.
Yeah.
I thought in that moment that may have just done it, but clearly not. New York, maybe a quarter of a second in this game, is headed to a map 5. And there you can see the reaction from OpTic Texas. They know how close they were. That is our scuff play of the game, James. We take a look at the scoreboard.
And it's 246 to 250, man. If you think about that P4 hardpoint in the second rotation, when it came down to KiSMET swimming in the water, Shotzzy puts down shots. He thinks he finished the kill, so he turns to the side. But then when he goes back to Chow, KiSMET wins that one-on-one to secure about 25 seconds for New York. What a stellar series from start to finish. But the Subliners are your Major 5 champions. They are a team to beat in this tournament. They're trying to be world champions now.
Oh my goodness, man. Unbelievable stuff. Unreal work here from the Subliners, and with that W top 3 guaranteed, I believe that's the highest guaranteed placement that they have had in franchise history at Champs. Incredible work here from the Subliners. That's going to do it for myself and Jay. We toss it over to Blaze, who's joined by KiSMET.
Thank you so much for the beautiful Kaz. Las Vegas, give it up for the Major 5 champions, New York Subliners, as they get it done once again. KiSMET, what a series that was. We watched the final moments here on the big screen, but let's talk about it again. A hard point, coming down to those final seconds, it was a tough map. Talk to me about what was going on through your heads and when you guys finally figured out you had enough time in that last hill to win it.
I was in hill and we were all screaming at each other. We were like, do we get the tick? Do we get the tick? And I think Caesar was like, yeah, we get it, we get it. So we were just like, screw it, we're gonna hold this hill, hope to God we get the tick. Luckily we did. It was insane.
Compose right there towards the end. Talk to me about how proud are you of this team, because with this event and even last event, you guys are always going up against the favorites, okay? Oh, yeah. The crowd, the big team, but it don't matter. You guys are the Subliners and you get it done. How so?
I mean, this is the second time we played against a really big crowd. It's fun to play against it. Obviously, we want to win. But I just love my team, bro. Like, I mean, we have so much, like, trust in each other. There's so much going on there. And I don't know, there's so much going on. I don't know how to word it, but it just feels good. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no wrong thing that we can do. We're just there for each other. So
you guys got each other's back and you can do no wrong, okay? Win together, lose together, it don't matter, but you're winning right now. And for the fans out here who are happy you're winning, they out there, they got the signs, they at home, they in the chat going wild. What do you want to tell them as you're in the winners finals when against Toronto Ultra?
I love you, and we're getting this ring.
They're getting it, they gonna get the ring, and that's gonna do it for me and KiSMET here on the stage. Puckett, close us out.
KiSMET is chasing his ring, and he is sure playing like it here in Las Vegas. Enormous performance at the end of game number 4 to send the Subliners to our winners bracket finals, where tomorrow they will take on Toronto Ultra. New York and Toronto, the 2 teams left unbeaten. We have Atlanta and OpTic Texas in the elimination bracket, and that matchup could be coming as early as tomorrow.
Honestly, we look at the bracket now, things get a little crazy. Like you said, we're looking at a FaZe OpTic potential matchup if they make it through Seattle and Boston. It's going to get a little crazy.
Ali and Nameless, I'm going to get your opinions here in a moment, but I want to start here because, Clay, you are losing your mind watching this mini-map. Let's load it up one more time. It's your scum play of the game, and of course, KiSMET is doing work for New York, but there's a slip-up on the OpTic setup. They got to fix these mistakes come tomorrow.
OpTic had this in the bag. They needed 18 seconds with a full setup. If you're in Subliner's position here, you are in full-on panic mode. Right here, Kyler, Huke, he makes a huge mistake. He ends up pushing through Broken instead of holding P4. He allows KiSMET to slip through the front of the hill and get an uncontested 2-piece. Honestly, I'm not sure what he's doing. He was just playing for kills. He needs to understand the objective right there. Hold the hill, play tight. All you need is 4 seconds.
That was really tough to watch. I mean, that's COD timing at COD timing's finest if I've ever seen anything, but I completely agree. I feel like maybe you should have held a second, checked mid, just in case a player got through. And then the fact that the tick comes through as well is just so unfortunate for like OpTic Texas.
That's enough to check you out of a tournament, man. Like the heroics that Shotzzy made to put them in that position were unbelievable. We thought they had it locked up. He could have put his controller down, relayed information, and did better for the squad. Super unfortunate, man. We got to be so tough on Huke, but that is a blunder that cannot happen at COD Champs.
Looking at this series, it's not as close as you remember the end of that game number 4. This was a one-sided affair from the start, a 250 to 130 in hardpoint number 1. Then you see the 3-1 on control. Subliners finishing strong, and I wonder, if it went to that game 5, is OpTic the team favored to win that?
I honestly do not know. What I do have a question about is what happened with the vetoes from OpTic. I know that they've been vetoing Embassy, so they're going to play Zark, but you're playing in New York on Hotel.
They picked Hotel.
That's crazy
Hotel
to me,
map
man.
1. Yeah, I don't know if they're basing the vetoes off scrims or what have you, but seems like that was a droppage of the ball there.
All right, OpTic, they're going to fall to the elimination bracket, but they're not out. Everyone here in double elimination still alive as we come into day 3 with our final 6. Let's take a look, though, at everything going down as we sent 2 teams home. LA Thieves was the first one as they fell to Seattle Surge. Let's revisit this one. Surge coming in with the AC, taking on LA Thieves, who were up 2-1 against Toronto. Then fell in 4 and 5. They dropped to the losers bracket, and they totally looked like they got caught off guard, Allie.
Yeah, I think what was most impressive for me was definitely that map number 1 from Seattle to take that opening 1-0 lead. Sib and Fred just looked like completely different players than from yesterday and clearly didn't want to get knocked out of this tournament. And going up against the defending world champs is no easy feat. So I was really impressed by that map number 1 as well as Mack's performance in game number 3 to then force that game number 5 Fortress. They won at Fortress S&D and it was game 5 of all things. If there's any time to start winning your searches, it is now during championship weekend.
Glacier, there's a lot of talk about what happens to the players on LA Thieves. Do you see them coming back together in 2024? Who do you think goes where, and what star would you pick up first for your squad?
That's a tough one. We're talking about 4 phenomenal players, A-list players that any team would love to have on their team, and them all becoming free agents. I know they stuck it out last year after the champs win, but a little curious if they stick together after a last place.
Seattle Surge able to pull off the dub in that game number 5, and we had a chance to catch up with their staff as Lottie got on the mic with Phoenix. Let's take a look.
I'm joined by Phoenix, the head coach of Seattle Surge, and Seattle Surge have just knocked out 100 Thieves from champs. Crazy match. First and foremost, how are you feeling right at this very moment, coming off that stage?
Crazy right now, absolutely crazy. The guys, you know, the loss yesterday was pretty painful. I feel like we had a chance to actually close that series out a few times, or at least be in the series more than we were. And to play against, you know, the defending champs and also our former GM and Brandon Novus, like, it's always something we like. You know, it's a little rivalry, it's fun. But it just felt good getting a win under the belt. Like, it's been a little struggle lately. So getting the momentum going, building up a full head of steam is going to help us going forward into the rest of this COD champs.
It certainly will indeed. It was very spicy to say the least. I want to talk a little bit about the individuals on the team because, you know, that swing map, that control is always the case, right? But Mack turned up. Let's talk about that A composure that he had there. 0.4 seconds. Mack really did it all at that moment in time. What was going through your head as a coach watching this all unfold on the main stage?
Well, unlike most people, I knew Mack was going to get it done. A lot of people have shown zero faith in the kid. They've done nothing but rip him apart and run his name through the mud. I think that series right there proved it that Mack really is the real deal. He is Mack Melts. He's not some Burger King. He's not some average player. He's a great player, and he showed up when we needed him to the most, and I love that kid to death.
Love that so much. Lastly, really quickly, how are you guys feeling about the rest of your elimination run? How are you feeling about what's left of champs here?
Well, right now, all we're thinking about is what's next. We're not thinking about the rest of the run. We're thinking about what's next, and we'll deal with whoever we play. I'm pretty sure it's OpTic or New York. So whoever we play, we're ready for them.
Love to hear that. Some confident words coming from the coach of Seattle Surge. Thank you so much, and it's back to you guys.
Thank you, Lottie, and great to hear from Phoenix. And we now know Seattle Surge is going to be playing against OpTic tomorrow as New York plays against Toronto in the upper bracket. Here in the elimination bracket, though, Røkkr met up against Boston Breach, and this was supposed to be the Røkkr. Breach coming in with a brand new lineup, and they shocked a lot of folks here in the venue, Allie.
Yeah, unfortunately for Minnesota Røkkr, I think that just came out a little bit too flat versus the Boston Breach, who is, as we know, a very slay-heavy, very high-aggressive team, and they really proved themselves today, and they're playing loose, and you can see it in their gameplay. They're just taking it one map at a time, one series at a time, so they only got one map the day before, and now they have a series under their belt, so definitely not a team to sleep on heading into this elimination bracket.
Keep your eyes on Awakening, having a huge series at COD Champs to keep his team playing on day number 3. Boston powers past the Røkkr and will be moving into our top 6. Ultra, though, they locked up $320,000 guaranteed with their win over our #1 seed. This is another major upset, 4 over #1. Nameless, you thought this was totally going to be FaZe. They've had Toronto's number all year. What was different this time around?
The teamwork was absolutely on point on the side of the Toronto Ultra. Getting outslayed, still able to get it done. The hard point was just way too clean today, man. Like, Atlanta had no answer for them right out the jump. Atlanta had the good side on Mercado hardpoint, and Toronto instantly make plays to flip that. They get a couple of chain hills in a row, and they dominated them, completely shutting down the opposition on FaZe. And then we get to that next hardpoint, game 4 in Fortress. I'm like, going into it, FaZe is going to dominate this Fortress. We're in the green room.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they're going to fry them. What happens? FaZe is getting a bunch of meaningless kills.
Simp was on a 10 spree at one point.
I mean, they got those were some big kills for the P3, but after that, like, they couldn't take insight off of the power positions. They lost 2 hills in a row while trying to break the back. Had no success. So Toronto Ultra simply too strong in the fundamentals today.
Toronto clutching up in their hard points all tournament long, looking flawless in that game mode. Atlanta FaZe looking tough as one of the teams to beat, now playing in your elimination bracket. Tomorrow, we whittle it down to the final 2 teams as we have just 3 matches remaining to find out who is going to be moving forward. But first, it's OpTic versus Surge, FaZe versus Breach, and those are kicking off at 12 and 1:30 p.m. Pacific here. Allie, this is a stacked bracket. It's going to get nutty.
We have 5 matches tomorrow, and honestly, I'm feeling a little bit sad that we're already heading into day number 3, but already we're opening up with so many bangers to start the day.
Big shout out to everyone who tuned in, and of course, all of our collectors. Keep your collection growing if you haven't already with the Upper Deck Call of Duty League trading cards. The 2021 season now available. Scan that QR code today and get your collection started. Thank you all for tuning in. They're kicking us out, so it's time for final thoughts. I'm starting with the 3-time Clayster. What are you taking away from day 2?
I'm taking away that there is still a lot of great COD to still be played. I mean, what the teams displayed today, everyone is showing how much they want it. They're all fighting these gritty wins, game 5s. Everyone's going through the tough series, and the venue has never been more lit. We are packing this place out. I can't wait to see it tomorrow.
Allie, 6 teams left in the tournament. Who are you most excited to see on day 3?
Man, I don't know if I have one team that I'm most excited to see. Honestly, I'm hoping to see a big bounce back from OpTic Texas, but I'm also excited to see the fans and make sure you stay hydrated. It is hot in Vegas. You guys are lining up at 4 a.m., so make sure you stay hydrated.
Drink your water, use a little bit of chapstick, take care of yourself, and put on deodorant. Nameless, let's talk a little bit about what you see coming up on day 3, because this is our longest day here at COD Champs. 5 matches, including that winner's final, and 3 elimination battles.
Listen, I just know I got to get some good sleep, because we might get OpTic FaZe tomorrow at COD Champs, and that would be insane.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for tuning in. Thanks for coming out to the Thomas and Mack Center here in Las Vegas. We will see you bright and early for day number 3. It's the Call of Duty 2023 Championship. We'll see you then.
And the beat goes on and on and on and on and on. And the beat goes on and on and on and on and on. Made for millennium. G-O-A-K. Time we don't need you. We the greatest of all, and time you'll believe. G-O greatest don't evolve. Happens in the feeder. See my gritted jaws, wonder who gon' feed us. Hungry to win, hard pressed to beat us. Hundreds and tens, hard fresh to beat us. Thought I knew men, most of them was divas. I'm more than man, I'm a natural born genius. Where my medal is at, I don't pedal back. I'm too smart to meddle where the fellows keep the metal at. They pedal for the stacks. I'm making benefactors, landlords without the pot to call the kettles black. Hello, I know you feeling mellow. You thinking life is gonna be cinematic as these cellos, but that's just a rumble for the build up like a bellow. If they gon' hear you roar, time to let go.